Okay, not quite done completely setting up here, but it's important to go live before everybody goes to bed. I mean, most people in the region are probably in bed already, but what I have to say right off the bat is their breaking news is level 2 evacuations in Linn County due to the Wiley Fire. So the Wiley Fire was not a big deal until now, and now it is a big deal. Now, it was about 45 minutes ago when Watch Duty alerted me of this. I found out the reason I wasn't getting Watch Duty notifications, by the way, is you've got to clear them off of your notification screen pretty much the moment they happen, or other notifications are going to be silent. So they stack up for me, like I get 24 at a time because, well, I have most of the counties of the West Coast set to notify me. So your mileage may vary. It may be a different experience for you, but if you have a lot of counties set, then that is the secret. You need to constantly dismiss them. So once again, this is Linn County with the Wiley Fire. The nearest town, I guess you'd call it, it's called Cascadia. But this is very close to Sweet Home. So if anybody knows where Sweet Home and Lebanon are in Oregon, then you'll know immediately what we're talking about. So the Wiley Fire started like 10 p.m. yesterday. So it's in the Willamette National Forest, just like the Salmon Fire is, and just like the Bedrock Fire, which is in red down there. Let me change the layers of this map so you can kind of see what we're talking about. So it's up in steep terrain, even though you can't see that. In the Willamette National Forest, I do wonder if this was a sleeper fire, like if lightning had struck something and it was just kind of smoldering, and eventually, sometimes lightning strike fires will be invisible on the landscape because the smoke might be dissipating underneath the canopy, or it may have kind of struck fuels that are a bit damp and wet, but all it takes is a little wind, maybe some smoldering leaves that were struggling to keep a flame got blown up against drier stuff. This doesn't necessarily mean that this was human caused. We've had a lot of lightning in the past couple of days. So they call them sleeper fires because they do sleep for a bit until the right conditions arrive, and then they just seem to appear out of nowhere. So once again, this they had it at level 1 evacuations, like get ready. Now it is be ready, and now it's get set. It's level 2. That just came down the pipe less than 45 minutes ago. So before I went live, I went around trying to figure out why. Why did they, in the middle of the night, after 10 p.m., upgrade evacuation notices? And I'm going to, in the link in the description is the evacuation map, by the way. I'll show it to you here, and then we'll look at Linn County Sheriff's Office. This is pretty sparsely inhabited, but along the Santiam Highway, along Highway 20 here, east of Sweet Home, there's a lot of residences, I know, east of Foster Lake. So all of these residences that are on the south side of the McKenzie here, that is McKenzie, right? Santiam, sorry. I was looking at the other fire a second ago. Those along the South Santiam, south of the river, are on pack your bags notice. So what level 2 means is, well, the first one is a notice like you may have to evacuate, make your preparations. Level 1 is monitor emergency services and websites for information. This is when you prep and you pack, and you check in with your neighbors, make sure you have gas in the tank, persons with special needs, get ready to make arrangements for your pets and livestock. Well, level 2 is be set, like be ready to go at a moment's notice. Like if level 3 happens, you should just grab your car keys and go. So level 2 is a lot more serious. Oftentimes the way it is with level 2 is they are expecting a level 3 to come down the pipe. So if it doesn't happen tonight, then just consider that a blessing. But you should be packing throughout the night and not sleeping, in my opinion. You should make your calls right now if you know somebody in the area. Don't worry about the whole, oh, they might be sleeping thing. Get them up if they're sleeping. Just think about it. If you what would you want your friend to do? Get you awake so you're aware of this, so you have, maybe an additional 8 hours through the night or something to prep, you know, in order to, do what you have to do, put family heirlooms in the car, make sure that, you know, what that flammables aren't stacked up against the house, that you can turn off your propane. There's a lot of steps you have to do in the country to prepare for an oncoming wildfire, possibility of one. So would you want your friend to let you sleep through the night? No, I was afraid to wake you or give you a call, right? Unfortunately, a lot of people may be on do not disturb mode, but if you are a favorite, I know that at least Android phones, if you persistently call like 3 times in a row, the fourth one will break through do not disturb mode. I would definitely do that any way you can. Landlines, text messages, other forms of communication, Telegram, whatever they might have. If you think somebody may not be aware of this, then you may need to call Linn County Sheriff's Office and say, so and so takes their hearing aids out at night, and I know they're home. Please do a welfare check and make sure they know. They probably won't even hear you. They may not. They may sleep through, say, a reverse 911 or something like that. Um, for those really reasons. So what is really going on? I don't know. I just came back at 9 p.m. I was visiting a very ill friend. Yeah, well, I'll show you watch duty in a second. Ben just says I'm down near Roseburg, and we had a strange smoke and ash period during the day today, very hazy. Yeah, there were some wind warnings I had on some of my apps, even for the Portland area, although I didn't see much happen around here. There was a bunch of lightning storms, and I don't know if you guys just walked in or whatever. Hey, Vanessa, by the way. Yeah, exactly. And Vanessa's right. You may have a collapsing notification setting on your phone. That means, say you get a whole bunch of notifications like from Watch Duty, that they're all condensed into one. And I haven't found a way to turn that off on my phone, but I really wish I could. Thank you so much, Strange Revan. I streamed for 6 hours yesterday and did not make a dime. There were no donations yesterday at all. So thank you for reminding people to donate. The only way I can be here, friends, if I actually do have income from this. I don't have a day job, just hoping that I will get enough donations to continue, but I do need to be funded through August. So, life expenses. I hate asking for money. I really wish it was just like those other channels, like the tornado guys that give people tornado alerts, and they never have to ask for anything. Just donations go ching, ka-ching, 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 and they make 20 grand in a couple of hours. But that's not me. We're not that popular, and they have millions of people watching because millions of people are in the path of tornadoes. Wildfires tend to affect people in the middle of nowhere, but that's who we serve. So yeah, here's watch duty. This is the evacuation map. Evacuation. Notice the map. The link is in the description of this video. You'll just have to click the description button. Now, what I was looking for, watch duty served up, which is really awesome of the people who are on duty right now with watch duty. They said a level 2 BSET evacuation notice has just been activated. It's along the intersection of Highway 20 and Whiskey Butte Drive. It traverses Whiskey Butte Drive to Cedar Creek Road and extends south to Wiley Creek Road. And from the intersection of Cedar Creek Road and Wiley Creek Road east along the south boundary of the Willamette National Forest area to Swamp Mountain Road, along Swamp Mountain Road to Highway 20. So the Linn County Sheriff's Office are the ones that did this. So I don't know why they did this at 10 o'clock at night. I really think that all evacuations for the day should be done by 6. A lot of mountain and rural folk go to bed by 8 or 9 to get up at the crack of dawn to take care of livestock and stuff. That's just their habit. And sunset is 8:30 these days. Now, I've been trying to figure out why the upgrade. This isn't steep terrain. We know that. I'm going to go check this out with CalTopo, but I don't know if it's for the reason of the weather. Is the weather expected to turn, or did it just turn? They're not really giving their reasoning yet. So I'm going to go into the Forest Service map, which is probably I think it's on the edge of the Forest Service. So not really that as an option. Those are usually really good. Um, let's not do scanned. Let's do TF outdoors for them. Okay, I was too far north. So here's Sweet Home. It's southeast of Albany and Salem. So it's like halfway in between Salem and Eugene and a little bit into the hills. So this is one of the more popular mountain passes to drive to get to Sisters and Bend. So I don't remember driving past here too much. I had a truck driving route that went to Sweet Home back in the day, but um, like I don't know how many homes are along the highway, but I would assume quite a few. If we turn on global imagery, I want to see what we're looking at. Because, yeah, we do have some people living in the hills here. And some cleared land, which was a little bit surprising to me. I would expect Willamette National Forest land south of the highway, but uh, I don't know the borders. So these people should consider themselves extremely vulnerable because what you want in a good evacuation plan is really near you. You want paved roads, for one thing. You want more than one way out. These are dead ends. Basically, they dead end onto properties. So you don't want to be at the end of a dead end road. That you should elevate yourself bump yourself up one level of vulnerability. Two, if you're on a dirt road and it takes you a while to get off that dirt road to a paved road, that's another different level of vulnerability to consider. You want to be very close to a paved road. In fact, three. You want to have three different directions, three different paved roads going three different directions um, to be following the guidelines that they're setting for you. Bump yourself up to a higher level of vulnerability if these things apply to you. Are you at the end of a dirt road? Are you at the end of a dead end? Does it take you quite a while to drive at maximum speed, to get that you can for the road, to get to a paved road? Are the paved roads pretty broad? Do they go in different directions? Well, this is a mountain pass. You've got one major paved road and it only goes one direction, east-west. So you don't even have a north-south option for some of these little windy things that could connect to other roads are possibly gated. Plus, it just looks like it might take too long to traverse them. Let's put on shade relief. Yeah, you're going up and down slopes. You see what I'm saying? Um, so what I'm trying to find out right now is why I call for this at this time of night. This isn't being critical because I don't have the information. This fire I didn't think was going to be a big deal. It's just the probably another sleeper fire from the round of lightning. Like I said earlier, if you guys weren't there, it is typical that when lightning rolls through mountainous and heavily forested, thick forested terrain, it is really not uncommon for even though we know where lightning has struck, like we're able to detect that with satellites and stuff. Even though we know in general where lightning has struck, even if you check it out with aircraft, even if you drive pretty close to it, depending on what was struck, which is usually tall dead trees or tall trees, um, a fire may not have taken the lightning may have just not caused one. If it say strikes a living tree and when it hits the ground, it might hit stuff like damp pine needles or leaves or something. It may be a smoldering fire. A smoldering fire is like a cigarette, extremely slow, but it's lit, right? There's no actual flame, but it's lit. And it produces such small amounts of smoke, like literally like maybe a cigarette in your hand, that aircraft can buzz right over it and not detect any sort of a fire. So usually right after these lightning storms, aircraft are just monitoring it. It used to be back in the day, they would just look out with the fire lookout stations, at the top of mountain tops with the binoculars. And these days it's by aircraft. And even with stuff like FLIR, if there's thick canopy and the fire's not very hot and it's tiny, it can be completely unnoticed. Even if some people report it and say, oh, I saw wispy smoke for a while, unless they have like a GPS Latin long and give that to authorities, they can still fly by it again and still not see anything. That was the case with the Caldor fire when it broke out. And then, boom, we know what that became, right? So I want to look and see if what possibly caused this. Either they called it too late, like they should have called it earlier, and that happened with several fires last year. Yeah, there's a heat signature right there. Yeah, I can see the level 2. It's looming right over a couple of residences up on the hills. So either they should have done this earlier, but didn't, and I don't know why, or the situation was different earlier and it just changed. It could be that the weather just changed on them and it's getting windier, drier, and things are happening, or the forecast just changed. Either way, it's okay to do this at night. It's just ideal to do this before everybody goes to sleep, like, before 6 p.m. But thank you so much for, I think I just got a PayPal donation. I tried to put some sort of an alert on there now. I do appreciate this, friends. What I'm going to do right now is I got to make myself a coffee, and then we're going to analyze this. We're going to look. Somebody's calling me. I'm sorry. This is a very sick friend. I'm going to take that really quick. I'm going to get coffee. I'll be right back with you. Okay, I'm sorry, friends. That was pretty important. I left the bedside of a sick friend earlier tonight. Wanted to make sure that friend was okay. And when the 11:30 call happens, you know what I mean. Okay, so I'm gonna look back at the chat. Yeah, thank you so much, Strange Reverend, for putting on the donation thing. I always forget. Should people who are in Sweet Home be fine overnight? That's what we're gonna find out, Andrew, because that's what I'm really wanting to know. So yeah, it looks like we got a spammer there. That's a spam. Okay, thanks for catching that, Mod. Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. You can't see the maps. Oh, okay. Well, the map is in the description of the video, but this is the map. So this is blinding my eyes right now. Let me try to put it in dark mode. Just know that yellow means be set, and that's a yellowish color. Okay. So what I'm going to try to figure out is which way is the wind forecast to blow? Which way is it blowing? Can we get eyes on this fire? Like, do we have a camera to see it in any way? Anything from ODOT cams to the alert wildfire cams. But I really need a coffee. I want to be here for people. I really need a coffee. So this is the map. So I don't know if Cascadia is technically a town or a locale or a place name, but we do know people rurally live here. We just looked at, the satellite picture. So it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of inhabitations here, but this Santiam Pass is a wind tunnel because it's a mountain pass. So Sweet Home can potentially be in danger if this were to spread in a couple of ways. If the wind was blowing from the east, it could go down Little Way Creek and just be blown down in between these little hills here. If it was a straight east-west wind, and it would possibly just go west here and then maybe go down the Ames Creek or Ames Creek drainage towards the town that way. So it is at the end of a mountain pass. So what we're going to do is we're going to analyze the weather. We're going to look at the official sources, see if they'll give us their reasoning about why they did this. But boy, do I need a coffee. But thank you, everybody who has donated. I want to start my streams out with that. And thank you for being here. We crowdsource this information. If you could please sign up, one of you guys, with a Linn County emergency uh, notification and get that on your phone, that would be awesome. Because right here in the evacuation map link is the emergency notification link. So it looks like Linn and Benton counties both are doing this. So you can sign up for these two things. I'm putting this in the chat. And we're having multiple screen issues. Oh my God, we are. Why'd you guys tell me I'm streaming the wrong screen? I'm streaming you guys. you, see, you see why I need a coffee? Oh my God. I just jumped on here like ready to go and wrong screen. But now you know what it's like behind the scenes. So this is what I get to see. Here's my stream settings and analytics and stuff. You want to see how many people are watching? 18. Facepalm. You see why I need to change my, see why I'm doing remodel of my situation so I can see 3 different screens and know what the hell's wrong? Thank you, Vanessa, for bringing that to my attention. And the rest of you who didn't bring that to my attention, you're fired. Just kidding. Wow, okay. Come on. It still didn't change. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Stay informed. There we go. I was analyzing maps and stuff. You've been trying to tell me. No, you haven't. I don't make mistakes. It's all your fault. That's it. It's coffee time. Thank you, guys, for that. What I was doing earlier was explaining, here's the hotspots, and I was going back and forth between the global imagery and showing you guys. Oh dear, that's another one of those alerts, probably for watch duty. I'll check that out. I've revamped my phone's alert system, so I actually know about this stuff now. So what I was doing was I was zooming into the homesteads. This fire is looming over some inhabitations. I don't know the size of that farm or whatnot, but there are at least some people who live on this Highway 20 corridor. So I was even gesturing, at the maps and at everything. So first of all, the map I was explaining. So if the fire had, it could potentially threaten Sweet Home if there's an east wind, because if it got towards the Santiam River, it could go down the river. This is a mountain pass because it's a river channel. So it means it's a wind tunnel. Or just from where it's at, it could be driven to the west down this Wiley Creek area, Jackson Creek drainage. It could go up into the town that way. It could go up into the town from this way through Amos Creek or whatever. This is what I was trying to explain. So sorry, friends. Now, somebody please sign up for these alerts so you can alert me to what these are saying. B, these days we have to figure out if these things are functional. There's been so many times when, and part of the reason I have this stream is reverse 911 doesn't work and these things don't work. With the Golden Fire, the entire state of Oregon was notified of the evacuations instead of the county where it happened. And then they had to press the oopsie button, apologize to the rest of Oregon for freaking them out, and then put it for the correct county. It's technology, right? So this is why I'm saying call people. Anybody in this zone, you should definitely call. They should be packing through the night. Just think about, would I want to have extra time to save heirlooms, get my affairs in order, take care of my livestock, or be sleeping and be unaware, right? I'm sure they're going to go door to door. However, minutes and such count, especially if you have a farm to look after and that sort of thing. I think anybody would want to know rather than be sleeping, right? Now, this doesn't mean that these places are under threat. Level 2 means there is the possibility. There is significant danger in the area present, and you should get ready to go and be ready to go at a moment's notice. Oftentimes, when a level 2 is called for, it means that they expect a level 3. It's just speaking from my personal experience. Some states only have a 2-step system: get ready and go. There's no notice portion. Oregon does a 3-step, ready, set, go. So when you're at the level 2, though, it's very important to understand that you just might be told to go. So what I do tell people is don't bother locking your doors. In fact, I've been hearing from Broken Fish and other actual retired firefighters, they worry about breaking into homes in order to put the fires out, in order to do things like make sure the home isn't on fire from the inside. Most fires, while most home losses to fire happen due to floating embers, and they get up through the soffit vents into the attic because the screens are damaged or they're not tight enough in mesh. So the very best thing you can do for your home is go get some screen, even rip them off your windows because your windows are going to be closed, right? If you have to, double them up and just staple gun those to the soffit vents or anywhere that embers can find a way into the attic of your home. That is the number one best way to prepare before you leave. It's not sticking sprinklers on your roof. It's definitely not running your sprinklers in your yard. That does nothing, by the way, except drain your well water or make it so the firefighters don't have the water they need when they show up at your house. But what you should do is make sure those vents, get your flashlight out, get your ladder out, make sure those are covered with a fine mesh, and you turn off propane tanks and that sort of thing. Put things like barbecue, uh, barbecue, like the propane tanks, at the end of your driveway. It's the best place to put it. Don't put it up against the house. And leave the doors unlocked. Put a little note on your door that says, "Firefighters, here's my Wi-Fi password. Come on in." Eat the food out of the fridge, because if you lose power, you're going to lose that anyway. Help yourself to the milk, the perishables, and thanks. Just allow them to come in because they're in a damn hurry. If there's a crisis happening, they may just want to burst through your door, run upstairs, pull down your attic thing, or check everything, or push that thing up aside, sweep up there with a flashlight, make sure your attic's not on fire, and then be on their way to the next property. That really might be all that happens. So you might as well have your door unlocked, because if it's locked, a lot of times they're just like, next house. So that is the advice I've been given. That's the advice I give. If somebody really wanted to break in your house, the locked door isn't gonna stop them. These days, don't worry too much about looting. It's easier than ever to catch the looters. They catch almost all of them these days because they'll fly drones over, and sometimes even military ones. They've got heat-seeking stuff. They'll see the engines of cars that ain't supposed to be there. They'll roadblock. Just don't worry about looters. Locks only keep, what was that old saying? Locks only keep law-abiding citizens out, right? So yeah, technical difficulties music. I should have that as a sound effect, shouldn't I? Moose Knuckles, hey, Cascadia is like a town of maybe 20 to 30 structures, and I drive by it twice a month. So they probably will go door to door. Yeah, I showed you guys my YouTube studio page on accident, but now you know what it looks like behind the scenes. I'm so glad that they blocked out my stream key, because you guys could, they have little asterisks. If anybody has that, they can stream in my name. Can you imagine, like, I'm sleeping and somebody has my streamer key and they put it on their own YouTube account and they go live from Alaska or something, and if they're nice, they would go, Catherine, I have your stream key, you better change that. But if they were a troll, they'd be like, hi, I'm Catherine, and here's my tits, and they would flash everybody and get me banned, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm really glad that they hide the stream key. So, friends, I'm getting my coffee, so I'm competent. So I'm competent. That's quite important, as you see. So I'm going to continue talking to you. But like I said, alert people right now that live in the area. I would not be calling people at Sweet Home in the middle of the night right now. They're not even under level 1. Unless you know these people well and they would appreciate it, right? Maybe they're awake. They probably have heard about the fire to the east of them. That's like word travels fast kind of a deal, right? Now, if the sheriff's office isn't that worried about them right now, I'm not. But I'm going to make sure, instead of just trust everybody, as best that I can from my living room armchair. Because sometimes places that are not under notice should be. That's the value of this stream. I've gotten emails and people have come in chat saying, you warned us earlier than authorities, and my family's alive because of you. So as soon as I started getting those, I took this a lot more seriously. Sometimes authorities are wrong. And when you have a fire right on a county line like this, that's when it goes wrong the most often, because the different counties will make different recommendations. They'll get different recommendations. They'll make different recommendations. They have different people. They have different levels of experience with fire. And so they will have differing opinions. I'll never forget that there was a mandatory evacuation. They go now, knocking on people's doors furiously, and the police were throwing them out during the Beachy Creek fire because it was spreading so rapidly. And it was in a similar area. It was in the Cascades, rushing west towards all the towns. In fact, it was erasing towns one by one. So about six towns were already basically erased. Detroit, Mill City, Lyons was damaged, Gates was erased. You know, all these towns had been erased already by the Beachy Creek. Everybody was just fleeing west at a tremendous speed, and so that county had mandatory level 3 evacuations. Go now, run for your lives, basically. And I go and I set the headphones down and I leave and I said, you know what, that's getting uncomfortably close to my mom. She's by Salem. So I evacuated my mom live on stream. I just left it running, drove down there. The reason I did is she sent me a text. She goes, should I be worried? And at first I didn't see the text. I said, Mom, are you under evacuation notice? Have you signed up for alerts? She goes, yeah, I signed up, but we're not under evacuation notice. I said, so why are you worried, Mom? Remember, this is 2020 when I pretty much first started out doing this. Basically, it was like day 2 of my job, right? This is when Cogito and other firefighters took me under their wing and they started training me as fast as they knew about fire behavior. But at this point, I had too much faith still in governments and their competency and their level of technical proficiency. I'm talking about their ability to use technology and not have it fail, right? Sometimes they have all the best intentions and they have all the right policies and just for technology to crap out on them. Sorry, I have to heat up my half and half before I whisk my milk for the coffee. Annoying beeping sound. So, all right, there's my milk is frothed, people. I'm making a cappuccino. So, the it's decaf, but I need the sugar. Hope to be able to sleep tonight. That'd be nice. Anyway, the rest of the story is she sent me a text, and I was like, Mom, I'm sure they'll alert you if. And then I looked at the text and went, Mom, is there something wrong with your camera? You know, your phone camera? Like, you metered wrong. You know, can you send me a better picture that's not that dark? She goes, Hun, ain't nothing wrong with the camera. It's dark. It's 4:30 p.m. and it's dark. It's nighttime. I said, you just took that? Because it was a black sky and this red on the horizon. I said, yeah, you should be worried. Holy living crap. That's it. You're coming to my place. Pack up. I'm coming to get the heirlooms. I ran straight to a storage unit in the Portland area. Said, oh my God. I knew the lady. I said, emergency. Give me the keys to something. Don't run my background and all that. Here is my debit card. Just swipe it. Get me a storage unit. I'm bringing all the heirlooms we got. So just threw stuff out of my car, shoved it in that storage unit, folded down the seats, raced down there. I recorded the most surreal drive. It was just straight out of hell. I put my cell phone up on the dash because I knew this was for the historical record. This is a historical day, and this probably won't happen again for 75 years. All you could see, I mean, the sky was a normal color near Portland. It was a little bit odd looking, like a little bit of a green tint. But oh God, every 10 feet, I swear to God, that you got closer to the south. I was driving due south on I-5. Oh crap, I just loaded real coffee into the thing. Oh well, I don't care. I could use the real coffee. Screw it. Alright, there's some more water to top that off. It was like every 10 feet, or every 10 seconds you drove south, the sky changed a new color. There were these streaks of black clouds south, and I could see the different ones. They were the different fires. First, I could see the smoke from the Riverside fire was starting to drift to the west because people were fleeing for their lives away from Estacada and Malala and other places. Even Southeast Portland was put on evacuation notice in the Milwaukee area. And all these people were trying to cross the Willamette River that goes north to south. And guess what? There's only like 3 bridges. One at Salem, one at Wilsonville, and, well, those at Portland. And then there's a ferry. There's literally a ferry. That's it. Like, Oregon doesn't build bridges, I swear to God. There's only a couple of bridges across the entire Columbia. This is a firefighting nightmare, by the way. It means firefighters drive a really long distance to do mutual aid, and they get stuck in the bottlenecks, which are the bridges, and they can't respond to other towns very easily or quickly. So just to do an average commute, which usually takes about 30 minutes to get into Portland for these people, it was taking 8 hours later, because they were not put on even alert. The counties where the fire was raging and in the Cascadia, those were on mandatory and people were running for their lives. And here the sky is black and is red over by Salem, and Marion County had no level 1 at all. So I arrived and I checked on some people on the way to Mom's house because there was a senior community, and I knocked on a few doors. I said, you guys have better call people right now to come pick you up. Because when the Paradise Fire happened, all those seniors were trying to evacuate and didn't have a ride. They called their caregivers, and the caregivers couldn't make their way into town because of all the damn traffic jams. And, lack of bridges across the Willamette, that's a thing. And so they started. They said, who are you, and what the hell you know about fires? Shouldn't the authorities be telling us to evacuate? I said, they will if they're smart. And I kind of introduced myself a little bit, but I had to go. And that was when one of their neighbors came out. I hate this woman. I almost got in a fist fight with her in the street. She goes, oh, this chick is an alarmist. I just watched Fox News, and there's no evacuation notices for here. That's because we're safe over here. Meanwhile, the wind gust threw my hair into my face and threw a bunch of ash that was hot into our eyes. Ash began to rain down like blizzard snowflakes. The trees began to bend, and the air was so smoky we all began coughing and sputtering, and I threw my N95 on. And I had to close my eyes as I was talking because there's too much ash being swept into my eyes. There was a constant high wind and then tree bending wind gusts. I said, ash is raining out of the sky right now, and the sky is black and red on the horizon. If you don't think that's dangerous, I don't know what to say to you, but you guys don't wait for the authorities to tell you what to do. And I asked, anybody want to ride with me? I'd rather put people in the car than heirlooms. But she convinced the others to go back in their homes. She goes, you guys are going to get looted if you leave. What a jerk. Thing was, she was nice every other day of the week. But what she was, it's a psychological condition where she was overwhelmed by fear and she didn't know what to do. So she just dismissed the entire thing as not a threat. I've seen it happen. The people who are completely nonchalant about obvious danger, like, oh, we're bleeding and there's shark fins in the distance, but we're going to be fine. It's odd. The more obvious the danger, sometimes the more they lock up and decide there isn't one. Gosh, that's almost about to take too much Tylenol. Shouldn't take that yet. All right, I'm back. Sorry, friends. Brad P says, I was just typing up something about the bitrate suggestion on your recording. Well, the thing is, I have the bitrate for 4K, but I squeezed it down to 1080. but I don't think there's anything. I don't think too much bit rate is a thing. I think that's maybe for people who don't have very robust computers and really awesome internet, but I do, thanks to your donation. I'll set it back up for 4K later. Mark Simmons says, well, good intentions and a bottle of bourbon always got me drunk. Just an observation. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. So let me look at chat real quick, and we're going to analyze the weather now. And if you guys want, I'll show you what I'm talking about if we get a little bit of free time. Because I need to monitor watch duty and see if there's been an update. Like I said, I recorded that drive. It was unreal. The further and further south I got on I-5, the more the sky changed different colors. First, when wildfire approaches, it's going to be a weird green tint. That's from the aerosols in the air. Aerosols are what make sky really pretty colors during volcanic eruptions. And back when aerosols were used, like, in Aquanet in the 80s and stuff, pollution. California has so much pollution to this day that it's, got really pretty sunsets. So does Athens, Greece, but, the air's unbreathable. Let's check out watch duty on my phone too. Make sure that I am getting my alerts now. I have to clear them so that it'll ding my phone. Wow, there's a vegetation fire in Portland. They got their hands full. What kind of wind is there? Let's check on the weather. What I want to find out is what is their reasoning behind a 10 o'clock p.m. Evacuation upgrade. I think they should explain. So right here, the 2 hours ago, 10 p.m., 10:20, evacuation upgrades to level 2 as per Linn County Sheriff. So Michelle Duncan, the sheriff, reports that based on conversations with the Fire Incident Command in charge of the Wiley Fire, burning east of Sweet Home, the current level 1 is being elevated to level 2. All right, what did they say? The thing is, there's an old way of thinking that needs to die, and that is keep people in the dark and they'll be more calm. They'll be more calm. You can't trust the public. They can't handle the truth. And let's not start a panic. Well, guess what? That's totally freaking wrong. And if anybody parents that way too, they need to change their parenting style. You should never, ever think that you can hide information as, to quote people, keep people calm. Because guess what? The imagination is the scariest thing on earth. Jaws is a scary movie because they don't show much of the shark. The imagination will always come up with something worse than whatever you can show. That is horror movie script writing 101. Less is more. Hitchcock is terrifying and there's not much blood, is there? So it's because he's letting your mind go wild with suggestion, right? So if you tell people that there's some danger and you don't elaborate, like what it is, where it's coming from, when to expect it, how bad it might be. If you don't tell people, their imagination can go hog wild. That's what causes a panic, keeping information from people. Now, you're not going to be trusted by holding back information. You might think, oh, well, we'll look more authoritative if we don't mention the details and because we don't know them yet. That's okay. Nobody expects everybody to be like God and knowing everything at once. It's okay for authorities to say we don't know yet. Stand by. It's okay. The more honest you are and upfront, and the more that you share the relevant details, the more people will trust you and have an idea of what's going on, unless they panic. What causes a panic is a rumor that's unsubstantiated and not confirmed and not denied. A rumor mill is not what you want. People will get information, and the rumor mill is not the way you want them to get it. So that is my take on things. And you just need to tell people like what I do, the worst case scenario, middle ground scenario, and the best case scenario. And I'm not saying I invented that. I look at what's effective. What is effective at communicating with the public? What is effective at getting people to listen to you and evacuate? You just tell the truth like that. And you never ever try to scare people. In fact, try to do the opposite. Even if they don't look scared of the situation, like I said, there's a psychological thing where the bigger the threat and the more scary it is, and even if there's ash raining down on your head and the sky is dark at 4:30 p.m. and the smoke is choking you and other towns are being erased just to your east, never underestimate the fact that that is terrible fear, but a person can't feel it because they're overwhelmed with it. If you try to scare them more, the more they will dig their heels in and say you're an idiot, like that chick did. Now, the more that you tell them that they have options and what is likely to happen, and tell them that they are in control, they can do things to make the situation better, the more you tell them that, the more likely that they are to actually break that fear paralysis thing, take it seriously, and do something. And this won't happen to all people. Some people will always just say that's not a big deal. I survived World War II, so this ain't gonna get me. It's just a weird thing, but you can't control others. You can just tell them their options. All right. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Hey, Carney, what's up? Are there any towns affected yet? Let's find out. I don't think so. Right now we're looking at Modus and Veer's satellite. Let's look at GOES. This is GOES included. We don't see a GOES detection. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing to detect. It may be that the satellite is not in position to do this. It may be told to look at California somewhere else right now. And sometimes it just may not be, it may be getting data, and people like NASA and stuff are looking at it. But the little thing that handshakes and gives data to, like, say, private apps like CalTopo, like private enterprise, that may be under maintenance. There may be a blip. You don't know if it's not telling the apps or if the app itself is under maintenance or something, or its servers or some link in the chain maybe just temporarily not there. Doesn't mean that the satellites are not detecting anything. Now, GOES, satellites, GOES, those are the ones that update every 15, 20 minutes. And they don't have very good accuracy, but they're the square shaped ones. The round ones here, they're like nipples. The nipple detection here. See, this is the round area is the itself is the margin of error. It's not pinpointy. So if you think about you're looking at a nipple of a baby bottle, right, from top down. The snowflake thing is the tip of the nipple, and around it is the whole thing. Margin of error. So it is not where these. It just marks the center of the circle. It doesn't mean that that's where the detection was. So take your pick. Where is the fire? It could be all the way down right here. As far as the margin of error goes, it technically could just be a little thing down here. You don't know. So we don't know if it's actually crossed this ridge line. Depending on the way that smoke blows, the smoke is going to be hot. So sometimes downwind, you'll get a heat detection that's false because it was detected hot smoke that was drifting. So is it up on the ridge top? Did it climb up onto the ridge top? I want to know if we got cameras, if we got eyes on this. Usually at Watch Duty, they will link the nearest camera. But I haven't seen that yet. So we've looked at their sheriff office posts on Facebook. At least I have. I think I showed it to you guys and it was not there before. But we won't go there. I'm just going to edit that quietly out of the beginning of the stream and nobody will ever know I screwed up that way. I don't make mistakes. Hey, Anthony. Big Al says the large fire in Maui was driven by 60-mile-an-hour winds towards populated areas. Is that right now? I heard about that earlier this afternoon, but like I said, I left the bedside of an ill friend. So Um, yeah. Do you mean what started near old growth? This fire, Moose Knuckles? I assume you're talking about this Wiley fire. So, Linn County Sheriff says this about the fire 1 hour ago. And on August 9th, U.S. Forest Service will have numerous air assets, which means today is now past midnight. They're going to slam this thing with tankers and helicopters. They'll use very large fire retardant air tankers, VLATs, very large aerial tankers. Good. We're talking BC-10s, MD-87s, the VLATs, passenger jets full of retardant. And they'll have scooper planes. That's great. Those assets will operate over the Wiley Fire and assist ground crews and bulldozer crews with battling it. So those crews are probably out there right now. So what we need to do is listen to our Castify to see if they're talking. That'll be next. I just want to read this out. Additionally, a Type 3 fire incident management team is going to take over. They're coordinating efforts with the Linn County Sheriff's Office and the Office of Emergency Management for the county. The fire is approximately 1 mile south from the end of Harris Road off of Whiskey Butte Drive and approximately 100 acres in size. This came from an hour ago, so that's probably accurate. So 1 mile south from the end of Harris Road off Whiskey Butte Drive. Let's look at the map. Harris Road and Whiskey Butte Drive. In fact, it's probably easier to identify it. This is about the helicopter crash yesterday. It's probably easier to identify it with Google Maps. Actually, distract that one. We can go away. Okay. This is let's go over here. Whiskey Butte Drive. Here we are. What did I just say? The fire is 1 mile south from the end of Harris Road off Whiskey Butte Drive. 1 mile south from the end of Harris Road off of Whiskey Butte Drive. 1 mile south of the end of Harris Road. There. Here's Harris Road and Whiskey Butte Drive. Approximately 1 mile south. So it should be right here, basically on Wiley Creek Road, where Deer Creek forms, and there's these little pond things. Little Wiley Creek and Deer Creek. All right, let's look at that on Caltopo. Now, we pull back shaded relief and global imagery. Should have some of these roads listed. I was hoping it would be listed. But yeah, there's that Deer Creek Drive. Excuse me, Deer Creek and Little Wiley Creek. And that is Harris Road here. Let's double verify. Yeah, Harris Road points at this little body of water. Points at a little body of water. Yeah, sort of. I'm going to take it that that's the little body of water. Looks like an old beaver pond or a mill pond or something. The way that this is a straight square, I would imagine that this is the footprint of an old building, like a ghost town. Like an old mill or something. But that's just my ghost towner's eye right there. All right. So that's good that they're saying that is reached there. So the margin of error, I would say, is closer to the north, and that this stuff could be ablaze already. So we don't know how old this satellite imagery is. We don't know if this cleared field kind of got grown back at all. Sometimes you could see satellite imagery stamps for the date. Might be lucky with Google Maps. Yeah. Wiley Creek Road. I don't see imagery to copyright 2023 Airbus Maxar Technologies of the state of Oregon. It doesn't, just because it's copyrighted 2023 does not mean this image is from 2023. Now, we could look at that website that does, first of all, we should get Broadcastify. Second. If they're talking right now and I'm talking, they could just be answering all the questions right now if they're talking on the radio. So Albany Police, we have Linn County Sheriff Fire EMS and Marion County Fire and EMS. Wow, that's a lot at once. Only 10 people listening. Let's just try it. I'm logged in. There should be no Home Depot commercial. Okay, we're listening. 10 people means like probably nothing is being broadcast. Sorry, my ear is itching. Okay. It's on. Hopefully it won't blast our ears out. Okay, so that is in place. What is that one thing that shows satellites pretty live kind of away? The something Earth? What's that called, guys? Something Earth? What, screw up? I didn't see any screw up. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly, Vanessa. Oh, it's alive? It's alive? Do you know anything else about this Moose Knuckles? When you say it started near old growth, that makes me extremely sad. There's not much left in the Cascades after the 2020 fires. And Big Al should be looking at Hawaii right now. I feel bad that I didn't cover Hawaii. That's a little bit out of my purview, but I saw when I was out of the house, Hurricane Dora or Cyclone Dora, whatever that is, had the tail end of it is sweeping Hawaii and pushing this wildfire towards homes and it toppled power lines. I'm just going to say right now, for the record, I bet you power lines started that whole thing in Hawaii. Just for the record. There have been so many power line fires. I would just put like $500 on it right now. If I were a gambling person. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Moose Knuckles. So, yeah, right now it's still hot in Caltopo in Hawaii. Jesus. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. First, we got to take care of Oregon. What's that called? The global. I should have this all like bookmarked on the top. First of all, let's look at camps. Or wildfire camps. Is there anything near Santiam River? Whoa. That's looking at a fire. That's looking at the salmon fire, though. That's also something we need to talk about. We will check that. Okay, so the Dead Mountain Cam. Remember the Death Ball Cam is the one nearby. Totally awesome. Names, not ominous at all. That's the Steens Mountains. All right, let's look at cams. Nothing. There ain't nothing that can see. That is far away. The one by Lebanon. And this one would be looking. I don't think it would be able to see over the path. That's Smith Ridge. It's rotating. Let's give it a chance, but. All right. I don't think we're going to see anything. It's worth a shot. Whoa! What's that? That could be a light. Oh, it's looking due north. Probably is a light. I mean, if it's looking north like we think, sometimes it doesn't line up, and I've already gotten in trouble like years ago when I thought, oh God, the fire's to the east. How did it get over there? Well, the the beacon didn't line up with what we were actually seeing. So that's presumably looking due east. Where's the moon right now? I'm going to look at my app called Sun Surveyor. If we can identify where the moon is, which direction, then we'll know which way the damn camera's looking. That looks like moonrise. Okay, Sun Surveyor. It does the moon too. Now we just put in our location. So the location around this cam would be, what's the nearest place? Bend or something like that. There aren't really any. Ouch, something's in my eye. Ow, okay. Bend. Let's go to locations. Search. Bend. Oregon. Okay, 3D view. Not the sun, please. Alright, 3D view. Okay. Target point locked. Please drag. Nope. Okay. A moon. Moonrise is at 12 a.m. Yeah, that is the moonrise. I would speculate then. Moon is rising out of the south by southeast. So yeah, that's not. it's behind a couple of clicks. It's looking southeast right now, I think. I mean, there is like an X and Y thing. I don't know how to read that on a compass. Anybody else know how to do that? But that's the way I figure stuff out. Okay. You're saying the moon is due east? It's out of the southeast as far as Bend is concerned. Huh. Wait, this is, no, it's not facing north. I'm sorry. God damn it. It wasn't facing north. You're totally right, Vanessa. Jeez. But, you know, I don't screw up, so you must have been wrong. And I was testing you. But now you're right. Okay, sorry, friends. Let's look at this again then. More coffee. All right. But I just don't see that it's going to see over past the mountains. And if it's not Linn County, we can check out Benton County for our Broadcastify. Okay, it says that it's looking due west. What is that? Is that like a big star? The person's meteor shower is going on. Okay, so it may be looking west right now. If it's one click behind it, or it's looking north. If it goes to due east and we do see the moon, we know it's on point. Where you at, Vanessa, by the way? I keep forgetting. I've got long COVID too, so stuff that I was sharp on, I'm not, well, yeah, it's on point. There's the moon. South by southeast, yep. Cool. So that means we cannot see the fire from this cam. Now this guy, I don't have any hope. This Peterson Butte one. This one also, Death Ball Mountain. That might be a good one to monitor the, what do you call that? Bedrock. All right, let's just see what Sweet Home area looks like. We're still listening to what Broadcastify channels is. Linn County Sheriff Fire, EMS, and South Marion County Fire. So we'll go to Benton County if we have to. All right, let me look back at chat. I'm in Minnesota. So my moon has definitely moved a bit since moonrise, but same vague direction. Yeah. Okay. So do I have a contingency plan for streaming in the case of a power outage in my area? Oh, that's a good question. So I used $300 of donation money before I even upgraded my computer or anything to have some battery backup. So I am currently running at full power, 2 monitors, this Ryzen 9 processor that I upgraded with donation money. Actually, I ran it on a credit card, and I'm hoping to pay it off with donation money. This Ryzen 9 is the bee's knees, but boy, does it suck down heat. So even, okay, that's a watch duty update. Even at full power, since I bought a pretty robust battery backup unit, I will stay live. should we lose power, definitely through brownouts and surges and stuff, and it's surge protecting everything. So I shelled out the money for the pretty robust unit. I mean, they make fancier units, but those are like rack-mounted server things that have car batteries attached to them, right? There's like 2 or 3 of the small miniature-sized car battery-looking things, right, in it. So I shouldn't be disrupted for any minor outages or any brownouts. We'll stay live. The router modem, it's all plugged into it. Hey, Katie, how are you? So what I'll do is I'll, of course, notice that the lights have gone out in the room. I'll turn off a monitor to put it down in more of a low power mode. I'll choke back the amount of juice that my processor can do with my computer settings. Try to squeeze out more time, but we'll have at least 30 minutes. And that'll give me time to try to figure out an alternate location if I have to. But what I want to do is fundraise and get an actual laptop. Because I could take this show on the road. The laptop would cost about $3,000 though, in order to have the video production. I'm sorry, I've been ignoring the camera. In order to have the video capability, to run a million tabs at the same time, play videos and stream and upload at the same time. So that's the fundraiser. If anybody would love to hit the PayPal link and throw me $5 even, that'd be awesome. I had 600 viewers yesterday with no donations. And if even 20% of them had given me a couple of bucks, that would have been great. I would have made at least $120. But, you know, I hate to be an internet beggar, but I don't want to put ads on my videos. That's just wrong. Oh, here's your evacuation info. But let me first talk to you about HelloFresh and NordVPN and Manscaped, how you can, you know, make pictures out of your nether regions pelt down there, you know. That's just gross. I'm not going to do this. It's going to be donations or nothing. Say, I don't want to commercialize this crap. So, but I appreciate anybody who's done that. And if you can't donate, don't worry about it. You can help the stream in a variety of ways, like just share it. You know, we need to get some whales. In the donation world, there's fish, you know, who donate a little bit at a time and 10s and 20s and stuff, you know, and $1 here and there. And there's a fish. It's good to get a lot of fish in your net. Then there's dolphins who will like throw $100 or something every so often. All right, there's the moonrise. So that's going due east at this point. Yeah, the camera rotator is a little bit off on this one. I would assume that's the moon. That's the fire. That would be insane. I don't think it is. Is it stuck? Is it still rotating? Bueller? Okay. This would have to be on its next click. I think it's behind one click. I think he's currently looking to the southeast. South by southeast. Unless that's the moon. What's that? How high is it on the horizon? All right, I'm going to do Sun Surveyor at Lebanon and try to figure out how high the moon is on the horizon. This time I'll do it right, though. All right, so let's go search for Lebanon, Oregon. Now, this has me on edge because my brother, one of my surviving brothers, lives at Sweet Home. So, you know, having nearly lost one to paradise, it's got me on edge. And my other brother died at Christmas, 2 days before Christmas, of cancer. So I don't have that many left. And during the 2020 fires, they evacuated somewhere to Salem or so. But they wanted to go to my mom's place by Salem, and she's like, I'm already evacuated to Catherine's house by Portland, so. All right, so where's the moon? Show me the moon. Show me the moon. Not the super moon, the current moon. Oh no, I've just scrolled past the current. I don't need nautical charts. Okay. There's so many options on this thing. Moon. Moon position. There we go. Where is it? 3 north up, please. Eh, okay. How's this supposed to work? Augmented reality. Okay. Augmented reality. I'm on a street in Lebanon. Show me the moon, please. Supposed to show me the moon. Okay. Oh, yeah. I have to move. Drag it with your finger. Okay. So it's going to show the path of the sun. I don't care. Show me the moon right now. The moon. There it is. Okay. So which way is north? Show me north. North. Okay. Going to the east. Going to the. Why is it saying 4 p.m.? I don't care. The moon is at 4 p.m. Ah, it's on Wednesday, August 23rd. Are you kidding me? Okay, we're going back, going back, going back, going back, going back. I must have hit something with my hand. Okay, August 6th at. It's the 9th now. Jeez. 9th at. Why does it go 9 p.m. to 3 a.m.? Okay, 12:28. There should be a now button, damn it. Excuse my language. Okay, it's slightly east by northeast on the horizon as far as Lebanon is concerned. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you can see this. See the street view? And you can scroll around. This is north. See? Sorry, this is hard to put in front of a webcam. See, it says end north on the street. So you turn around, see where the path of the sun and the moon go. And it'll show you in an arc. Sorry. Extremely hard to do. It's backwards in my view. Yeah, see the arc here? Anyway, Sun Surveyor. There's a free version. Pretty upset about it though. It's supposed to alert photographers to photography opportunities like full moons and eclipses and stuff, and it didn't show eclipses. And I scrolled past it and missed eclipses. And I walked outside and said, "Why is it all funny looking on the ground?" And I could see an eclipse, like the reflections of the sun on the ground through tree leaves and stuff. I had no idea it was happening. That's because I don't have a television, so I didn't see the news. Yeah, so it's just one behind its rotation, and this is not telling us anything, so we're going to go back and look for information. Let's see if we've got any infrared flights. It's about the time infrared flights fly over fires to get an updated, you know, perimeter based on heat signatures of the fire. I really hope they can do that tonight. They may not be able to because of the weather. And that's what we need to find out now is what's the weather doing. The nice thing about these cams is it can show you where the smoke's drifting. Now, that means we should just look at a different fire to figure that out. So let's look at the fire by Priceboro or somewhere else. Whoa. Yeah, that one, the salmon fire. Which way is the smoke going? Oh, this camera it's going to rotate. Excuse me. Let me do a quick 1 hour time lapse. It's going to. Oh, it's not rotating. Oh, okay, great. Sweet. It's not rotating. It's looking south by southeast. If it's looking south by southeast, the wind is out of. Okay, draw this out. Haven't had any coffee. It's my sticky notes. Draw this out. Okay. Camera looking south by southeast. Let's turn my sticky note. Smoke is going that way. Smoke. So on the dial, this is in between south and southeast. Smoke is drifting to the northeast. But you know what? This may not be relevant, friends. Because it's on the other side of the Cascades. The wind could be in a totally different direction. All right, so let's check our weather apps. I'm not hearing anything from this broadcast. If I'm going to hit the stop button, let's check Benton County. Lane, Marion. Actually, it'd be Marion, wouldn't it? I think it's Marion. So it's still Linn County Sheriff's Fire EMS, Southern Marion County Fire EMS, Marion County Metcom North Fire 1. Now there's Silverton, Mount Angel, Drake's Crossing, Monitor, Woodbird, Hubbard, St. Paul, Aurora. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to finish my sentence. If I had a laptop, I could run 30 more minutes on the battery backup here, and then switch to a laptop and probably have hours more, you know. So, but thank you. I think I just got a PayPal. I'll look at it in a minute. Salem Fire. Salem Police Dispatch. Oh, let's try this for giggles. This isn't anywhere near though, but it says it scans N1, N6, and N7. What's that? I don't know what that even means. Ham radio ops. You just might as well hit the play button. So I don't know how loud that'll be when it starts talking, but it's worth a try. Vanessa says I use a little app called Stellarium, and it's just real-time sky map based on location. That's sweet. Big Al says, hate to keep drilling it in, but I have a sponsor for you. Oh, you mean money? Oh, that means money, right? Okay. Oh, right. You should have told me that means money. I would have checked my email sooner. Okay. You know, this is like the busiest 2 months of my life. Oh, thank you so much, Rick, for your donation. I really, really appreciate that. Now, let me look back at the chat. Yeah, Stellarium is the one that shows the constellations, right? Yeah, thank you for keeping me going. Like, I'm worried that I have to stop. I really am. When there's not major fires going on, there ain't no traffic here, you know. I knew that the helicopter covering that horrible tragedy would bring in new people. That's why I went and covered it. And I also want to draw attention to sacrifices made. And I want to try to understand that disaster just like everybody else does. But I knew that that would bring in people from, say, the aviation world and such, and probably did. And to cover that for like 6 hours and have $0, like, damn. That's rough. There will be a way to make money that YouTube just invented. There's now a different, let's see, click on the bedrock fire and see how that's doing. Not great either. All right, let's check radar. My radar. Okay. I gotta make it easier for people give me money too. I gotta have Venmo and the things other than PayPal. Oh, is it this? Is it wind off the coast? Gonna throw a monkey wrench into stuff? Could it bring lightning? You would think wind off the coast would push it to the east, but you know, anything goes. So currently the wind by Lebanon, sweet home. Just put this little cross here. Oh, did I put the bit to screen? Okay, I did that. Can you guys see this okay? I know it's hard to see the wind. I try to highlight it as much as I can, but it's really subtle. On apps, it's easier. This is my radar. Now, this is the first thing I checked as soon as I saw the evacuation notices. It's just a dead calm with the occasional wind gust of 11 miles an hour. Tonight, the forecast is wind is going to be coming from the west-southwest. It wouldn't be going towards Lebanon. It would be going towards Cascadia if we can trust the forecast and if, it doesn't change. I would only worry about Lebanon with an east wind, of course. So just like the other mountains, like the Sierras, I mean, today's temperature is 59. Sky's mostly clear, low of 59, winds light from the south-southeast. Chance of precip is 10%. Upcoming, skies mostly clear, high of 79, winds 5 miles an hour from the south, changing to 8 miles an hour from the west, northwest. So just that's not worrisome at all. It's 65% humidity. So what freaked them out? It may be that it's a future forecast that's freaked them out. I wish they would share. Patchy to clear skies. Now I know that we're going to get a heat wave. Look at this heat wave. Even in the mountains, 91, 92 degrees. That's nuts. On the 15th of August, there is a 5 to 15% chance we'll reach 110 degrees somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. This is going to be a boiler. So I've been trying my best to get this room renovated and finish it. I got to drill the walls. I got to put up curtains. So I have a backdrop, and I don't have light behind me from the windows to make me squint at the screen. I have to see the screen. I have to set up lights, 3 monitors set up. I have to drill the wall and mount a monitor holder on the wall that can hold 2 monitors at least. So I have to stud find. I have to pull desks all the way away from the wall and plug every single electronic device in here, which is about 50 things. Different charging stations. I got the router, modem, 2 different monitors. I'll have to plug in a 3rd later. I've got the computer, battery backup system, all my external drives plugged into it, and network attached storage, which isn't even mine, it's a friend's, but he likes my internet, so he pays rent on it. I've got high upload speeds that most people are jealous of. That's why the stream is so nice. We could do 4K. I just need to buy a lot of hard drives so that I can archive my own self in 4K, right? But anyway, I've got to plug a million things, a couple of lamps to everything from a paper shredder to Alexa to something called a Mocha, which is a really cool device. If you guys haven't heard of it, it's bee's knees. My internet comes into a closet, and that's just where they installed it. And look at this a little bit more. Just don't see anything that worrisome. It must be threat of new lightning, threat of storms coming. I'm going to look at NOAA weather to read you the NOAA weather outlook. I'm still wondering why this has freaked them out. Issuing level 2 evacuations after 10 p.m. Serious deal. We can look at, of course, the sheriff's office actual website, see if there's any guidance, see if they have a press release. Okay, that's a different emergency app if you heard that chirp. A water main just broke in Portland at Southwest Clay and Nato Parkway. Dang. Poor little federal building might get flooded. Those poor feds. I don't like that building because there was a really cool restaurant in an 1800s renovated earthquake-safe building called the Veritable Quandary, and it was right on the waterfront and everybody's favorite restaurant. But Portland has a war on history, so they knocked it down and built a big-ass ugly new town hall or something like that in the middle of like the homeless crisis. Like, we don't have any money to house the homeless, but we're just gonna have a policy of wrecking ball for all the old historical buildings in the town. will issue 24-hour demo permits, even those on the historical register of places, and mostly, especially the ones that are low-income housing. Even though we have 20,000 people on the wait list for low-income housing and 25,000 people homeless just because there's no housing, we're going to approve more demolition of it and, build fancy buildings for ourselves, but screw the poor and the homeless. And just there's been a new scandal. There was millions for housing the homeless for the last couple of years, and the city sat on it and didn't do anything. So Metro was trying to make them spend it, which is a different competing agency, long story. And was like, are you going to do something? You going to do something? I mean, meanwhile, like, the bathroom for the homeless is the gutter in Portland, and it's just unreal. It's become a giant Hooverville. The homeless are making homes out of pallets on the riverfront property that the rich people are overlooking. It's hilarious. Making their own Hoovervilles in the Willamette. And I have a bunch of 1930s photos of Portland where they did the same thing. They were just making their own little docks and building their own little homes on the docks, and they have little stoves and stuff in there. Sometimes it's tree forts on the Willamette, and the rich people are complaining because it's in their view. And for the most part, law enforcement is just not kicking them out because, like, where the hell would they go? Portland's had years to spend hundreds of millions that were for the homeless problem, and they just sat on it. And now we know why it's this bad. Portland has a long history, if you don't know, of not wanting a ghetto, and so they demolish low-income housing and put roadblocks in the way of its construction, like in the form of red tape. Like, you can't even go to Home Depot and buy a door to put in low-income housing. It has to be the door they approve of, has to be on a list of approved materials, has to be made in certain states and not others, has to be manufactured out of this wood and not that wood. And it's so complicated, like, they won't give the subsidies, like the federal subsidies and state subsidies for low-income housing, to developers unless you can prove every step of the way that you chose the right doorknobs. If you don't have the right doorknobs, like say you have 250 apartments and you just bought 250 doorknobs, front doorknobs, it doesn't meet their specification, you lose the money for the entire thing.
Clear Silverton, return Woodburn.
So Medic 21, clear Silverton, head back to Woodburn 042.
It's alive, but that's Woodburn. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China here. That's over by Salem. Anyway, Portland is reaping what it sows. They put so much red tape in this sort of shenanigan stuff. Like, they tell developers, oh, we're not going to give you your $1 million subsidy, which is federally provided usually, because you have the wrong doorknobs. So nobody builds low-income housing, even though they want to. But Portland has been destroying it at every opportunity. They're trying to build Portland as a place that only rich and middle-class people live in. It's always been like that. Even when Vanport flooded. Vanport, and this is really quick. I'm not going to go off on history. We're going to go back to fires. Vanport used to be here. See where this crosshair is? This big bog lake area thing. In World War II, 250,000 people came from other states to build ships, Liberty ships. Now, the two shipyards were here at Swan Island. There was an island once. If you can imagine, like, 40 ships this way and 40 ships that way in the berth, ready to be constructed, Liberty ships for the war. That takes a lot of workers. Over here, the shipyards in Vancouver, right here. Just imagine a lot of ships here at the berth, right? And over here too. So workers needed to live somewhere in between them, and Portland would not build enough housing. They made noises and said, oh, we're building as fast as we can. It was a lie. They had elaborate setups where all the poor people lived in Gresham or somewhere like Hillsborough to the west, or Cornelius, Forest Grove. So they had, almost free light rail. They had free electric trains, basically, that ran all over the place, and trolleys. So the poor could live outside of Portland and commute in. And so when they drained this onion field thing and put 4 different levees on either side. The levee for 99 East, the levee on the Columbia over here that held back Smith and Bybee Lake, this train levee, and then the levee to the south on the Columbia Slough. They built a neighborhood in here, called it Vanport, Vancouver, Portland. And they called this North Victory Boulevard right there. Only one way in and one way out, as it's walled on all sides and 20 feet below the level of the Columbia. It's supposed to be a temporary town. It was made out of wood. Had air raid sirens and stuff like that because, it's wartime. They threw it up in 1 year, record time. All the housing for 250,000 people, and everybody moved in really quick. After the war was over, it's supposed to be demolished because that is a floodplain, a very, very deep bowl kind of a floodplain. It's drained, reclaimed wetland. It's supposed to be underwater. But who live there? A lot of black people, a lot of poor people, a lot of foreigners. Oregon famously doesn't like people from other states. You can visit, you can't stay. Like, they are famously against people from other states, outsiders. So not only did they not demolish it, even though they had all these veterans there, veterans, the poor, they tried to funnel college students there. They wouldn't really let the black people move into town. It is 1948 after all. Terrible time to be black. And they built a college there called Vanport College. They encouraged people there. They put the seniors there, the vulnerable, the disabled, the war veterans, the youth, poor, minorities. And it was not a good place to live. It fell apart because it was a temporary town. But it's suited there. We don't want a ghetto thing. Nothing has changed. Portland does not want poor people to live in there. Just commute, work, and leave for the day. Just like Paris, a bunch of other snobby places. And the fact that they just sat on hundreds of millions of dollars and did not use it for the homeless, it's just more of the same. Oh, by the way, Vanport was destroyed in a single day. That was Memorial Day weekend, 1948. It's Oregon's biggest ghost town. You'll never even hear about it. They never even put any sort of memorials up until somebody forced them to a couple years ago. So that's looking at the weather. I'm going to research more about the weather, because these 3 fires, these 4 now, in Willamette National Forest, and the Price Borough almost got to it. These are not even a triple threat, a quadruple threat. I am nervous about this. Quite nervous. And the nightmare scenario of them, as the flat fire seems to be under control. It's not. It's not under control at all. They just got some black line over some portions. They need thousands of people on the flat fire building huge containment lines, because it really could be Biscuit Fire 2.0 if the right wind conditions happened. It could become a gigantic monster that would cross state lines. It really could. My big fear is just like normal. Carney will tell you as one of my original gangsters, my original viewers, that Southwest Oregon and Northwest California get abandoned. Their crews will be peeled off. First the aircraft, then the ground crews will be peeled off for other fires that happen, and then these will get out of control, and there won't be anybody to come back if the other fires are big enough. Even though these might be almost under control, they're so close. They'll be peeled off because there's not that many people living down here. They get the short end of the stick year after year after year after year. So what's happening here? Fires near closer to population centers. Few people even know about the Rogue River, let alone its wilderness and its thing, but everybody knows about Willamette National Forest. Everybody from Eugene and Salem and sometimes even Portland could see the smoke if it got big enough, just like I did from Portland. So I'm going to go look back at chat. Sorry, it's hard to keep track because I still haven't. Yeah, thanks, Rick, for telling people about the like button. I saw you on Blanco Lirio's channel, Rick. I just asked Juan Brown, by the way, to analyze the Broadcastify stuff about the helicopter collision. I mean, a lot of people probably didn't hear that part because I saved it for the end, and we got off on the wrong track yesterday. Yeah, Portland is definitely a train wreck. I am dismayed. It used to be one of the most lovely places on earth. It was a big, small town. It's never wanted to grow ever. It's the city that does not like growth and doesn't want to grow. It likes being a big, small town. You can just walk down the street and say, yo, you know good Chinese place around here? Well, that's a trick question. There are no good Chinese places in Portland, but you could ask. Somebody will just kind of thoughtfully think for a second and give you elaborate directions where they think is the best Chinese, or they'll say, no, but the best Thai place is around the corner, man. You walk up to anybody and just ask them anything, and you can just strike up a conversation. I got so spoiled by it. I remember California being rough and tumble, and people would be like, what? A stranger, you're talking to me? What's your game? What's your deal? What's your scam? And you look behind yourself like, is there somebody ambushing me? You know, that's California for you. Oregon's one of the least populated states. Walk up to somebody in Portland and ask for directions. They'll be like, oh, well, that way, no way, no way. Yeah, Saddle Tramp is going to be hot. I got a pool, thank God, to go to, but man. Yeah, so what I asked Juan Brown about, and I mentioned in my stream, is he's the guy who would know how CAL FIRE works. Stuff I couldn't understand from Broadcastify, the pilot chatter, the pilots talking to each other. I asked him to please listen to it, and I'll send him the files if he needs them. People don't know who he is. He lives in Nevada County, California, and after 2020, he began tracking wildfires. Well, I think everybody kind of did. But he was doing it exactly like I did for the most part. He'd get out, watch duty didn't exist, but he would get out Count Topo, and he'd do this. He'd turn on different layers, and he'd show you the terrain, and he'd show you the satellite. Then he would turn on the satellites, and he would show the heat detections. And he was kind of a noob at it. It was pretty obvious. He's still kind of a noob at it, honestly. Just, shh, don't tell him I said that. But I thought he had, like, learned from me, honestly. I had been on his channel before making comments in the comments section. And the way he just lined up everything the exact same way I did. Then he would flip over to flight radar. Then he would show the airplanes. You know, I was like, oh, thank God. A California native has taken over. And I even told him in one of the comments, oh, you do this now. Good. You do this. You do California. I'll do Oregon. I said, everybody please, I direct your attention to Juan Brown Blanco Lirio channel. Not only is he a pilot, he knows people at CAL FIRE. He knows the pilots. He pals around with them. Go watch his stream and I can retire. And he must have thought I was freaking crazy. I still don't know what he thinks of me or if he even knows who the hell I am. But I wrote him a cheerful note in 2020 and said, I'm sending all my people to you and retiring. Have a good one. You can track the fires now. He must have been like, who the hell is that? Because I've never actually gotten any confirmation he knows who the hell I am. It'd be kind of weird if he didn't. I'd love to have lunch with him. I mean, I grew up in a county nearby. I know where he's at. But he's never acknowledged me in any of the chat or anything, like when I leave his comments. And he may even just think I'm a nut because of that sort of thing. The only criticisms, I mean, that I have where I'm saying he's kind of a newbie at the tracking, is he assumed that where the fire was pinned on maps is the fire's origin. And so he kept saying, like, oh, it started under a bridge, like this one by Monterey. And during his broadcast, I almost wanted to say, but there was no, like, live thing. It was just a video. Otherwise, I'd been like, one. And he started going off that it's got to be the homeless. I hate it, them and their campfires and their irrational use of, they're not careful with fires. And I'm going, Juan, the pin on the map. Oh God, I've got to turn that off. This is not the right Broadcastify channel, but it's going to freak me out like that. I want to say one. They're just going to pin the fire on the map like fire mappers, whatever he's using, like this one. they just pin the little flame on the map at the road. They name a fire after the nearest road so that firefighters know how to get there. It's why you get weird names like the Camp Fire for the Paradise Fire. It was called Camp Road. So it's retarded. They should at least call it the Camp Road Fire, because now if anybody Googles it, it's just campfire, and you're just going to get all kinds of irrelevant crap. And it's just the devastating mass fatality event that was is now called something stupid like the campfire. Oh my God. So I try to tell him that this little flame thing, like as soon as it appears on fire mappers or whatnot, is going to be on the road where we're going to turn to and where they're going to respond to the fire. That's not point of origin. You would need your best guess at point of origin is go to CalTopo and turn on, GOES satellites. And I was trying to type in the comments that, as you could see, with that particular fire was the heat detections are nowhere near the road and the bridge. In fact, they were up on a ridge, looked like kind of a party spot or a good camping spot. So I said, I bet you that's an out of control campfire from hikers and stuff. Probably the yuppie hikers in Big Sur. Not. It's not like a homeless camp. The homeless actually camp near cities because they're dependent on handouts. The homeless don't go live in the woods. They'd starve to death. And they wouldn't be in Big Sur, under the bridges in Big Sur in the middle of nowhere. So, I mean, that's all that I mean by he was a noob at the time. And that's years ago. He probably knows now that how they name fires and how to best guess at point of origin. For this one, for example, I would imagine it's lightning, but the fact that there's like a lightning sleeper fire, because we did have strikes in the area nearby, but it's on steep terrain. Let's see if they ever had any pictures. Usually they would upload pictures. Wiley Fire, yeah, information updates. Nothing really, like, no images to help us. But, I screw up too. But all you can do is just learn from any source, and it's a continuously learning experience. I mean, we are the communicators. We're not the actual firefighters. We're the people who know how to use OBS, Open Broadcaster Software, right? And I didn't know that he had a full-time job as a pilot, and I can't just hand the reins over to him. He's got a life, But boy, did he exactly match my style. Cute. Either great minds think alike, and that means I'm as good as he is, right? Which excites me. If we independently got that kind of a style, that's tingly. You know what I mean? Because he's like a hero of mine, So cool. If I could teach him anything, I'd be delighted. So what I did is I told him, no, Rick Hoppy, Rick Kangaroo. That's your new nickname, Hopper. I told him, please, I don't understand what I'm listening to with the pilot chatter on Broadcastify. It appears that they're not aware that the second fire, I mean, it's obvious actually, that the second fire called the Bonita Fire with the midair collision the other day was the downed helicopter. They keep talking about 2 helicopters coming in. They don't notice that they never arrive. And he keeps saying, what's the ETA? What's the status of helicopter 301 and 201? Later he says 201 has been released from the incident. I don't know if that's a helicopter that was in the air or that's the one that managed to land and survive. And if released is a bit of a misnomer. Keeps asking for a check-in. What's the ETA of 301 and 201? So I would like to know, like, how does CAL FIRE talk about these things? Why does he keep saying Paris, Why does he identify himself as Paris? Look at the salmon fire. Does it have any pictures? Is it still level 1? That's right, there's a camera on this. I want to go back and look at it. That's the Dead Mountain. Just 102 acres. No containment. Aircraft from the Bedrock Fire were integral to keeping the salmon fire in check yesterday and limited its growth. Aircraft are critical resources for fires in steep, rugged terrain. Yeah, they're sometimes they're the only resource you have. If there's no roads, it makes it triple hard, maybe quadruple hard to fight a fire. Unfortunately, the environuts here, the extremists, have pushed for no roads anywhere in any forest, not even fire access roads. And sometimes when they take control of the forest, they try to destroy existing roads and, quote, return it to nature. I'm like, great. You're just setting it up for a mega fire. You're setting up that forest to be destroyed. You have to have fire access roads or you have really no options. Gone are the days when we would parachute in smoke jumpers and allow them to risk their lives for no reason, for trees. We don't anymore. If there's back in the day, we parachuted in smoke jumpers 20, 40, and 80 at a time, and we lost them 20, 40, and 80 at a time because they had no quick escape route because there's no roads. They may call for help and say, please get us out of here with a helicopter, but if there's no helicopter pad, and if there's too much smoke, you can't do it. You have to have roads. So after those tragedies, we no longer do that, so we need roads. Put a gate on it, hand the keys only to firefighters, whatever, but environmentalists are anti-road, and it's going to be hard to shake them out of that spell they're under. Make them see, but we have to try. We have to have everybody united and understand how we are going to fight these fires. A lot of these are getting big because there's no road access. Just like the flat fire should be a done deal right now. It's not. There's no route. There's no roads on the southern part. Which part is not under control? Which part is not blacklined? The southern part. It's not a coincidence. Now let's go back and look at the Death Ball Mountain camp. Death Ball Mountain. That's what it looks like in the daytime. Look at all the dead trees. 3-hour time lapse. So that one's looking at the salmon. One, it's kind of by Oak Ridge itself, isn't it? Wait, that's East Springfield. That's not Oak Ridge. Down there is Oak Ridge. Dead Mountain, excuse me, is the salmon fire. Okay. What's this one? This is the Lookout then, isn't it? Let me check. I get Dead Mountain and Death Ball confused. The cheery names here. Wait, okay. Okay, Salmon Fire is by Oak Ridge. That's the salmon. The the Lookout. It's actually in the middle of nowhere. That's by Blue River Lake. Okay. Salmon is down by Oak Ridge. All right, let's go back. More coffee. Not there. Dead Mountain. By Oak Ridge. It's got to be Oak Ridge. Jeez. But isn't the fire a little bit northeast? Oh my God, I'm discombobulated, folks. Okay, watch duty. Salmon Fire in its vicinity to Oak Ridge, northeast. That's Hill Creek Reservoir. Oh, I forgot, guys. You can put the street map on. Jeez. There. Okay, my confidence in having the right windows and buttons pressed is a little bit shaken tonight, but guys, I'm running on lack of sleep. It's the middle of the night. Okay, I'm gonna go back and chat. So, Hoppy rhymes with Poppy. That's right. Yeah, your Hoppy rhymes with Poppy. Thank you for your support. Yeah, he's a really awesome person. I would love to have coffee with him. Buy him a coffee. I mean, we grew up in almost the same area. And you could tell that he really cares. Like, before I was streaming, the big disaster that happened in the area was the big Oroville Dam spillway disaster. And I hate the media to this day when they say it was the Oroville Dam disaster. It's not the dam. There's nothing wrong with the dam. The spillway collapsed and it had a hole in it, which nobody cared about. It just rooster-tailed the water and made a rainbow. I went to bed that night laughing at it, and I put on Facebook, this is so funny. Like, that's because we thought the spillway, like every spillway on Earth, was built on bedrock. So we're looking at the salmon fire here. And this can't be correct. This is a generalized viewpoint. You see the spread, the camera's view? It really needs to be looking to the northeast a little bit. These are a little bit off. Slightly. And since we're looking east, southeast, smoke's drifting north, northeast, north to northwest, north by northwest. But let's see, what was I saying a second ago? Squirrel. I haven't eaten much today. I think I should heat up some. It's really what's wrong with me is blood sugar. And I had some sugar in the coffee, but man cannot survive on coffee alone, sugar alone. Yeah, I'll heat up some of that leftover pizza. Oh yeah, One Brown. We talked about him. I got on YouTube to try to figure out what the hell's going on, like everybody else did, because the next morning I find out there's massive evacuations. They're trying to evacuate, pretty much most of my entire gigantically huge extended family lives south of that dam along the Feather River. And they were evacuating everybody's house of the dam towards Sacramento because the spillway was built on dirt, not on bedrock. And so the water spilling out of it was digging holes underneath it and it was collapsing and it would undermine it. And as it collapsed from the bottom, it started collapsing on the top. And the collapse was nearing the very top of the spillway where the gates are. And so you might think, well, why don't they just shut the gates? California is because of global warming, California is always in drought. Everything's just going to get hot and dry and all the lakes are going to dry up, right? Hell no. That's what the media tells you and they're dumb. Sorry, they're dumb. Anybody who's lived in California knows what the hell they're talking about, pays attention, knows that California is a place of extreme weather. It has never had, quote, normal weather. It never will have, quote, normal weather. There's just drought years and there's flood years and there's nothing else. It's its geography. It's always been like that. It's married to the El Nino, La Nina cycles. And so when it floods massively. And that's why it has dams everywhere. Now, we've been looking at the salmon fire. I still don't think we could see anything else. What's this one on Death Ball Mountain? Now this one, which fire has this been? Death Ball Mountain's looking due street map. It's past Rainbow and past the Mackenzie Bridge over towards Belknap Springs. What in the hell? Excuse me. Did I forget about a fire? Is it bedrock then? Yeah, bedrock is the only one getting close to. Oh, lookout. The lookout is by. Oh, oh God. Remember how I told you I like this place? That's a curse. Every place I like gets destroyed by fire within a couple of years, I swear to God. This is Belknap Hot Springs. A place I'm extremely worried for because the bedrock was coming towards it. Now there's a lookout fire next to it. God. Oh no, and it's an experimental forest. You know what that means? They're experimenting with what would happen if man wasn't involved. That means they take old growth, pristine old growth, and instead of maintaining it and having fire access roads, thinning out the forest, getting rid of, flammable weeds and, invasive species, and getting rid of fire load and cutting down, hazard trees like big snags and making it healthy, with the tender care of man that we should be doing to the forest, taking care of the forest. That means that they run wild, they let grow wild, out of control, and then they just sit back and wait. And if it gets destroyed by fire, they just write it down on their clipboard. And they're doing that to the Valley of the Giants, which is the last coast range old growth in the entire state. And last time I visited there a couple years ago, I was just scared. There's just dead trees from massive storms, gigantic old growth dead trees just laying down on the ground, ready to erupt into flame and be the fire of the century. And there's a big sign that says experimental forest, which means we're not going to remove any of this dead stuff. But please don't camp nearby. Be careful with fire, because that means it's the end. Oh my God, it's a treasure. They should have water towers everywhere and giant monitors ready to hose down these trees that are 600 plus years old. These magical wonders. They survived logging just by luck. It's a tiny grove. It's a tiny little enclave. There's like no other old growth in the Coast Range at all. It's a very short walk around that loop. And to hear that it's, quote, an experimental forest now, I mean, I'm going to alert the environmentalists and so that they can stop this. If it takes illegally going in there and pulling out all those dead sticks one by one, taking them elsewhere so that the forest is safe, I'm going to call for it. I don't give a damn. We got to save it. Dumbasses. Dumbasses with clipboards and lab coats. Because guess what? We already know what happens to a forest when you let fire load build up on a landscape for like a century. We know. You lose them. Idiots. Can't gamble with the little we have left. Now, let's look at what has Linn County got. Does InsaWeb have something going on now for this new one? Is there some new information we can glean? What really are they worried about? There's no InsaWeb yet for the Wiley. I'm sure it'll happen because I think that's the border of the National Forest. Or is that the border of the county? I'm unsure. Yeah, Willamette National Forest. That's gotta be its little border. So they'll have an InsaWeb for this, probably, but the fires are in this little spot. Look, it's an island. It's Willamette National Forest, separated from the main one. Huh. Huh. That means all of this is probably timber company land and or privately owned. Why did it get this little island? Like, who donated that? Either way, that means it should get an InsaWeb. Now, you would think that there'd be one-stop shopping for fire info, but if there was, I wouldn't have to do this. Oh, InsaWeb won't have all the fires. It'll just have some. It'll just have some. We take watch duty for granted. This is the thing we all prayed for, and it's here. So it's just finally all the fires on one map in one spot. You get most of the good information here. It'll be really good when they have a lot of people monitoring it like they do California. Let me go back to the channel. All right, any questions right now? What do you want me to look at, guys? Cheryl says, question, so why don't they make a water pipeline to solve the fire issues? Because it's not profitable saving forests and lives, houses, and people and stuff. Yeah, there's a big creek running right through the Valley of the Giants, and they could just run sprinkler systems up the biggest trees to save them. Just turn it on. They could do that with every single named tree in the Sequoias National Park and stuff because there's not that many. You only survived past forest fires in little groves where the Indians were able to protect them. And an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So a penny of prevention is worth thousands of dollars of cleanup. And you can't get these back. You can't say, whoopsie, we lost that 3,000-year-old tree. We'll just get another one. Yeah, 3,000 years later, we'll get another one. All right, looking back, chat. Do direct me, guys. What do you want to see? What do you want to see? And to finish the conversation, Rick, about Juan Brown and Bonco, what I asked him specifically was, what I came to the conclusion is that when that mid-air collision happened, day before yesterday on the 6th, technically that's 2 days ago now, none of the other pilots noticed. I don't know why visibility was so bad or whatnot that they didn't notice, but the air attack guy, who's the person who's in an airplane, who coordinates all the incoming aircraft that fight a fire, like 7:02 or so was when the impact happened, when the two helicopters collided, and one of them went spiraling to the ground and shattered on the ground, and the other one managed to land by a miracle nearby on a hill, I guess. Juan Brown speculates that the Sikorsky was above it, and maybe the Bell, the 407, the Bell 407 below it, maybe came up from below, because I don't even see a fuselage. Like, I don't even see the part of the helicopter that would have people in it, at least not in the clips, like of later when Fox News showed up and had aerial footage of it. But I do see a almost fully intact rotor, but it's laying on the ground. It's missing one of its, sticks. What do you call that? Blades? Excuse me, I'm tired. So the fact that the other one was able to land means its tail was not damaged. The tail rotor, or the tail coming off a helicopter, means you spiral out of control, flip, and you die. There's no recovery from that. It will be instantaneous, a disaster. So let's see, I'm just scanning this Benton County alerts, and let's just see if LinnCountySheriff.org, that might have info. We're going to refresh the page to see if they have said anything else here. Linn County Sheriff's Office Facebook. Nope, nothing. Oh, do they have some pictures? Is this a fire, or is it just generic? I don't know. It doesn't give us any significant information. Okay, so what Blancolero thinks is, and what makes sense to me, is that the Sikorsky, since it survived, it didn't have any tail damage or any body damage or any rotor damage, because that would just, you'd lose control. So what hangs down from the bottom of a Sikorsky is its snorkel. It's hanging down like 10, 20 feet. I don't know how long that thing is, but it actually has a powerful motor on it, and it will descend down to a pond or a river or lake. And the snorkel will go in, and it has a suction pump that sucks up water into it like a mosquito sucks up blood, right? A little hose. And so that snorkel is always dangling. It's not retractable that I know of. And if it was dangling down, then the doom may have happened like this. The Bell helicopter is beneath it. Either it comes up underneath the Sikorsky, the sky crane, or the sky crane went over it, or maybe they just kind of came in from both directions. Anyway, the snorkel may have struck the top rotor. And then you can't fly a helicopter with one of the blades flying off, can you? That's doom. I like this propaganda here. I mean propaganda, the good kind. There's two kinds. The kind of propaganda that lies, and the good kind of propaganda that is helpful to the public, like Smokey the Bear. That's good propaganda. So this propaganda poster is good. It's clear, concise. It's got good colors. You can read it all and absorb it all. It says no evacuation levels, and follow the advice of emergency officials. Make the best decision for your safety. Don't wait to evacuate if you feel unsafe. That's what I try to tell the elderly people during the Beach Creek fire. Don't wait for the government to tell you what to do, ever. If you feel unsafe, leaving before anybody tells you to is the very best option. Leave before you're told. Avoid the traffic jams, avoid the panic, avoid the fire, and leave before you are told, because leaving by vehicle is a window of opportunity that closes. Eventually, you'll have to shelter in place. If you can't verify that the roads are open, you should not get out onto the roads. Sitting in a pond, in a backyard swimming pool, or in an open field in your car that's been recently plowed or something, or a baseball diamond, or a big box store parking lot, or crawling underneath the road into a culvert or under a bridge. Those are better options than panic driving in a car. Most people that die in their vehicles trying to leave after that window of opportunity has closed. You can't outrun a fire downwind. So it'll be behind you. Embers will fly ahead of you. You'll suddenly reach like a tree on fire that's down the road, or power lines or something. And then you'll back up and you'll try to go back the way you came to a place of safety, and you won't be able to. That's usually how it happens. So that means leaving well before you're told is the best option. Even if your road is open somehow, maybe somebody else panic drove and wrecked in front of you, then you're screwed. Like that happened in Paradise on the death road. Just somebody wrecked. And people in the panic, as their vehicles were consumed by flames, started ramming the cars in front of them, trying to do something. It was panic will do a lot of bad things to people. So what I'm saying though is there are shelter-in-place options, even though a lot of people leave them. Just they get this tunnel vision, think I have to drive like a bat out of hell through flames. Don't do that. Be calm. Look at your options. A pond like this will save your life. Just verify it's still there, you know. If this spot was a dirt field recently plowed, this would be a perfectly safe place to pull over and just ride it out. A lot of people survive Paradise just in little face down in creeks, underneath the culverts, in the big box store parking lots. Thousands of people rode it out, as bad as it looked from the air. It looked like a giant, well, I'll just show you. Fire. Just hit the, not that. See what I mean? This. And that's Chico for scale. This is gigantic fire. The entire town is underneath that giant wall of flames and smoke. There's a lot of people sheltering in place here that are fine. See what I mean about scale? Down there's Butte College, I believe that's what that is. Actually, no, that's too far north. You see what I'm talking about, the scale? It's totally insane. Giant mega fire. You would think nobody survives in this. It's many, many thousands of people surviving in here. There's a town under there. Big box store parking lots. The pavement doesn't burn. Even the Safeway and the grocery outlet went down. I went there to film, and none of the trees in the parking lot burned up. These little green trees, little shrubs and stuff, and the carts from the grocery store were still there. And the parking lot, like in the return the shopping cart area, they didn't melt, they didn't burn, nothing. A lot of people sheltered in place there. So just think about your options. They pulled out a 100-year-old man from this reservoir a little bit to the north here. And in some of the small ponds that were around here, they were hypothermic the next day. That's why I say keep a blanket in the car, because if you get wet, which you might be under a bridge or a culvert or something, or a swimming pool, you're actually going to be freezing cold the rest of the night. But it will insulate your heat even when it's wet. So just chill. If you haven't made your own evacuation plan, what I tell people is give me a cross street of where you live and I'll make one for you. I'll help you make it. It's your job to go out and verify things. But all you got to do is take a couple apps like Google Maps, it's your best friend. You slip on things like terrain mode. So say you're extra vulnerable, and look at this terrain. This is where the fire is, by the way. It's burning somewhere right about here. Right about right here. So say let's just put a theoretical, a hypothetical here. Say you lived here. Well, this seems to be like the outline of an old building, like I said. Like it's possibly an old mill pond. This might have once been a lumber mill, just eyeballing this. These probably were once railroads for lumber companies. Most of the Oregon's backcountry roads were once logging railroads. That was the way to do it. The trees in Oregon were so gigantic that like trucks couldn't haul them. So they had special geared locomotives and cranes on the trains to hoist the gigantic logs on there. It just kind of has the look of an old railroad. Anyway, so let's just say this was your house, though, right here. And the fire's on your doorstep. And also, don't think that you're going to get a lot of warning. Power lines at the end of your road can just go down and start that fire. Lightning, end of your road, can start that fire. Somebody wrecks at the end of your road and their vehicle starts to fire, and it's a high wind night, it's a red flag night. Maybe you have no warning at all, but you smell smoke and you just see a glow coming, and it's nighttime and the power's out and your cell phone doesn't work. Fire already chewed through all of the cell phone towers and your landlines, and so you're not going to get reverse 911. But what do, right? We already had a plan. You turned on terrain when you decided to make your evacuation plan, and you're noting bodies of water. Some of these are seasonal. Some of these may not exist anymore because, if it's somebody's backyard pond, they may drain it. Or if it's a beaver that dammed this stuff, which, like, that definitely could be a beaver pond. You don't know if the dam survived, if the beavers are still alive, if it got washed out in a storm, blah, blah, blah. You don't know. It's your job to go out and check. But take note. Say the fire's to your east, what will you do? If you try to fly west, you just might not make it because, like I said, you can't outrun a fire downwind. That one is moving fast. It may be your only way to go, though, so you should still have an evacuation by vehicle plan, and you should take note. Where does the road cross a body of water? And you should circle that on your paper map. You should put this in your glove box, right? Because who knows if your phone is charged, whatever, have the backup. And so you're going to go rate the culvert or the bridge here, a 1, 2, or a 3. Good, bad, and ugly, right? So use your own scale. I don't know if one. I would just say number 1 would be great, right? Well, you're number 1. It's good. So good, bad, ugly, right? It's big, wide, expansive, and wet most of the year, and you can get to it easily. It can accommodate your whole family and maybe some neighbors. That's number 1. So wherever a road crosses a body of water, that is a culvert or a bridge. So you circle this on your map and you look down further down this road, circle that right there. That's another possible shelter. It's either a culvert or a bridge. And then you would flip into your satellite, try to get an idea about this area. If it's a bigger body of water, likely a bigger culvert, likely a bigger bridge, and a better choice. Now, what you do is you drill. Once you've done this, you look down, you circle these spots on your map, you go and explore them. You time yourself, you put the timer on your phone, you start driving normal. In fact, kind of slower than usual because you won't be able to see much in the smoke. It'll be like driving in thick fog, right? So go creep along, and just time yourself. How long does it get? to take. How long of a drive is it to potential shelter this one? Put down the time. And then rate it. Get out of your car. See if you can get underneath there, because maybe there's beaver barriers up, like big bars. Beavers love to build a dam and a culvert, and that's an easy dam for them, and they flood the landscape. So in order to prevent that, there's a lot of municipalities that put in beaver bars, so the beavers can't pass through the culvert and can't dam it. Well, that would prevent you from getting in there too. So if it's a no-go, you put an X. It's not a safe shelter. Don't even bother. Go to the next one. Maybe this one is, right? Get out and do your homework and rate your shelters and look around. I mean, can you sit in here? Is there access? Is this substantial? Is this 2 feet deep? Is it a bog? Is it wet anymore? Can you go in there and sit? Is there any place that you can get out? Is it choked with blackberries 10 feet tall and you can't access the water? The only good place, like if this was accurate, to shelter in would be to this side, to this section here. You would have to look above you and see how tall are these trees. If these are on fire, can they fall on you? That's the way you look at a parking lot and a baseball diamond and stuff too. Are there any trees that can fall on you and just be far enough away that they can't? So is it gated? Is it accessible? Can you drive up to it? If you parked here, how long would it take you to get to the other side? Is it shallow enough for you to sit down in it? Because you can't tread water, you'll drown. And you can't take shelter right next to big, thick brush, because if the brush is on fire, it would be like sitting next to a bonfire. You'd be driven out to the deep end and you drown. So you have to take these things into account and make your escape plan, your evacuation plan accordingly before the fire comes. You have it in your glove box. You're ready to go. You got your folded up wool blanket ready to go. In the back of your car, across the back seat. You got your spare cell phone and the spare battery thing in the glove box, ready to go. Because even if a cell phone doesn't have minutes or a plan, it will dial 911. It'll dial 911. You have your offline maps. You go to Google Maps and hit the button for offline maps, and you keep those on there because you probably won't have signal, but it could still guide you. So you keep that refreshed because Google deletes it if you don't refresh that every couple of months, whatever. I like Backcountry Navigator for that because, or Rook's Maps, Backcountry Navigator. I think that's on iPhone too. Go to the Play Store, Backcountry Navigator. I think Oryx Maps is a little easier. I have the older version of Backcountry Navigator anyway. That's what it looks like. I think there's a free version. But you can just download some topo maps and you don't need any internet signal. You'll have a bunch of topo maps. Now the other one is Oryx Maps. Pretty decent one, nice and free. It's got that. So the phone in the car and the one you have already has these, so you can fall back onto them. You could just put your finger on it, hold it down. You can make your markings on the phone too, like rate your culvert and shelter 1, 2, 3, rate the pond 1, 2, 3, and don't forget clearings. It's not just water. Clearings. If there's nothing to burn, nothing will burn. Golf courses, green lawns are not going to burn. You can just drive your car out into it. Even if you have to drive your car through a fence, break down that barrier, do it, pay for it later, or apologize later, Cemetery. That may be a great shelter. Is it kept up though? Oh God. No, it's not. That's not a good shelter. Damn. Unless somebody's been taking care of it. That's sad. Now, if it had green grass and stuff, cemetery's a great place. Actually, good staging ground for firefighters. So are golf courses. Big parking lots, recently plowed fields, just whatever is out there. Short green grass won't burn. And even short brown grass will only smolder. Like you can be okay in your car. And it shouldn't burn it up. Especially if you have your wool blanket with you, you can any flaming debris like a bush that comes up against your car, you just get out, kick it, wrap that blanket around your foot and kick it, punt it, Get back in your car and read a book. Write it out. These are oftentimes much better options than trying to drive like a bat out of hell when you can't see. Just be calm. Lead people to the places of safety that you have already identified. And are you going camping? Do this for where you're going camping. Do you want to be caught by a wildfire in the middle of nowhere and have nowhere to go and not know what to do? On your way to your campsite, be the weirdo that pulls over and looks at a culvert. But guess what? You'll be everybody's hero if you do that. And they don't know what to do. Yeah. Good night, Christopher. Thanks for being here. But yeah, I wanted to do that quick how to make your evacuation plan thing. Because specifically, I'm looking at this spot right here because people might watch this video tomorrow about what's going on. So I cannot say what's safe and what isn't from my armchair and using very possibly outdated imagery. But you, as a local, it's your responsibility to use these tools, but then go verify them. And this is how you do it. If this is a recently plowed field, it is 100% safe to just park here and stay there. It is. It's a myth that a wildfire will suck out all the oxygen and you'll die. Okay, it's not a structure. If the wildfire is burning, it's because it has oxygen. And as it gets more intense, it sucks in. It creates a vacuum because all of the heat is pushing the air up to the sky. The hot air rises, and so what's going to rush in to fill the void is the cooler air from around the fire. Sometimes in all directions, sometimes in one direction. Depends on what's going on. But new air is coming. You're not going to suffocate even though it feels like it. And being in front of the Beachy Creek was a terrifying experience for me, and I wasn't even near it, right? I was miles ahead of it. You're going to feel like you're dying. You're going to be shocked by how your strength is sapped away from you. I don't have problems loading a car for my mom with reasonably heavy luggage, right? So the two of us lifted a trunk full of family photos into just the back of my car, not that high off the ground, and I almost collapsed. I couldn't understand why I was out of breath and I was still panting, and she was sitting down too. There's a lot of carbon monoxide in smoke, and that's a big killer inside a structure fire because monoxide, your body can't split the oxygen. It can't. You would think it could. You would think that an oxygen molecule by itself, your body could use it. It can't. Don't ask me why. O2 is the oxygen we can deal with. So carbon monoxide, it's got an oxygen molecule, not going to help you. It bonds with your red blood cells, though. Those are the ones that carry the oxygen, the O2. So when your O2 molecules try to bond with your red blood cell, give you some oxygen, it's going to bounce off. The carbon monoxide is already there. So while it's not like a structure fire and going to kill you, it's going to weaken you. You're just going to be operating like somebody with bad lungs, like somebody on oxygen, like a lifelong smoker who's at the end of their days. And it's a terrifying kind of weakness. Your heart just starts to race and it doesn't stop. You sit down and it doesn't stop. You're very weak. You think you could jog through something and you're out of breath at the moment you start. You can really, really walk. So take your time and don't let this freak you out. It's normal. But you're outside. You are not going to get killed by, it's not enough carbon monoxide to kill you. You are outside. You have enough air to breathe. Even if you're in that culvert, smoke gets sucked in the culvert. It's going to be good to have the N95 mask. It's going to be good to throw that wool blanket over you, trap a good pocket of air. But I'm telling you about these feelings so you could be prepared for them and it's not going to freak you out. It's totally normal. Fully grown men who are strapping, will find themselves, if you think you can pick up your children like normal and carry them around, just think about them weighing like 3 times heavier than they should. That's what's going to feel like. Don't think that you can carry a whole bunch of stuff with you. like a gallon of water, a jug, a wool blanket, cell phone, flashlight. That's about all you need. That's about all you really should be trying to carry. And just stay calm. The slower you are moving, the slower you're breathing, slower your heart rate, better you're going to feel. Stay calm throughout the whole affair. It'll be over in a couple hours. And the landscape will still be on fire in general, but the way fires move, being driven by wind, the main sea of the fire will go past. It'll go past. So you'll emerge from your hidey hole or whatever, and you'll see stuff on fire on the landscape, and there'll be some charred ground and whatnot, but it passed, right? So while it's happening, you feel like you're dying. You're not. You'll panic. Why am I so weak? It's okay. It's normal. Don't panic. Just expect this stuff and chill. Just remember when you're making your plans, don't expect to be able to jog across an entire big field and be fine at the end of that. Plan for walking everywhere. It has a more realistic timeline. Like if the only place to park is way over here and you have to cross here, just think about how quickly you could make this distance walking. If you try to jog and run, you'll just collapse in a heap pretty fast and have to catch your breath. Walk steadily, slowly, and keep this all in mind. You'll be okay. A shelter-in-place option, the more remote you are, the better it is. Too many people die. In fact, most people, I think, statistically die in their cars. And it pains me. The way that I know all this stuff is I went to Paradise. I don't just know fire behavior from, the way that firefighters have taken me under their wing. I have always had a morbid curiosity about disasters because I want to stop them. So I always study them. You have to learn, especially from those who die. That's the biggest lesson they can teach you is how they might have lived. So you can teach others. So I got the map of fatalities of Paradise, and I visited each spot, and I looked around to see, did they have a shelter option near them? Could they have survived? Can we teach people about this? Some were truly screwed. 6 to 12 people were just completely screwed. They had no options. They were dead the moment that the fire crossed over by the wind. They didn't evacuate the day before, and that would have been their only chance. They were a dead-end road, top of a plateau, no gutters, no sewers. I mean, ripping open a manhole and getting inside is one of the shelters of last resort, but it is one. Let's look again at the fire, and I want to look at the smoke here. Let's do another time lapse. If it's really windy, we might figure out why they want everybody at level 2. My suspicion, though, is it's the forecast and the possibility that possibility that it could be windier than expected with that storm offshore. You could see the fire move. It's going down the canyon. The fire's moving in the opposite direction to the wind. Wow. Okay. They could be lighting backfires. That could be why it's doing that. Or it could be just traveling uphill. I wouldn't think that that's uphill, though. Going down the canyon. Ah. This one's called the salmon fire again. Sorry, there's 4 of them to keep track of. Yeah, this is the salmon. Huh. So if we're looking east, it's going to the right. Moving generally to the southeast against the wind. Or is the wind in the creek hollow going a different direction than the prevailing wind, which is higher elevation? These wind tunnels, they can, when I found out being a drone pilot that I should say quadcopter, when I fly my drone, if it's at 50 feet above me, I can see that there's more wind than me, than my elevation, wherever I'm at. You go up and wind gets fiercer. At 100 feet, the drone may start kind of trying to correct itself, like wind is coming from a different direction. So at 50 feet, the wind may be going to the west. 100 feet, it may be going to the east. By 200 feet, 250 feet, going from the east again, get to maximum altitude, which is 400 in most situations, and it could be coming from the west. Like there's different layers of the atmosphere, and wind can be going different directions in the different layers. And pilots know that stuff, but I didn't know that until I got a drone. So when you have creek drainages and especially mountains and stuff, the wind direction right down at the water's edge could be totally different than at the tops of the ridges. Now, the Caldor fire was one of the best examples of this. I can give you a quick example. Then we're going to go back to looking at the weather. Now, the Caldor fire, it happened by Tahoe, was really puzzling to a lot of people, and they even said conspiracy. There was a lot of conspiracy the way that Caldor happened, because the wind came from the south almost every day, and it blew it north. So this is where the Caldor fire was. See it right here, this big red thing. And you see the way it looks like an insect, like one of those pincer bugs? The fire reached to the west. Now I'm going to give you guys a moment to think about why, and you're going to win the prize if you can tell me why pincer bug shapes, just like the lion's head fire and others, are so common. The main seat of the fire is over here, but then little pincer shapes come out in front of the main fire, and they travel faster than the main fire in two different horns out in front of the fire. Now, it spread east and it spread west. I mean, east was uphill. Fire goes uphill in general, and sometimes winds from the day kind of pushed it uphill a little bit. But wind direction during the Caldor, almost every day when it was spreading in the beginning, came up from the south. So why do we have insect pincers to the west? I'm going to use the bathroom. And then anybody who knows the answer in chat wins the prize because they've listened to me. They know what the answer is. I would like to know. Do you guys know? I will be right back. Okay, friends. I do need to heat up a little bit of food. That shouldn't take but a few seconds. I'm going to come back and answer the question first. I do have human needs. Thanks for bearing with me. Hey, Broken Fish, how are you? Big Al says, you covered this last year, and I can't remember exactly, but I believe it flows with the winds down to the valley at night. Partly, yeah. Rick says the wind has blown down 2 valleys between the ridges. Express Fan Exorcist says, any updates on the Maui fire? Okay, let's look at that. I'm so sorry, friend. I totally forgot we were going to. Hey, Broken. So, oh, hey, Nick, how are you? Broken, if you want to be a guest on Discord or something, absolutely you can, if you want to comment on this. Okay, so what happened with the Caldor is the winds are coming up out of the south. So I got a lot of people concerned. They're saying, look, I'm skeptical about the firefighters. I don't think they're doing a good job. And I think maybe they're part of a conspiracy and they're lighting fires and they want it to reach towards our communities because they saw the wind was, they understood why it took out Grizzly Flats. It started down here. In fact, exactly right here, pretty much. Well, wherever Omo Ranch is. And so Grizzly Flats is due north of it. So they understood that when the south wind blew, there's Omo Ranch. It's a different Omo Ranch fire. So they understood why it suddenly roared out of this lower Cosumnes River here and went to the north and took out Grizzly Flats. In fact, here's Grizzly Flats. What's left of it? What's left of it? A heartbreak. This imagery, if only. It doesn't look like that anymore. It's very old now. But it once looked like this. It was a nice community underneath the evergreen trees. When C-Probe flew me over it, I couldn't recognize anything based on these old satellite things. The only thing I recognized was a teardrop-shaped reservoir next to their firehouse. And so I told him to fly over what was left of the community based on that teardrop-shaped pond. Now, back to Sorry, and it has a quick ending, and we'll look at why now. So you can see the terrain here. The wind came up out of the south, takes out Grizzly Flats, goes all the way north, crosses, almost catches Pollock Pines, goes up here. Like it goes really far up here to these highlands near Tahoe. And they tried to stop it, here, the main highway. Was that 80 or something? It couldn't. And so the fire reached west for Pollock Pines, and it reached west for Somerset. They just show well, these are very small towns, and they're not on this map, which is crazy. Okay, here we go. You have to zoom in. Somerset. It reached for Melson's Corner, Fair Play, Mount Auckham, River Pines, Coyoteville. It's very small places, but nevertheless, people still live there. They're kind of like ghost towns where they used to have more people, but logging collapsed, right? So some people are like, why, if it's a south wind, is the fire coming straight for these towns? Like they're very skeptical, thinking somebody must be lighting them in front of our towns. How is it doing something magic and going against the wind, right? So I said it's not against the wind. Prevailing wind. The wind at higher elevations is south to north. But it's such a strong wind as it crosses these bodies of water, these deep canyons. It's such a strong wind that it's air pressure. And not all of that wind is being driven up the other side. It's running into a wall. It's plunging into a canyon. These are like steep walls. This geography is very steep, extremely steep. It's part of how this fire got really bad. So it runs into a wall and so it splits off. Some will go west, some will go east down there. It's such a strong wind, it is high pressure. So these every single one of these canyons became a barrel of a gun. They're wind tunnels, right? You should always look at your town and see if you have a barrel of a gun pointing at your town. We learned that about Greenville. These become barrels of a gun, wind tunnels. If there's no town there, nobody freaks out. In fact, Caldor is a ghost town. Caldor Road, and there's more than one Caldor Road, which made it very confusing to arrive at the fire. That was part of the reason it got so bad. Firefighters went on a wild goose chase. Dispatch accidentally said the fire was at Caldor instead of Caldor Road. Caldor is a ghost town. It used to be a logging town. You can kind of see the remnants of all the old ghost roads for logging and where neighborhoods used to be and stuff, but that's really far away. It's over here. It's way over here. When the fire was actually way down here, because there's another Caldor Road that goes down there. Point is, where there was no town to the west, nobody was thinking conspiracy because there's nothing there, right? But because there are towns to the west, right, they're sitting on the river, people freaked out. So that's why so many mountain fires have antennas and look like a bug. Line's Head looked exactly like that too, excuse me, up here. But just look where the rivers are. It's made this incredibly difficult to stop. They tried to save the town of Grizzly Flats. They lost like 90% of it. This neighborhood is somewhat okay, the western edge. And they were able to stop the fire here because they really poured their heart and soul into it. And we heard live that they had to abandon it several times. But mostly the aircraft did a north and south like retardant drop. So they kept it there. But the wind tunnels were another factor, and so they lost control down here. Notice how there's kind of a maze of old roads, but they're not very good. This is the middle fork of the Consumnes River. It's quite steep, big wind tunnel. So it races down that way, and they were able to stop it like so. This too, it followed the river, Camp Creek. So they were desperately trying to save Somerset. It got real close. Really close to Sweeney's. I drove through all this stuff. But that is why so many mountain fires have antenna. Lion's Head in Oregon had that for a long time until it kind of grew together with others. But the thing is, what firefighters do when there's antenna like that, they won't get in between anymore. It's a death trap. It's like being surrounded. They'll go where both the antenna are, and they'll try to stop it in a straight line between the two antenna, like so. Getting in there and getting surrounded is that's a bad thing. All right, let's look at Hawaii. I've never covered Hawaii. That's watch duty. Let me see what it's doing. I think there's a vegetation fire in Portland, but you know they have one every day. Since Portland's got roads and got good hydrants and lots of water sources and more generally damp conditions, and they don't take off here like they do in California and such. Okay, so which update is this? Dang it, I clicked away the update. All right, which one? Let's make sure. And thanks, I do see 2 donations on PayPal. I don't really have time to look at all of it, but thank you, friends. Where is Watch Duty available in Hawaii? Like, can I look at? Can I look at it? This salmon fire that was marching. I want to quickly look at this and try to figure this out. While I just made the point that wind could be going a different direction down a wind tunnel. At night, usually the cool air comes out of the, falls, hot air rises. So at night, usually the winds are down what they call down canyon, meaning literally going downhill. But it's marching against the prevailing wind, and that's really dang eerie. The way that the smoke is totally filling it. That's the salmon fire right now. It's the closest thing we have to look at to what's going on with the Wiley. We have no eyes on the Wiley. Unless there's a traffic cam. Let's just look on Windy. It usually it shows all kinds of cameras like this. Whoa. Is there a traffic cam? Sweet home. Nothing that matters. You can just see, I mean, you could look at Sweet Home and see if it's smoky, right? That's all you're going to see. So, August 9th at 1:59 a.m. So, yeah, it's current. It's up and running. 24-hour time lapse of it. It was such an ordinary day. It's going to get smoky as hell now. And those are headlights, those blue things in the distance. It's people driving around the other side of the lake. It's just a weird camera reflection thing. All right, it was worth a shot. Let's just look and see if Windy has a different forecast than what my radar does. The wind gusts start tomorrow. Up to 26 miles an hour by around 5 p.m. tomorrow. High of 80-ish degrees. That's different than what my radar was talking about. Let's see if it still has that kind of a forecast. I mean, not my radar. Yeah, my radar. Now let me double check that there hasn't been an update. I'm doing this off screen, friends. Forecast near Foster, Oregon. Doesn't mention a damn thing about 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's good to have different sources. It just says upcoming skies mostly clear, high temperature 79, winds 5 miles an hour out of the southwest, changing to 8 miles an hour from the west northwest. Chance of precipitation 10%. Humidity is currently 71%, so at least the vegetation is going to get a little bit more damp. But yeah, that's dropping the ball. My radar. Big Al says there's also as much in the way of camera access. Mostly hotels and resorts looking at the beach. Watch duty doesn't work in Hawaii, damn. But Caltopo has it. All right. Big Al says, Ohukai subdivision in Kihei is being proactively evacuated, and Kihei is at sea level. Upcountry fires at 1,700 feet elevation are blazing down a mountain fueled by Hurricane Dora winds. All right, let's look at it. But Rick, you won the prize. You've been studying, or maybe you already knew that, and you were patting me on the head, right? Okay. Now, I'm sorry, I have long COVID, and so a lot of the people knew very well, including you and donators, are on the tip of my tongue. I will remember more details about you. You have to remind me though. I was bedridden and nearly died, so I was about as ill as I've ever been in my life. For about 6 months. When all the symptoms of kidney cancer, and I don't want to talk about those symptoms. They're pretty disgusting. So bear with me, but remind me more details about you, and I'll remember. I don't forget people, but sometimes connecting the names to the memories will fall apart. I'm kind of malnourished right now. Whoops. And not on my game. I'm making progress, though. Hawaii. I see what you mean. We got several hot spots, so this Kihei. How do you spell it? How do you say this? Damn. So this is our match of our different satellites. GOES satellites are the squares. Each square is the margin of error, though. Now, these are like these red here are 3 different red ones. The size of the square is illustrated here. Like that's a single one. So these are 2 yellows. So these are up to date 4 minutes ago. Because it says the timestamps. 9:04 UTC is going to be 4 minutes ago. Hawaii time and our time. Excuse me. So the satellites were here. Now, gray, if you look at the GOES, it has a different key than MODIS. So MODIS and VIIRS, these are the round ones. GOES are up to the minute, but a big margin of error, though. Everything red is 10 minutes ago from the timestamp you see. Everything orange is a detection that was 10 to 60 minutes ago, 10 minutes to an hour ago. Now, yellow is beyond an hour. Gray is 6 to 12 hours ago. This doesn't mean that this whole area is on fire. It's margin of error, remember? So what is also confusing about this is just because it's gray doesn't mean there's not a lot of stuff on fire, like homes burning down. Just because the first detection was beyond 6 hours ago doesn't mean it still isn't hell in a handbasket there and just chaos. What the satellites do is they mark down, they stamp the landscape, boom, with a red. When they get a heat detection that's big enough to be detected from space, past what they're tuned out. They tune out campfires and little fires, bonfires, and the occasional rice field burning and stuff that farmers do. They are tuned for multi-acre fire heat signatures, usually beyond 10, 20. Usually that's what it takes to trigger. So they're not keeping track of the fire. They're not tracking fire. They're looking for new heat signatures. So in general, you can tell that when it keeps going red again, that a fire's spreading and getting bigger. Because it will only stamp it red again if there's been a new significant heat signature. If it is lowered, if it has gotten smaller, it just fades away into the color code until 12 hours later it's gone. Now, well, we just had an instant update. It is now 1 minute old. So, if it goes red again, that means it's either the same size to trigger it in the first place or it is bigger. So it's hard to tell. It doesn't mean that it is expanding or getting bigger. It may just be the same size. Even if they've completely contained a fire in that sector, they just let it burn out. They just let it burn its fuel. That's what containment means. They contain it and let it burn its fuel out. Firefighters are not generally trying to put fires out unless they're pretty small. They just contain it, let stuff burn. Unless it's a town. And in case they'll go in and try to save structures like they did for Paradise. Paradise burned for like 3 or 4 days in a row. But the firefighters kept going in to save the homes that they still could save. That's why there's a checkerboard of entire neighborhoods wiped out, but 1 or 2 homes are fine. It's because 2 engines were in that neighborhood. The fire swept over it, and they saved the house that was going to save them too. They parked in the driveway of the most defensible house, probably one with a pond or a swimming pool. They wet down the house, they wet down their engine, sheltered inside the house. Let the fire go past, and then once it did, they tried to put out the other houses that are now ablaze. Like that's why Paradise has a checkerboard of houses that are fine and houses that are obliterated. They can't be everywhere at once, right? But they will go back and try to put it out if there's a neighborhood, if there's structures, if there's history, sacred sites, etc. If not, if it's a field or something, a little forest, sorry, kiss it goodbye. They just contain it, let it burn its fuel out. So I just want to explain this. So the oldest heat signatures and the satellites that come around the least often are the MODIS and VIIRS. So wherever you see the round stuff, That's where it initially took off. And I can see it got driven down this mountainside straight into neighborhoods. Damn. Now, I don't have a television. I haven't been watching the news, so I didn't know that this was still a thing. I thought this happened at noon today, Pacific, and I assumed they had it under control. They were talking past tense on the little blippy news things I was scrolling past when I was hanging out with my friend who's really ill. So I had no idea this was a ongoing crisis. Thank you for alerting me to that. I've never been to Hawaii, so I don't click on news articles that deal with Hawaii, and therefore the news articles shared to me on my phone are not about Hawaii. You would think so if it's fire related, but it's not. Now I see there's a secondary thing going on over here. What's going on at Lahaina? Is this a separate incident? We should find out. Let me look back at chat. Nick Isles that leaves you in charge of the pronunciation of these places? Okay. Oh, you got a cam. Thank you. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Book your next adventure. Sorry, Big Al. I should look with chat better. It says underwater. I should be clicking on the Park Harbor, I imagine. Pretty sure the underwater camera is not going to show the fire, but, you know, you have to have an open mind about reality, right? Oh, Jesus. Wait, go back to the fire. Oh, my God. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, that is an ongoing crisis. Holy crap. Oh, shnikes. Whoa. Okay, go back to show the fire that was like rampaging in the background. Please pivot. Please pivot. Is this one of those where you can take control? Or is it automatically just pivoting around? Yeah, we need more cams from Hawaii. If anybody can get those. Holy God. Come on, pivot. Okay, was that like hours ago that we saw for a second? Because we saw the fire coming over the hills for that brief moment. Was it an old footage? I hope to God it was. And that it's not that bad now, but the heat signatures tell me there's something bad going on right now. Remember, that's 1 minute old. I swear it was fire. That was not just lights. That was that glow. Oh, for God's sake, pivot to the right. Those are hurricane winds. If a fire's coming towards you with winds like that, there's no way to stop it. Firefighters will just get out of the way. They'll just evacuate people, get out of the way. You can't stop this. I mean, the sea is going to stop it. Jeez. Come on, move the camera. You see all the emergency crews just buzzing back and forth. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, looking back at chat. Nick says I lived in Macau for 5 years up country. Okay. Rick says it reminded me of the tunnel effect between the high-rise buildings. Express pandemic says strong winds from Hurricane Dora is causing fires to rapidly spread on the island. All right, I'm going to check the Twitter because I'm sure the Twitter has some stuff. I got to do it off screen, and I'll share with you and drag over to the screen anything that Twitter is going to be showing. Is that a news? Okay, thanks, Cheryl. God, oh my God. Okay, I'm going to show it. Copyright be damned. This is today. This was uploaded an hour ago. Evacuate your family and pets now for the Lahaina residents. Lahaina. I don't know how to say these things. Cooley subdivision in Lahaina due to brush fire. Okay.
Breaking news from KHON2 happening now.
Good evening, everybody. We begin with breaking news tonight. Maui Emergency Management Agency has issued an immediate evacuation notice for some Lahaina residents.
Yeah, the agency has issued the notice for the Wahikuli subdivision in Lahaina due to the brush fires.
They're also telling people if you are one of those people trying to get out, and the problem is a lot of these people, they don't have electricity, they don't have phone, they don't have cable. Expect conditions that may make driving difficult, dangerous, powerful winds, smoke, all of it creating a dangerous situation again on Maui.
That's right. Maui County is now telling everyone do not go into Lahaina town, and for those in harm's way to leave immediately. This as fire rages across parts of the island, and it does sound, Dash, like it's a lot of mayhem happening right now on Maui.
I just got a message from Mahina Martin, who's the PIO Public Information Officer. I'm going to see if I can get her to call into our station and do a live interview. In the meantime, these are some of the images. We are having a very difficult time getting information because, again, phone lines on that side of the island are down. We're even told that a lot of the hotels that are in Kaanapali are black. The electricity is out.
That's right. Now, we have learned that the fire department is getting assistance from the Coast Guard. According to their Twitter account, an air crew and a small boat crew from Station Maui have been deployed to Front Street Beach and Lahaina Small Boat Harbor in order to help contain those flames. We did speak with an evacuated resident who described it as a disaster zone.
Definitely the road was catching fire. We drove past a couple of small fires on the way down and a lot of downed trees. So a little bit of a disaster zone, kind of like something from a movie, a lot of smoke.
Little bit.
Now, once again, the Maui Emergency Management Agency has issued an immediate evacuation notice for the Wahikuli subdivision in Lahaina due to those fast-moving fires.
They do urge that those residents to evacuate family and pets again immediately. Head to the northern area of the islands, that is the Kapalua area. And again, be careful because driving conditions could be difficult. We have calls out to the Coast Guard. We do know that the Coast Guard is also deploying a Dolphin helicopter and a ship to Lahaina. So it's pretty much a federal, state, county emergency. All hands are on deck. And so there's a lot going on.
That's right. And here's what we do know. The following schools on Maui will be closed tomorrow, August 9th, due to unsafe conditions and damage caused by those heavy winds. Here are the schools. Princess Nahi'enaena Elementary, King Kamehameha III Elementary, Lahaina Intermediate, Lahaina Luna High, King Kaulike High, Kamehameha Schools Maui, and A'apuel Preschool. And once again, these schools will be closed tomorrow. That's Wednesday, August 9th. To hear back from Maui County about the damage caused by the fires in Lahaina and upcountry.
A shelter is open at the Lahaina Civic Center. We know, again, there are more fires burning on the opposite side of the island. There were evacuations in upcountry Maui as well. Residents there can seek shelter at the Hannibal Tavares Community Center. And we've just learned that the Kihei Community Center is also open as an evacuation shelter.
And in addition to the fires on Maui, the high winds have damaged dozens of power lines across the state. More than 12,000 customers in West Maui and about 600 in upcountry are impacted. Hawaiian Electric says residents should prepare for overnight outages.
Power is important in both areas because it affects our ability to pump water, to get water to people. So that's also why we're asking people to conserve water until we can get power back online and get all of our the water that gets pumped from our reservoirs to our homes.
There's certainly a lot going on Maui right now, but this is important. Hiko says if you see a downed power line, assume it is energized and dangerous. Please stay at least 30 feet away from them.
Okay, the reason they're saying that is arcing. You can describe it with words, you got to see it. Arcing is when power jumps from one thing to another, like from a line to the ground. Most people think that power lines, if you're not touching them, if you're not next to them, that they're not going to hurt you. Yeah, they will. They're so full of power that getting near them, it's like a lightning bolt. It will jump. I got a bad electric shock that was kind of like a warning. And when I opened up a computer that was still energized and it had its power supply box open, never opened those. I got very lucky. It was only 75-watt power supply. So I reached past it very, very carefully. I thought, I'm a pro. Only, somebody who had touched this thing could get zapped. And I was lazy. I didn't turn the power off. I opened up the case, and yes, the power supply case was open. It's usually a protective little box. I reached past it, and there was a bolt of blue lightning that jumped from that power supply coil to my knuckle, and I got zapped. And my hand jerked, and I touched other components in the computer. Now, the reason I reached past it is because I knew that if I got shocked, it would just be a little zap, like a bah! Something wakes you up, but it doesn't particularly hurt. But see, the blue lightning jump to my hand.
High winds, very high winds. This is outflow from storms to the north. And they're not here yet. They're actually to the north, about 15 miles to the north, heading this way. Down the wind.
Yeah. Now that's hope fair use. I'll probably get a copyright hit. I'll have to justify this. But for safety, okay, just look what it does. Look at all the molten metal that's being thrown all over the ground. It's traveling in a giant kazap, right? So when two power lines are even swinging near each other, like what happened with Paradise, is that happened and that molten stuff started the fire beneath the lines. Power can jump. It has bullfrog legs, okay? It's a kangaroo. It can jump over to you if you are the closest connection to the ground. It is seeking the ground. Do not be its closest connection to the ground. So they'll look totally dead. Look how normal the situation looked. Completely normal. Cars driving by. 30 feet. Take that seriously. All lines, treat them as alive. Don't get near them. Don't drive over them. Do not assume that your car is, like everybody thinks, totally insulated and I can drive over power lines. Oh my God. You know what will happen if they get caught in the wheel and make contact with the body of the car? It gets thrown up there, go over a little bump. Do you understand that the arcing has no problem getting past the wheels? You are a crispy critter. You are, okay, you're ready. You're ready. In fact, you're well done, right? It's like being cooked in your little oven that'll be your car. You won't survive that. So when they're saying treat all power lines as alive and stay 30 feet away from them, yeah, that means in your car. It means everything. Don't think that you could take a stick, pick them up, and get them off the road for people. Don't try any shenanigans like that. I see these storm chaser guys do that kind of stuff, and they're insane. They drive right underneath power lines that are still alive and leaning, and they're just skating around on luck. They just don't understand how power works. They'd crap their pants if they understood how close to death it came. I saw, storm chaser Vince and some others do that sometimes. Oh my God, don't do that. Now, like I said, I think probably a lot of these fires in Hawaii are probably being caused by power lines down. But you would think Hawaii is used to hurricanes. You would think that they de-energize as a matter of course. So I could be talking out of my ass here. But they said that the wind gusts weren't that fierce. And since most of their power lines are probably built as robustly as possible to withstand hurricanes best as possible, maybe they left them energized. But really anything could have started this. Vehicle fires to pure accidents to power lines to somebody's generator. I remember during the Riverside fire in Malala area, we were listening live to, maybe we can listen live and Broadcastify. Let's do that. We were listening live to what was happening in Malala, and people were fleeing that area, southeast of Portland. And Big Island, Honolulu. Now, the one with 93 listeners is going to be our ticket probably. That says South Hilo and Puna. That's not where we want, right? There's not a lot of selection for Hawaii. Which island technically? Which one do we want? Hawaii County Public Safety West, Big Island. I mean, this is not the Big Island, right? I think we're gonna get much luck here. Big Island is there. It's got a fire at Volcano. No, that's the volcano. Crater Rim Trail. That would be a volcano. You'd think that satellite would tune that out. Never mind. Never mind. This is not the Big Island, so I think we're not really in luck here with Broadcastify. Let me look back at chat. 4 hours ago. Yeah, Wildcat beeps going down in Hawaii. So yeah. There's very intense videos on Twitter. See, that's why I try not to show. Is the intense videos. This is a place, sanctuary, where people don't have to see that stuff, but they can get their info. That's why a lot of people, they come in here and they say, please don't show Twitter stuff. It's too traumatizing. That's why I can't look at it. But please tell me what's being said on Twitter. So that's what I'm going to do now. I don't know that we have any Hawaiians here. I don't think we do. But just in case, the policy is there for a reason. Yeah, volcanoes still need love. They need a few human sacrifices. Let's see here. Did you ever see that Tom Hanks movie? Never mind. It's called X now. I forgot. It's not even. Jesus. I'm off screening it. Let's go back to that webcam. I was trying to see if there were other webcams via Windy. What's this one? 24-hour webcam in Maui. But it's just looking at the ocean. People having fun until beep hits the fan. Okay, so Wendy only knows of that one webcam, but we'll look at others and try to find. Big Al, if you're on that, good on you. Okay, here's my Twitter. I forgot to tell people I was live again. Okay, what's the hash for looking up this? What are these fires being called in Hawaii? Sorry. Didn't mean to go to this. Where's that cam? Get rid of that. 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 The winning $3.3 million Mega Millions was sold in California. You know, I bought 3 of those tickets for the $1.5 billion Mega Millions, and I didn't win. I don't know what happened. I don't know what possibly could have gone wrong. It's KTLA. We should get to the news channels of Hawaii. Jeez, I have a lot of open windows here. Mostly about the helicopter thing. Get rid of that. Too many tabs open. All right. Did I drag it over here? I hope I did. There it is. See what I mean? You see the fire in the distance? That's like a thumbnail. What's the current time in Hawaii? Refresh. Maui Ocean Center Park Cam. That's live. Oh God, that's live. Look. If you ain't looking at the screen, look. That's the glow. Wow. Okay, so I'm checking Twitter. I'm leaving you with that. That's visible and everything, right? Coming in. All right, home page. Oh my God. Okay, the downtown burned. Oh my God, okay. Now my Twitter is @kwildfires. I'm just going to share this stuff so you can see this horrific. They're losing their downtown. The Coast Guard is responding for the people who are forced to go into the ocean due to the flames. This is a 1 hour ago update. What time is it and why? It's already tomorrow, isn't it? It's 11:33 p.m. So that was still daylight. So, oh my God, I had no idea it was this bad. Jeez. Okay. I bet Lahaina is a hashtag now. It's got to be. I would imagine this is like Lahaina Fire. How I spell this? Okay. Now I'm searching latest on Lahaina. Pound Lahaina. Okay. Night fires are the worst too. West Coast wildfires and quake. Is it still blowing? Look at the live cams. Yeah, he's got the Maui Ocean Center live cam. Come on, play. Okay, it's still going. Jeez, that is unbelievable. Okay, I'm retweeting that too. Stay alert for new evacuations. Right. Wow. Fire engulfed businesses on Front Street. Video credit Alan Dakar, a local resident. Yeah. American Hawaii Red Cross says update: the shelter at Lahaina Civic Center on Maui has been moved to the Maui Preparatory Academy. Okay, retweeting that. So I'm going to show this. Shelters are open. Hannibal Tavares Community Center, Kihei Community Center, but Lahaina Civic Center on Maui has been moved to Maui Preparatory Academy. I just shared that. Duplicate this, and I'll just be flagged for copyright problems if. And I don't want to show anything too horrible. I'm going to leave that up for a second. We'll go back to the ocean cam. I don't see a whole lot else. It says emergency alert, extreme evacuation order for North Kihei area north of Ohukai Road due to the brush fire. Well, yeah, that's one way to put it. Evacuate you, family, and pets now. Well, I'm going to say do not delay. Recommended shelter is Maui High School gym. Expect conditions that may make driving difficult and watch for public safety personnel. Maui Emergency Management Agency. And retweet that. Pray for Maui from the Hawaii Church of God. We will. Lahaina Pizza Company, the second two-story building on that site. Here's a map, the big red pointer in the video. Holy shnikes. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I'm sharing that. It was posted 9 minutes ago. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. wall of fire, miles long. Somebody's filming it from several miles away, driving parallel to it. It's, because they're filming vertically, I wish it was horizontal. It doesn't even fit in the frame, and it's 5 miles away towards sunset. A moving inferno. Death rides a horse inferno kind of thing, you know? Hawaii News Now. Officials have confirmed the Coast Guard deployed a helicopter and a boat to the Front Street Beach at Lahaina, a small boat harbor, to rescue a number of people out of the water. There's a 10-minute ago tweet. I'm going to share that. Okay, the drive-by footage is way worse than this. Way worse than this. Just going to scroll up for a second so you understand what I'm talking about. But go to Twitter and look at my tweet if you want to watch this full thing. This is insane. All right, I don't have time to ask people to permission to share and talk about it on the stream. I'm gonna go back to that. As I continue to peruse, where's our cam? This is the live view. I'm afraid to say it, but I think we have a new ghost town. Ghost towns were my kind of private obsession. I want to make them a study, like a humanities study, a branch of history and anthropology. The study of why people settle in a place and then abandon a place. And disaster ghost towns are one of the big reasons. The place suffers a disaster and doesn't recover, and people move on. And sometimes they do recover, though, and they rebuild. So in the ghost town classification system that I'm trying to elaborate upon, Gary B. Speck invented it, I believe. And I'm like, he's like the Pope if I'm a cardinal, right? In the world of ghost towning. He shows the stages of abandonment for a settlement, and usually they're pretty gradual. Most ghost towns just fade out of existence as people move away, and there's holdouts that still on the land, and they're retirees, you know. But all the youth kind of leave a town gradually because there's no more jobs or whatever. But disaster ghosts are a different kind. And mind you, I'm not talking about paranormal crap. I'm talking about history. Ghost town means the town died, not people. So when your town's suddenly destroyed, especially when your business district is, sometimes they never really recover and they stay small towns the rest of their existence. Sometimes they're completely abandoned. Sometimes they're rebuilt better than ever. It really depends. I think we may have just seen this town turn into a ghost town overnight, and I hope they recover and rebuild. They just lost their downtown. So there's Class D ghost towns. I mean, some people still live there. You know, I'm sure that some homes were saved here. It's live. Look at the wind. But a town is defined as a place of commerce and trade, not just where people live. That's called, you know, community or whatever, but it's not a town. Emergency vehicles still ripping past. And this is the opposite side of the bay. There's a lot of stuff going down. There's got to be unrelated injuries too, if it's just from the hurricane. What I think we're looking now is a Class D ghost town. Now, there's a further subclass that I make. Double Ds are Class D and declining further, like people still moving away. businesses still closing or whatever. But then there's a second kind of ghost town called DR, declined but recovering. I'm really hoping that they can turn this around and be recovering. Damn. Damn. Okay, I'm looking back at chat. I'm sorry, I've completely ignored it. There's a traffic cam with it in the, thank you, Big Al. So let's drag this traffic. Wow. So the current time is 11:43 p.m. Is it just a real slow updater or is it dead? It says snapshot, so I'm guessing this is just a daily stream failures. A snapshot is like a screen grab. So where's the live? It says it's a JPEG, blah blah blah. I was hoping if we could just do this, we could find out the main site, right? Failed a stream monitor? The hell is this? Weekly stream report? All cameras. Weekly stream failures. Don't understand. Daily stream report and failures. Yeah, that's not gonna help us. So go kamai.org. What is it? Aha! Got somewhere. Kauai. Big Island. So Haina. Image temporary unavailable. Temporarily unavailable. Temporarily unavailable. Yeah, they must have lost their power and all that. Wow. Now, that would explain all the red. I was hoping, and I was about to say, I hope to God that this yellow square here was the real place of the fire, and the hot smoke was drifting over the Lahaina. We know now that the Lahaina is just burning down to the point where people fled into the water. I'm sure this may have been a mass fatality event if it wasn't seaside here. That's desperation. Wow. All right, let's go back to the image we've got. The live image of the horror unfolding. So it looks like it's rotating around again. Oh, it's got a screen grab button. Guess we should do it, huh? I look back at Twitter. I'm going to look back at the chat. Here's the site that it's from. Thanks. Yeah, Big Alley. I just figured that out. Thank you, though. One from Twitter shows lines up of cars. It looks bad, yeah. Breaking news, fire destroys buildings and triggers an explosion on Front Street in downtown Lahaina. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, I was trying to find it. It's almost a live something Earth website where there's satellites. It's the easy to use live satellite one. What's that called? Something Earth? The What Earth? You guys remember? I totally forgot to eat. I'm sorry. I have to eat, or I'm not going to make it through the night here. I haven't had much food today. I'm retweeting something. A lot, actually. Thank you, Cheryl, for that. Wow, that is, yeah, the traffic jam from earlier today. Mind you, if it shows daytime, this is well past daytime. It's 11:30 at night there. 11:43, in fact, right? 11:48. It's 11:48 at night. It's still the 8th. Okay, Australia is ahead of us a day, so it's the 10th in Australia, but I forgot Hawaii's the last time zone, so it's still in the past. It's still the 8th. Okay. I'm retweeting new things about. Somebody 23 minutes ago says, is there any way we could help the people trying to escape the Lahaina fires? Maui County has failed us. We the people must be here for each other. Yeah, somebody says, I'm sorry I didn't see you as I left Lahaina at 2 p.m. I would have given you a ride as well. Scary situation. Wow. Okay, here's some nighttime images. All very traumatic. Okay, is this still live? It is. It's pivoted away from the fire, but you can see all the smoke and stuff. It is still live. Oh, Maui High School. Do not delay. Evacuation order for North Kihei area, north of Hukai Road, due to bushfire. Recommended shelter is open at Maui High School gym. Evacuate your family and pets now and do not delay. Remember, Twitter's the place where I show everything. Wow. Okay. Officials say do not go into Lahaina town. Yeah, well, that's a given. That's a given. I'm sure everybody knows. Oh, man. Okay, let's look at local Hawaii news. KHON2.com. Shelter open. Maui High School. Yeah, there's a red flag warning for Honolulu. Yeah. Yeah. Lahaina Maui is burning to the ground. The art galleries, the restaurants, the homes. Yeah. All right, refreshing the cam. Looking back at chat. If you've been here, Express Van Exorcist, you know all the buildings are attached or very close to each other. Not sure how the historical town of Lahaina will survive this. I don't think it did. Look at my Twitter, at K Wildfires. I do not think it did. There's no way. Nick says, unfortunately, there's only one road in and out of Lahaina, a 2-lane highway. Yeah, that's why it drove people into the water. What was that? All right. There's a water emergency in Portland on Humboldt Street. Is another water main break or something? I don't know what's going on. What did I just do to my phone? I just split screened it. I didn't mean to do that. I need Watch Duty open, damn it. Okay. So that tone is something going on in Portland. Like I said, some water mains and stuff broke. They had a bunch of vegetation fires today. In fact, there's one active right now at 11 Northeast 146th Avenue. Other places have fires all the time. It's just that only during high winds and red flags are you going to hear about them on the news, because in those conditions, the little things get out of control. Yeah, it looks like a bomb went off, Cheryl. It looks like apocalypse now. Big Al says, I think Hawaii is 3 hours behind you. Yeah, that would make sense. No. Wait. Yeah, that's only a 3-hour time zone? Okay. It's farther away than the East Coast is, and that's just 3 hours. But okay. They draw time zone things, you know. Well, Express Fan and Exorcist, the only thing we can say is when a fire destroys a town's downtown, because they have no space in between the buildings, the only good thing to say about that is at least they can rebuild with fire codes in mind. It doesn't mean that every single building has to have some space, but you should put a firewall in between them, which is literally a wall, like a big cinder block thing. The wall should extend up above the rooftops. And because rooftop to rooftop would be the way that it would continuously spread like that, put a lot of sprinklers and hose hookup up there so that they can't just be on the rooftops. Because once a fire happens like this, it is destined to happen again if the same conditions exist. So everything that is possible happens unless something prevents it. Okay? That sounds like a weird statement to make, but I'm absolutely dead serious. People think Murphy's Law is a bad thing, it's a negative, pessimistic thing. No, it's not. It's called law because it actually is a law of physics. So every possibility for anything, we're talking true possibilities, not like fantasy stuff, is a dice roll. If it's very, very unlikely, it's like rarity, like winning the lottery, kind of rare, right? Like it's unlikely, but if it's possible, give it enough time, eventually the dice hits that number. Like, for example, if you were an immortal god, right? If you lived forever and you play the lottery every day, you would eventually win. You know, the big jackpots, you would eventually win. Now think of probability and possibility as having a whole lot of lottery tickets, right? If you bought 1 million lottery tickets every day with $1 million, you win a lot more often, right? That's what, you know, probable things are, things that are likely to happen. So the only way to really prevent something from happening is to eliminate the possibility of it happening. And so you have good common sense fire codes and whatnot. Even though little fires are still going to start, they won't make the news and they won't be big, and you won't have a town burn down. You have stuff like, you know, sprinklers, fire hydrants, trained personnel nearby, lots of firehouses nearby. They'll respond in time and just put them out in time, so you're not going to get town erasers from minor little things like you hear about in the 1800s, right? Excuse me, let me eat this leftover Safeway pizza. Forgot to put the splatter cover on. That thing's awesome. Haven't cleaned my microwave in months because I got that splatter cover off of Amazon. Badass. C-Probe's best idea. Told me about it. Okay, so if you think about it, maybe you should think about it as Russian roulette. no matter how many chambers are there, like say you've got a gun with 1,000 chambers and there's one bullet in it, yeah, you're probably not going to get shot, right? The first time. But if it keeps clicking and keeps clicking and keeps clicking, meaning a day goes by, there's a new one, a new one, a new one, eventually that's going to come up. So think about that for fire. Is what happened today likely to happen again? It's inevitable, actually. Hurricanes can't be stopped, so there's no way to prevent that. So they should not go, oh, what's the odds of this happening again? I bet this is rare, so we don't have to take precautions. No, wrong. It's going to happen again. Do not be lulled into that false sense of security with, oh, this is rare, so we don't have to worry about it. Don't set up your grandchildren then to worry about it and possibly die in a fire like this. Doesn't matter when this is going to happen again. If it's 75 or 100 years in the future, it could happen in 10. It could happen 5 more years from now. I mean, the Dixie Fire started in the exact same location as the campfire, like a stone throw away, literally. Now, if they had worked from the time it happened, November 2018, to the time the Dixie Fire happened, July, what was that, 16th or so, 14th, 2021. If they had recognized the particular vulnerability of that wind tunnel canyon and the fact that Santa Ana winds and other kind of high winds are present, and there's high tension power lines that are ready to fall down in there, if they had set up that canyon, God, I'm sorry, it didn't refresh. They had set up that canyon for better fire access roads, a lot of cameras on the power lines, watching all the power lines. It would not have happened. A PG&E employee saw surges in the system if that fire is still raging. I dare say that's buildings on fire, probably. I don't know which direction the camera's looking. But if they had done all this, like put cameras to watch the rickety power lines at least, and they had inspected all of those trees that were leaning towards the power lines and identified those that could possibly fall down and touch the high tension power lines and had gotten rid of them, there would be no Dixie Fire. Even if they had just put up the cameras. When he detected the surges, he thought it might be a fire, but PG&E's policy was you have to visually see a fire before an employee can turn off the power. You get fired. You get reprimanded. You get punished. You know, you lose your health plan. You lose your job. Your kids don't have their health plan anymore. You may have bills you can't deal with. That's a serious thing. So the employee drove up a rickety road, zigzagged up that canyon to go visually see if there was a fire so he could call it in and get permission to turn off power lines. Dixie Fire would have never happened if there was just simply cams or something. Definitely wouldn't have happened if they had taken down the hazard trees that for some reason are allowed to grow next to power lines and keep falling down on them and keep starting fires that kill people. So these disasters, people say BS like, oh, hindsight is 20/20. You know, foresight is pretty dang sharp too, especially when it's bleedingly obvious that there's a vulnerability. There will be hurricanes again. There will still be power lines above ground unless you stop that. If power lines started them here, put them below ground. I mean, damn, hurricanes come by so often. I don't even know why these aren't buried. It seems weird to me. Maybe the earthquakes mean that they can't be. I don't know. But this is vulnerable. This will happen again. So just prepare so that just like you can, you know, like just like with Dixie Fire preventing that, you can prevent this from getting bad. You'll just lose a couple buildings. That's it. But you can't fall in the trap of, oh, what are the odds? And never fall into the trap of, oh, this never happened before, so this is a rare event. Well, you know what? I've never died before, so I guess I don't need to prepare for that. 99% of my life has been alive. 100% of my life has been alive so far. That's been a lot of years, so definitely that won't happen, right? If there's a possibility for it to happen, it will. Here, I see the possibility is actually pretty high. So the only good way to look at this is you can build it back with this in mind. Now we know for sure what can happen. Now we can prevent it. You definitely can prevent this. You know, you don't have to prevent the ignition. You have to prevent the disaster by being real and acknowledging the ignition is going to happen from some source. I had some guy argue with me about a mass death event in Harlem or something. I can't remember which nightclub burned down. It was in the 70s or something like that. And a guy left the bar, the illegal bar nightclub, which was, you know, had like one way out on a staircase. So, of course, when that staircase was on fire, everybody died inside, right? No emergency exits, no emergency lighting, death trap, illegal speakeasy type thing, right? But in modern day. And so I said it got inspected and passed, you know. So I said, wow, corruption is what caused this mass death event. All of those inspectors gave us a pass, and of course, because they got their palms greased, right? All of them should be arrested and thrown in prison. It's their fault. The city that looked the wrong way, their officials, it's their fault. They should be liable. The victims should sue their families. Because they allowed a death trap to exist. And so this guy starts arguing with me. He goes, the only reason they died was because a guy who was an arsonist lit a match. He was apparently had an argument with somebody inside, went to a gas station, bought some gas while he was stone cold drunk and didn't have a vehicle. He just wanted to put it in like a bucket or something. And even the gas station guy was suspicious. Somebody walked by and said, oh, that's a good guy. I'll vouch for him. For some reason, the gas attendant sold him the gas, and he went, poured it on that single entrance staircase, and boom. I had somebody argue with me, the only reason those people died is because of the guy who lit the match. I said, no. You're thinking the wrong way. You're thinking that the person is the reason why people died. No. Every death trap is going to take lives because one day it's Russian roulette. No matter what the ignition source is, bad wiring, an accident, arson, intentional homicide, paint varnish that spontaneously ignites because the lid is left uncorked and the fumes build up in a closet and somebody opens the door and it sparks. Okay, whatever reason. Fire from a different building that spread to it. It doesn't matter the reason. An ignition source will happen, and because it's a death trap, people will die in a death trap. So the only way you can prevent people from dying in a death trap is shut down death traps. You can't predict where the ignition source is going to come from. You can't skate around on luck. This is why we have these mass death events. And when fire codes improve and when officials enforce them, these things don't happen. If California had forced PG&E to inspect their lines, campfire would have never happened. Neither would the Dixie. 96 years went by, and that part wore out. It was a 96-year-old power line at the time of the Dixie fire. Not only had it never been inspected for damage, otherwise people would have seen it. They had no record of that. Not only had it never been looked at, it was supposed to last 25 to 30 years, and there was supposed to be laws where you were supposed to replace equipment after 25 to 30 years. That's a long time for it to be swinging in the high winds in a canyon and receiving the heavy snowpack and the blizzards of the Sierras. That's a long time for metal to hold up and not rust and not get chipped away over time, not weaken due to things like stress, like bending a paper clip, bend it, bend it, bend it, pops, right? Well, that little arm grabber thing that failed, that made the two power lines touch, put molten, just like that arc video I showed you, put that molten spark into the grass underneath, started a campfire. That little thingy, it was holding up the line and swinging a little bit in the wind. It wore down to a nub because it was 96 years old, and it just wore so thin that the slightest breeze could have made the arm collapse on the high tension long distance power line. And not only, if they had inspected, they would have needed to shut the line down. Not only was it not inspected or replaced or maintained, the part was so old that nobody alive knows how to make it. It was from the era of Nikola Tesla. He or Edison could have seen it with their own eyeballs, having it roll off some sort of an East Coast factory line. That old. So that tells you about the state of some of the power lines that PG&E is running. Now, that's why they need cams looking at every single one of them in those hazardous wind tunnel canyons that keep spawning mega fires. But years went by, and nobody did that. Nobody put cams on them or monitored them. And so when they detected that surging, an employee had to go drive, I don't know how many, 20 minutes or something up the hill, look at it, and he saw a fire and tried to put it out himself. And he had no cell phone service up there, so he was expected to drive. He had a terrible choice: try to put it out himself, because there was a tree leaning on the power line getting electrocuted. Try to put it out himself. It was just, the fire had reached the ground, and it looked like he might be able to, or just leave it alone and drive down to where cell phone service was, try to get them to shut it off at headquarters, even though at headquarters it was just surging all over the place. So that's what I'm saying is, the only way to be safe from disasters is prevent them. You can't prevent the source of the ignition, the hurricane. You adapt to it, you expect it, you understand it. And something like even early detection like that, just cameras on it so that you don't have to replace all these lines in a day. It's not going to happen. You just have to be monitoring them and err on the side of caution, slam that off button and allow any of your employees to do it without fear of losing their jobs. Too many times there's a raging inferno thing, but nobody sees it. People don't understand. Little security cams in little places like storerooms and stuff, on board ships, seeing fires start will be the thing that saves lives the most. And then the common sense stuff. Firewalls in between the buildings. What happens if the roofs are on fire and it spreads rooftop to rooftop? Well, put pre-connected stuff so they don't have to order a special ladder truck and wait for it to arrive. You have it pre-piped, and they just take their hose over their shoulder, put it on the roof, screw it in. Roofs are okay. Make sure you design the hydrant system to provide enough water. I heard something disturbing. Our power lines go down, and that prevents us from pumping water. What? What? Since when do you need power to pump water? For fire, like fighting fires. What? That's an oversight of design. Oh dear. Let's rework that system. Gravity and pressure, anybody? Hydrants were invented a long time before electricity. Whoa. Backup generators? Whatever, but we see the result of that flaw. Fires are dimming now, but it's way too late for that town. So this is what I'm trying to say positively. As sobering and bad as this topic is, this is optional. These disasters are optional. They're never truly like unforeseen, unpreventable. We understand fire behavior. Now we see the vulnerabilities of the town. It can be rebuilt. So this can never happen again. It's really simple. You just eliminate all the possibilities and something's impossible. The only way you can make it so the only way this town could burn down is if it's completely unattended and like 100% abandoned, you know. I mean, yeah. But it's positive. If as long as we're real like this, you can make it so this never happens again. I hope that that'll happen. And look back at chat. I'm sorry, friends. You haven't won the jackpot yet. You will if you live forever. Murphy's Law is not pessimistic or bad. It's just factual. What can go wrong will go wrong. I've just described it. But what can't go wrong will not go wrong. That's the flip side of it. We in Western thought, the way that things are taught in schools, we are unfortunately taught by everybody around us a bunch of errors in judgment and thinking and logic. We think in order for something to happen, something has to happen to make that happen. It's not true. Everything possible will happen if given enough time. And the only reason it won't happen is because somebody or something made it impossible. It's like every structure that can burn will eventually burn down, given enough time. Just enough decades, enough generations, and enough thousands of years. It'll have a fire at some point, right? But is it obliterated? If you put enough fire safety measures on that building, no, it won't be. So the possibility of it just suddenly, instantly burning to the ground, you can totally eliminate that, and you're safe with that building. So that's why a lot of bad things just don't happen today. Like if you eliminate the possibility of smallpox, you don't get smallpox because you vaccinated everybody. Right now, there's still a slight possibility we can all experience smallpox again because it's technically still alive in 2 labs in the face of the earth. But as long as they, for 1,000 years into the future, keep it under lock and key, and it's high security enough, and the state of the world, especially the state of the world, changes so we don't use bioweapons anymore and don't engage in warfare, it won't happen. If somebody destroys all the samples, it definitely won't happen. It will be impossible for people to have smallpox ever again. But right now, we still got a bullet in the chamber of that gun because it's technically the samples haven't been destroyed, right? So we don't have to be perfect. We don't have to eliminate all possibilities to be safe. You have to eliminate all the ones that are definitely going to repeat. That's why this one is particularly important. These hurricanes will come back. If they can't bury the lines because of the earthquakes or whatever reason, maybe it's solid basalt. That's probably another reason to not bury lines. It might be the ground might be way too hard. Now that I think about it, it's a volcanic island, right? This will repeat. It's a matter of time. So you prepare for it. What's likely to happen? and just never get fooled into that thinking of just because it hasn't happened before that it won't. If there's possibility of a disaster happening, every day gets you closer to it happening. Now, I can't enjoy food when I'm watching just something this bad, but I'm making myself eat. My body has needs. I survived on a medium French fry today that I had when I was out. A couple of slices of cantaloupe. And I think a bowl of cereal when I first woke. But no, I had salmon on crackers. I had a good breakfast. I wonder if any of that's still left. Now, like I'm trying to say, there's a positive side here. We are unfortunately told that to think like this. In order for something to happen, something has to happen to make it happen. So we see all these barriers in our lives that may not actually exist, and we don't try. They may actually be a complete illusion, and you not trying is the reason something doesn't happen. It may be easy as pie, but it looks difficult, or it seems difficult, or it seems fantastical. But Greek philosophers, and this is why philosophy is important, Greek philosophic thought is what the Western culture is based on. We are realists, we don't believe in fantasy. We believe in, the reason that we believe in science is we believe that there is one reality and it can be tested by many different people who will get the same result. And that's what you can trust. What you can't test, you got to put through its paces. Like if you can't test something, but you're trying to get to the truth, you just try to analyze everything, and the most likely thing that is true is what answers all the questions. And even though a million people might believe something, a million people are wrong if what they believe doesn't answer all the questions. There's something missing. You can put things through its paces. It's logical thought. Now, the rest of the world before this kind of Greek logic type thing was embraced was mystical. The truth is in your dreams and in your feelings and in your heart. And if somebody had a vision, that's the truth, right? And especially a religious icon or something. And they believed in a totally different thought process. Stuff like something can appear out of nothing because of magic, right? Something can be in two places at once because magic, right? I mean, we've come a long way. In a lot of societies, they believe that like people and individuals are cursed. And so if you visit a village and they welcome you and say, "Oh, cool, a visitor. We haven't had visitors for a long time. We're a remote village." And everything's hunky-dory until something goes wrong in the village. A bunch of children go sick, or a bunch of livestock run off, or there's a storm and a flash flood that hasn't happened for 30 years. And then they look at you and say, "Nothing bad happened to us until you came along. You are responsible." And then they try to beat you to death in the street. That's when you realize that logical thought is we take that for granted. The omens and stuff and the mysticism. Sure, I get superstitious a whole bunch of times, but I don't bet the farm on it. Logic is the way to go. So what I'm saying is take the greatest of the philosophers, like say Aristotle. Aristotle teaches Alexander the Great personally. He's his tutor. And so while we may, as a culture in general, have Greek thought and logic and value things like science, which is sprung out of all this, don't believe anything unless you can absolutely prove it, and only put stock in things that answer a lot of questions, but still don't really believe in something unless you can prove it, at least not when it comes to making decisions like, justice and stuff. Somebody had a dream that that guy's guilty. I saw him in my mind kill that family. Well, whatever, that's fine. That's your dream. We're going to go with the evidence, dude, not your vision. Now, Aristotle talks to Alexander the Great, and this is real, tells Alexander the Great that he should think in a completely different way from everybody else because he's a philosophical sage for a reason, right? Aristotle says everything will happen that's possible unless something stops it. Basically, he's reciting Murphy's Law, what becomes Murphy's Law. It's a very old concept. We're talking Bronze Age here, right? And so he says, what are your goals, Alexander? I want to be like my dad, Philip of Macedon. He's the greatest cavalry genius ever. He invented the concept of heavy cavalry warfare and lances, and it becomes what knights and stuff are later, but without the stirrup, at the time. He goes, my father's in charge of one of the best, baddest armies, and we're just ready to conquer, and so I want to conquer. Okay, so where's a good place to conquer? We have the East, it's rich, it's got all the riches, but Persia is the biggest empire anybody's ever seen. It's totally enlightened. It has advanced technology. They have so many countries under their yoke. Like they have hundreds of nations under, paying them tribute, and all of them contribute soldiers. And so we are outnumbered. There's no possible way we could mess with Persia. In the past, the Greeks barely held them off. We're just fighting for our own survival against Persia. There's no way to take it down. If we could, it'd be all the wealth of the world, because that's the Middle East and where all the trade roads are. Silk Road ends there, blah, blah, blah. But that'd be nice. So Aristotle goes, you should do it. Too long, didn't read, skipped to the point of the story. He said, what's stopping you? Not what do you need to do to take down Persia. It's what's stopping you from taking down Persia. And so every time Alexander goes, I don't know, maybe their gigantic army, Aristotle would say, okay, if you attack that army, what would happen? Like, actually think about it. And so Alexander thought about the actual equipment of the army, and it was crap. Most of the people in the Middle East were fighting with wicker shields at the time, wicker. So, flaming arrows take care of that. They ran into battle in sandals, half naked, because it was too hot in the Middle East. But, of course, Alexander's heavily armored units could attack at night, they could attack at dawn, they could attack at sunset. When it's cool, and they could win. It's just heavily armored. They can have 1 million archers, it doesn't care if it bounces off you. Analyze what most of the arrowheads are from the Persian army. They're actually stone, so they break on armor, because they don't have enough bronze to manufacture all the arrowheads out of bronze. You see what I'm saying? Oh, but they have elephants, but elephants are afraid of fire, so you got that done. One by one, all the things that Alexander thought made conquering Persia impossible, he realized it's totally doable. So you may not think that you can make a difference in the world, or that you can help people, or that you can be this or you're that. And what you're doing is probably thinking the wrong way of what you have to do to accomplish it, rather than what's actually stopping. Maybe the things that we think are stopping us are just total illusions. And you're not going to know unless you try. So if you think completely differently, that's how you achieve great things. You're not going to achieve great things by trying to figure out what you've got to do. For drone footage, thanks, Nick, I'll look at it. You think about what prevents you. So Look at things like this in a different way. The way that I've been able to predict where fire goes and what it does is I don't have the wrong way of thinking. The wrong way of thinking is, how would a fire spread? What does it need to spread? Don't think about that. All fires are going to spread. It's their destiny. They grow, they move, and they spread. What stops them? Think about it in the correct way, and you could figure out, is the fire going to stop, right? Is this place really in danger? What stops a fire? It runs out of fuel, right? So is it going to run out of fuel? What stops a fire? Impassable terrain, like an ocean, right? Sheer cliff wall face, something like that. A river gigantically wide, something like that. What stops fire? You know, things like fire lines and whatnot. They have to be complete. They have to be ready. They have to be stellar compared to, you know, what happens. What else stops fire is the weather. Torrential rain, right? Blizzard, no. So why did I call for the evacuation of Tahoe early? 24 hours plus before CAL FIRE and Forest Service did. Everything in me wanted to say, oh, that can't reach Tahoe. Because I just love Tahoe, right? I just couldn't imagine it. My heart was just, when I saw the fire go up Lover's Leap, this giant cliff face that it climbed, because there was a ladder there were trees up the cliff face. I kept telling people that's not a barrier, it's a big cliff face, but look at all the trees that go up it. I had people under such delusions that they saw the same thing I was looking at. They saw the same thing I was looking at and told me the trees weren't there. Like, that's how much emotions were interfering with their judgment. It's unbelievable. You can go back, you can rewind, you can find the date that this happened, you can watch the stream, you can verify it. I'm going, oh my God, I don't know what to say to people. People are telling me that fire can't reach Tahoe, it can't go past this point because it's all impassable terrain. It's all rocky cliff faces, and I got on Google Maps, said not only have I been there, and you're wrong, but look, and I showed them they're wrong. There are trees that go up certain parts of these rocky outcroppings. And no, it's solid rock. No, it isn't. Everything in my own heart, once I saw it climb up that, said that this can't be real. And I wanted to just go back to bed. It was like 2 a.m. Dusty Smokes and others, yeah, the firefighters in the chat, like Dusty and Cognito I think was there, some others. I said, for God's sake, guys, please tell me that I'm wrong here, but there's nothing stopping the fire from reaching Tahoe. The lines are incomplete. They were building lines. They're not complete. They can't be complete yet. And it already climbed up Lover's Leap. So there's nothing that stops it from taking down Sierra Tahoe and then going to Echo Summit. And from that great peak, if the wind's blowing right, the fire will go directly to Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe. So there's nothing that stops it. So it's going to happen. So we called for the evacuation now. Give people the warning now at 3 a.m. and just spread the word. It's time. It's time to go. I really, really wanted to find something that meant that this was impossible, and because I love Tahoe, and it wasn't there. I tell you, I even argued with the firefighters because I was caught in that emotional thing where my heart was making decisions. Logic said so, do something else. The people who came in and continuously argued with me and said the fire's not going to reach Tahoe, can't reach Tahoe. We're trying to think of what would it take for the fire to do that. And they were thinking wrong. So it makes all the difference in the world the way you think about a situation. Now, I think there were plenty of CAL FIRE people and plenty of Forest Service and plenty of just plain citizens who could see that this was true. And if they didn't complete fire lines, yes, it was going to go east if it climbed Lover's Leap. There's nothing stopping it. It was moving too fast every day. And it was extreme drought conditions, blah, 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 blah. But the evacuation did not happen. And I said they're wrong. 6 o'clock news, just now many, many hours later, 29,000 people were in the chat that day. Something crazy. The chat was just going insane. It was going by so fast I couldn't read it. I said, everybody stop talking or you're banned. That was the first time that we had to do a serious fire topic only chat ban thing. Like, I had all the mods and it took all the mods. Like, it took like 30 mods to control chat. I said, only people with new information about the fire can talk, or you're just banned. Okay, we don't have time for this crap. And we watched the 6 o'clock update. I was like, why haven't they called for evacuation yet? I said, everybody should be going. There's only 3 roads out. This could be a mass fatality event like Paradise, which only had three roads out, because one by one they're going to shut. If the fire comes to Tahoe, that's going to be up to the wind. The wind blows away from Tahoe, it will survive. If it blows towards it, it will not. It's not defensible. There's trees all over the place, looming over every building. And this is a mega fire. This is not fooling around. It's too many neighborhoods without a fire hydrant. Not enough water trucks and not enough firefighters in the world that can defend us. So just go. And we sat there, we watched the 6 o'clock update. 6 p.m. And I'm like, why haven't they called for evacuation? 6 p.m. they told the people of South Lake Tahoe, they mentioned the E word. Somebody at the end had a question or something, if I recall this right. Like, are we going to be evacuated? And they said, oh, we'll let you know. And I almost choked on my own tongue. I almost had a seizure. I almost had a seizure right on the spot. I found out later the reason that they didn't evacuate people at 6 p.m., even though they probably wanted to, was it has to be approved. Somebody, some pencil pusher in Sacramento or something has to approve it. I said, I don't know what the hell's wrong with this bureaucracy or whatever the hell's going wrong here, but they're wrong. Evacuate. And the people are still arguing with me. I said, you're going to be asked to evacuate. You're going to. There is no getting around this. But they're going to do it in the middle of the night, I guess. Sure enough, 10 p.m. after everybody had gone to sleep, after everybody took their hearing aids out, everybody put their phone on mute, after everybody turned the TV off so the emergency TV thing didn't come by. That's when they decided to issue a mandatory evacuation of South Lake Tahoe. They went to try to knock on the doors of 23,000 people at 10 o'clock at night. I'm not a special person. I'm not a psychic. I have weird things happen to me, but I'm not a psychic that just, I don't get divine inspiration about this. It's just logic. And I'm wrong. I'm a human being. I can be wrong. Philosophically, I'm a student. I will always be just a student. But I've never regretted studying it and learning how to be more logical. I've never regretted it. Several thousand people left Tahoe early. Said thank you. Sure enough, there's a traffic jam the next day that took 9 hours to evacuate the damn town. And if the fire had moved faster, if the wind had picked up greater, there would be a mass fatality event with no question. One by one, each road did close from east to west until there was only one way out, a narrow one way out towards Nevada. The wind swept it over Echo Summit, And it raced across Christmas Valley, just jumped over to the other side of this really big canyon. And it hit the Nevada border. And in Nevada, Minden, which is so many miles away, giant chunks the size of dinner plates of ash and burned up debris landed because the fire is so big that it sucked up burning debris 3,000 feet up high into the air, even further perhaps. From it was already at Echo Summit, which is what, 7,000 feet or so, 6.5. So pieces of the Caldor fire landed in Nevada, deep into Nevada. I don't know about this drone footage. I can't tell the difference between this drone footage of this fire and lava. This is unreal. And by the way, why is somebody flying a drone over a fire? That's not legal. This better be official. Somebody from a Maui Luxury Real Estate LLC just uploaded this. Where'd this come from? I don't know if this is a hoax or what. If you fly a drone, they can't fly in emergency personnel. They ground the planes because this will cause a plane to crash. A helicopter. This isn't funny. Yeah, this guy's flying directly over a spreading fire, a raging wildfire. I am not happy with what I'm seeing here. This better be. Yeah, it's a fire. Wow. This better be with the permission of the people there. This better be somebody who had a drone, walked up to the fire crews, which I don't know how you do at this point, and asked permission and said, "Can I help you?" This better be that. Otherwise, this person needs to be in handcuffs. I cannot imagine that there's not a flight restriction. It is illegal to the max to fly a drone over a wildfire. The Weather Channel. Mandy Carranza of the Weather Channel is saying, Clint, is this footage current? Thanks. TheWeather.com would like to feature your content. To give us permission, please respond with yes and agree to our terms of service here. Yeah, you know what? This kind of content would usually pay journalists or civilians thousands of dollars for this kind of footage, like 10,000. Somebody just says, yeah, go ahead and use my footage. You're an idiot, by the way. You just flushed all your money down the drain because they'll share it. They'll make the money. They'll monetize it because that's what the terms of service is. And then they'll sell the footage to the other outlets around the world like CNN and stuff. They'll make $500,000 off it, and you're an idiot. Clint Hansel of Maui Luxury Real Estate LLC is saying Owen was wiped out, total devastation. Yeah, and if you grounded the aircraft, like that might need to evacuate people right now, you're a son of a... Wow. Really hoping that this was to help the situation, but all right, I'm going to pause it so I can get away with that. I'm going to show you what I'm pissed off about. Look, flying a drone directly over a wildfire. And please post any footage you have in the comments below of fires on the island. Please explain the severity because people aren't understanding how bad it is. Yeah, that's fine. Don't fly a drone. Putting this on here for the public record. This could be evidence if this person has done this. I can't believe it. Another big one above Kula Ace Hardware. It looks like a Linn fire is still going also. I see another one just started down towards Paya. See, this is what you don't want. It's public to think, oh, this is a great way to get ideas. He's encouraging people, not directly, to fly a drone over things like he's doing. Like, look at this weather channel. It's like, yeah, can we use our footage? And he says yes. Okay, so this is either a hoax. This may be a different event. It's getting lots of likes, lots of clicks, lots of attention now. Could be a hoax. We don't have verification. Look at this. This image could be anywhere at night, right? Hoping it's a hoax. That somebody didn't just fly a drone over an active wildfire. Really hoping. The balls of people. That's right. The aircraft is grounded due to hurricane winds. This is fake. Fake. Right. I totally forgot there was a hurricane. So how is this drone in the air? Mine can't handle more than 50-mile-an-hour winds. It's really a good wind handler. It's highly rated for that. It's kind of an imitation DJI Phantom 2, made by Xiaomi, the Mi drone. It has better self-stabilization technology in it than the Phantom 2, so I bought it for that reason. There were tests. Phantom's like struggling in 12-mile-an-hour winds, and the kind that I bought was okay in 15. This is bull. There's nothing in here in the footage. That screams high winds to me. Now that you pointed that out, remember, I didn't have my coffee. I have enough coffee. Maybe I did load the decaf. That smoke is awful tame, isn't it, for the hurricane force winds? I'm gonna call this fake. Because I can't see how this could be real. Good thing you pointed that out. We were all duped for a second, even I was, because my, why I was duped? My rage got in the way of my logical thinking. See, I am a human being. I am completely vulnerable to letting my passions and emotions get in the way of reasoning. There are two things that make smart people stupid. Well, three, really. It's anger and fear. The two emotions are the most toxic. That's why Stoics say those are the two you have to suppress the most. Sure, don't be a robot. You could feel anger and stuff and fear, but then get over it for a moment. Calm yourself down. Put on your analytical eyes. Put on the little. You can even visualize it. Just sort of picture yourself being like an analyst, like wearing a white lab coat. You got a clipboard. You push your nerdy glasses up over the brim of your nose. In your, I would tie my hair back, and I'm now in nerd mode. I'm not the hot chick anymore. Kidding. And so now, look at the situation. Does this make sense? Doesn't seem to. How would the drone? First of all, this is smooth footage. There's no way to identify where this is because there's no buildings. Maybe it's not even Hawaii. It's possibly, yeah, there's a big chance this is not even Hawaii. Very, very flat, isn't it, this terrain to be Hawaii? So where's this supposed to have been? North Kihei Fire? Where's this supposed to have been? Where is North Kihei? I don't see anything that looks flat. Do you? Looks like a mountain, which is what Hawaii is. Bunch of underwater mountains that broke the surface. See the value of logic. Calm your tits. I tell people to chat, calm your tits. I gotta calm my tits. My tits are excited. Gotta calm them. Hold on to your butts and calm your tits. Okay. I'll take my advice. Calling fake on this, and they even duped the Weather Channel too, so don't worry about it. Yep. BS. I'm sorry. Which one of my million tabs was that on even? Is here's the reality. Here's the reality. Is there still winds going on? What's the wind like? Let's look at windy. They're calming. They're not calm. Stop that. Stop that. So it says Wednesday. It is Wednesday now. That was the 9 to 2 a.m. What about live? You know, that's what I hate about Windy is like hit the live button. Just show me what's happening right now. Thanks. Okay, so this will loop 9 to 3 a.m. But see, it goes into the future because it's like a predictive thing, which drives me up the wall. Yeah, like it's Wednesday at 8 p.m. already. What the hell? What's live? Live, what's happening right now? What's the current wind speed right now? Stupid app. That's why I hate Windy. Oh, right, island. There we are. Behind it. 13-mile-an-hour sustained winds with 42-mile-an-hour wind gusts. A drone is not gonna be stable in this. And there's no flat area here. Like, is the fire over here in a flat area? Satellites say no. Maybe it's flatter. Where does he say it's supposed to be? North Kihei Fire. Now that could be the fire. This is a still image though. Somebody can be on a mountaintop or something taking this. I really hope this isn't a drone shot. That's right. Hurricane force winds. I would think though it's calm enough to have the firefighters in the air now. If it calmed down enough for a drone to take flight, remote possibility, this is possible. Still doing really bad. It's got to be a flight restriction. Maybe I can check on my own drone app. See if there's a flight restriction. I'm sure there is. There was a response on the chat that she had hoped he'd do the drone, so it seems that it's plausible. Yeah. On Maui, Rick says there's a large flat area of land connecting both the mountains. Okay. Possible, but immoral. So this is not the one over by the town. Totally immoral. If it's calm enough for your drone to take flight, then they can't do this. Even the Weather Channel is like, is this footage current? Because the way that this could be legal is this stuff right here. Nice and calm smoke, right? I can't play much of it. I'll get a copyright thing or whatever. You see, I just want you to see that the smoke, they're not this kind of winds right now. You have lights off in distance. Too bad Facebook gets rid of XF data. That will tell you the GPS. But it scrubbed it. So we couldn't like save it and look at that. But I'm having trouble buying that this is the fierce hurricane force wind we're seeing. I would think if this is that area, a different occasion. It would be legal to fly the drone if you had permission to observe something like a control burn. Or if you're like filming lava that caused a fire, maybe. No, there's no point in fighting a fire caused by lava. Some other occasion. If this is taking it now and it's not explicitly granted permission by firefighters, I'm pissed. I'm really pissed. The whole encouraging other people to do this too. Approximately how far away from Monsanto was this? 2 or 3 miles. Where's Monsanto? What's Monsanto? I guess there. Why isn't there a heat detection? I mean, unless it didn't find it. Got a tiny one. Is this where Monsanto is? Help me out, people who've been there. I wish I had gone to Maui, Rick. Yeah, I'm envious of you. Big Al says I could be wrong, but I think it really does narration explaining the wind. It's looking at the fire near the center of the island, moving to the west, and god damn it, why, dude? Why? Flying over it. Looking at it is one thing, it's bad enough because, you know, the firefighting aircraft, they do wide circles. So that's why you can't have it anywhere near it. There's been some legal cases of using a drone over specific structure fires. Now that flying drones at night is legal, used to not be. Oh, I'm not crucifying anybody. Like, hey, big dog, how are you? No. I'm not here to like be like, oh my god, chat, you're wrong, be embarrassed. I'm not. I'm trying to figure out this puzzle now. And if I should be enraged. I shouldn't if he is helping. It's possible this person is just helping the situation. Walked up to fire crews and said, can I help you? I got the footage. If they approved it, that's okay. I would say, though, this person has a responsibility to explain. I was allowed to do this, but otherwise this is illegal and immoral. It grounds aircraft, puts pilots in danger. It's not a joking matter. Pilots are dead a couple of days ago from mid-air collision. Drones are a real threat to them, too. It's just, let's not make their job any more dangerous. What if it's aircraft that needs to go rescue people? The Dixie Fire, supposedly, aircraft were grounded on like day 1 or 2 because of a drone sighting near Polga. I don't know if that's true, but it is a completely serious matter, and to just randomly tell other people, get other pictures too, is encouraging this kind of behavior. You got to be explicit, like, please don't fly a drone like I did. I got special permission. I would respect it. Owen wiped out and total devastation. Okay. I just generally don't show this kind of stuff for a reason. I'm contributing to the problem if I just gave a person wanting attention, didn't I? Let's go back to what we can verify. Not happy with that, especially money is made off of that. There's a couple of reasons why people do fly drones near wildfires, even though they're not supposed to. The first reason is innocent I'm worried about the situation. I want to know what's going on, so I want to take a look. It's amazing what a drone can see when you put it in the air. It's incredible. Like I flew in my own backyard, and I saw things I had never seen before. I went to a friend's house in California, flew the drone up, and at 400 feet, there was a cemetery we never even knew about with pioneer graves in it. No roads to it, whatever, just weeds growing around it. We could see it from the air. I'm like, what is that little building? I put the drone down, and it was a crypt. Like, whoa, it's Pioneer Gold Rush abandoned cemetery. Whoa. So you can see for miles. You can totally get a good perspective. You could get a lot of good information that can help the situation. But the problem is you have to let other aircraft know where you are. They have to know exactly where your drone is. And right now, drones don't have transponders like aircraft do, so they're blind to you. They can't see your little white thing that's the size of a toaster. In fact, when other aircraft are flying, they did a bunch of studies on even an entire airplane, a couple, like half a mile or 2 miles away, looks like a seagull. So if you are 2 miles away from an airplane flying something the size of a toaster, you're invisible until they're right up on you and it's too late for them to evade you. In fact, they'll probably never see it. It's like bird strike, you know. Bird strike is usually never avoided. It can't happen. By the time you see it, they're in front of you. The airplane routes kind of avoid some of the international flyways of the birds where they migrate. But it occasionally happens, you know. Jesus, it's still. I think what we're seeing is a fire in the hills plus fire in the city too, down by the beach, still raging. I don't know where this camera's looking. I think I should have done this before. We should have gotten a handle on what this is looking at. The point is about the drone is you can help situation. I give advice all the time. Take your drone, charge it up, walk up to the people in charge if you can without getting in the way and hand it to them and say, here it is, but if you want me to pilot it, can I help in some way? And they will tell the pilots, okay, don't come around us in this spot for 15 minutes, right? That's usually the amount of time your battery will last if it's not high winds. Or don't go below 400 feet, because usually 400 feet is about as high as you could take it without special permissions. And a lot of them are just unstable past 400 feet anyway. You can help the situation. You can help it out. But if they don't know and somebody sees it, somebody says it on the radio, they're going to ground all flights for hours until they try to find and make sure the drone isn't there. So if somebody sees it or knows about this and says there's a drone in the area, like even if they see it on Facebook and they went, whoa, somebody flew a drone over this fire, this can ground a vehicle, this can ground aircraft 4 to 6 hours. You don't know what kind of damage you'll be doing. Mostly the motivations for drone flying are innocent, like I want to take a quick peek, hopefully no one will see this, see if my house is in danger or whatever. That's usually the way it is. The second thing is people are somehow unaware that you can't do this, and they don't even know wildfire is there. They just see smoke, and they're like, oh, that's weird. Let's go see what that is. They launch the drone, right? Drone software in the phone is supposed to prevent you, but it takes a while for the officials to notify FAA and whatever of a no-fly zone, so to speak. And then it goes to the software on people's phones, and the drone can't launch. Like it won't. It says not allowed, can't launch. So if somebody's already out in the middle of nowhere and they don't have the internet, they may launch with being completely unaware, right? Sometimes it's innocent and it's brief. And then there's the malicious, I don't give a crap about humanity, I'm all in it for myself, I don't care. what the rules are. Screw the rules. I'm an outlaw. Kind of. I do what I want, and I'm curious, so I'm going to do what I want. Or I'm going to impress somebody like my girlfriend here. Check this out. You see this wildfire? And the other nefarious reason is I want to sell this footage and make a lot of money. Once in a lifetime footage, exclusive footage, because everybody else paid, obeyed the rules. There's that kind of thing. All right. So this is called Maui Ocean Center. Should have done this in the first place. I'm quite tired, friends. I didn't mean to be awake at all. It's 4 in the morning. Just looking at key high. There's a lighthouse. Would a lighthouse have a cam? I didn't think he was looking at key high. There's no heat detections there. I was looking at the high net. Is there more than one of these sites? Am I at the wrong spot? Am I totally confused? Because I just tired. I've never been to Hawaii. Don't know what I'm looking at. I just said I is tired. I'm not tired. I'm just running on adrenaline. Is there more than one of these? What was my confusion here? Maui Ocean Center? Visit. Visit. Is like a map? Visit. Tickets, field trips. About? Park map. Where is this? Okay, that's nice. And people who have been to Hawaii, is this a cool place to visit? Not that I'll ever go there. I'm poor. There we go. Yeah. What are we looking at then? Should have asked you guys. What? Okay, chat. I didn't know about this drama. Oh dear. I wasn't meaning to start a riot. Just because I'm pissed off for a moment. Oh dear. Scan says cameras facing east across the bay, but Lahaina is west around the volcano. Yeah, so what are we looking at? What fire are we seeing on this particular camera? I thought it was, God, sorry guys, I thought this was Lahaina. From distant, like. Because their camera may not be located at the same place as their center, unless I'm super confused. Okay, chat. The drone laws in Hawaii. What's wrong with that link? Okay. The live cam you're watching is the other side of the volcano from the town that burnt. Yeah, I do. Cheryl says drones are allowed in Hawaii for recreational use, commercial use, right? And subject to the FAA. Yeah. Okay. Nick says I just posted a comment on the link questioning drone laws. Maybe they will respond. Okay. Cheryl says, Catherine, I agree about laws are necessary. All I did was click on Nick's link and it looked horrendous. That's okay. I'm glad that you shared this with me because we may have caught a crime. Yeah, nothing is wrong here. I'm very grateful that you guys are telling me. I'm barely functional. I'm just getting over this. I'm still not quite getting over whatever sinus infection thing I've got. I'm sorry, I'm not more with it. It is 4 in the morning. So what exactly, what fire are we seeing? Home. It's a bigger version. Now, the Ocean Center, Underwater Live Feed, Madagascar, Glacier Run, Georgia Aquarium. Yeah, those are cool places. Rhino Yard. That's related location. That's where the center is. I'm just okay. We are having up to date. I'm so sorry you got harassed, Nick. You don't deserve to be harassed. If the fire's not in Key High, what are we watching burn down? That looked like civilization on fire, like burning to the water's edge or something. They're saying Owen is gone. What's Owen? What's Monsanto? I don't know this place. This place called Kula looks like it got it. It possibly has got it. Ukalani. We should be looking at the news and get some clarity. There's a reason I don't cover Hawaii. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. I just can't sleep once I heard this was happening. You know what I did? I got on to say that there's a level 2 evacuation update, and I can't ignore Oregon. Make sure there's nothing crazy happening in Oregon while I'm looking over here. Okay, Linn County, as far as watch duty is concerned, does not have any change in the evacuation status of the Wiley Fire in Linn County, Oregon. Nor do I see a recent update on the Lookout Fire nearby. Nor do I see any new info on Bedrock. Salmon, 6 hours ago is its last update as well. Priceboro is like a done deal. Jefferson County's 0617 RV fire has no watch duty people looking at it, but it looks like it was probably like an RV, like a recreation vehicle or something. Wildfire doesn't have any recent updates at all. I don't see anything new happening to California. Some little thing by Oxnard. Something up by Seattle, by Olympia. Chehalis Trail Fire. There was a 20-acre fire. Just doing a quick look-see. What could we actually be looking at, friends, in this Maui thing then? Let me go back to chat. Yeah, Nick, try to forgive them. Even if they are wrong. Or at least don't be pissed off, and don't let them piss you off. Because people who are in emotional hell or whatever are going to lash out. So let it roll off you. However, people who are evil too would also lash out at you. People who don't give a, But that's brave of you, Wait, they're F-bombing you? I don't know. That's really fucking emotionally uncalled for. Gan says, I think we're seeing the hotspots from the middle of the island and not the far west. Yeah. But doesn't it look like it's at the water line across the bay? Whoa. The camera's gone nuts, says hand tilt aberration. So we're blind. Other than the satellite, we're blind to what's going on. The Lahaina, their power and stuff is down. They were saying that. That makes sense. that this spot's got power. I was just hoping that, just like the alert wildfire cams, they have extreme zoom. You're right, they can't look around a mountain. I was hoping it'd be like a tip thing. I assumed here that it was like over here. I assumed it was panning around and zoomed to this location, and then my assumption was bad. You know what they say about assumption. Makes an ass out of you and me. So I don't think Kihai is burning down. So if this has not reached the ocean, the hell are we seeing? I mean, it looked like it was going to the ocean. See? See how there's no lights over there? Like, that's the hills. But remember all the red here to the right where the lights were. Do you remember over here? You can see my cursor, right? I hope. Remember how the fire was there? So I assumed it had just run into a town to the water's edge, just taken down or downtown. All right, I'm going to look back at Twitter. And I'm going to look back to this damn video and refresh the comment section. 18 more comments. Not most relevant. I'm going to turn on all comments now. Can I share this with our firefighters with VC? Wildfire World. Wildfire World personal blog. mywildfireworld.com. Global firefighter community. I'll look at that later. Yes, the answer. Hi, Clint. I hope you're very well. I'm very sorry this is happening to your community. I'm a journalist with Associated Press. I sent you a private message. You could kindly check your inbox. Message request. When it's safe to do so. Thank you. This person named Heather Barnett says not a great photo, but this is around 11:15 p.m. evacuating from Sugar Beach on the highway. There's a different picture. Sorry, I'm doing this off screen. Photo taken 11:18 looks much better now from Kia. Some photos as seen from Wailuku Heights, seen towards upcountry. Somebody sharing photos. Thanks. Does everybody know? Okay, a person. No street. NOE street. Is that what they're saying? ST. I don't know what this is. Someone says I can see this fire. Another big one above Kula Ace Hardware. Looks like Linn fire is still going also. And I see another starting towards Paya. Hard to tell exactly the location. I'm looking down from Keokea. Okay. Approximately how far away from Monsanto was this? Once again, I have no idea where Monsanto is. This is 2 to 3 miles. This was an hour ago. Somebody says, thank you for the info. This is a very scary situation. It's a shame the EMS is not able to give residents pertinent info. Yes, it is. Like I said, a lot of the drone launches are people trying to get info for themselves. Usually they're not dumb enough to post it. They did something illegal, but you know. The bright ones are Maui Brewing. Yeah, somebody says, are those lights north of Kihai houses in the Kiawahine area? Yeah, Wahine. I don't know how to say these things. The bright ones, the bright lights are Maui Brewing. And that's not what we're looking at. It's in the drone shot. I don't see your comment, Nick. So if they were cursing you out, I don't see it. They must have deleted it. I don't know. Can you delete stuff? Overview and comments. I don't see what you wrote. Okay, looking back to chat. Okay, Nick says the outskirts of Lahaina town going up towards the mountain is all houses, so probably where the house is on fire. Big homes. Jeez. Scan says meaning that the second town burning. God. Sugar Beach is what you're looking at. Thank you, Scan. Are you there currently? What's your connection to Hawaii? This is awful to watch. Damn, Nick. Cheryl says cope and paste. Cope and paste. That's the coolest typo of that I've heard recently. Cope and paste, man. Right now, if somebody's like upset and stuff, the old insult used to be deal with it. Now it's cope. Okay, scan says cameras facing east across the bay, behind is west, around it. Yep. Okay. Yeah, this is a scary situation. Look at the wind gusts. This is why I was doubting that that drone could fly like that. All right, I'm gonna go check the Twitter. Now, I was on Lahaina. I'm gonna now click Maui. Like, that's a different feed. Once again, at K Wildfires is my Twitter. The Lahaina Civic Center evacuation site's been moved to Maui Preparatory, which we've been explaining. Residents of the Kihei Community Center evacuation site have been relocated to Maui High School. Yeah. The county of Maui posted that, so I think we're safe to show this photo without copyright. Works of the United States government are not subject to copyright. Dear God. So I don't know if you recognize the street name that says Hokio, I don't know, Okayokayo Place. I'm hoping that I got close to it. It's a major intersection. I just shared this, didn't I? I did, right? Okay, I'm sharing this at K Wildfires. County of Maui combined update as of noon. Yeah. Why is it dark? But it's saying 12:40 p.m. Did they mean a.m.? I don't know what's going on anymore. Hawaiian Electric advises residents to stay at least 30 feet away. Yep. This is burning my eyes and my retinas. We're going dark mode. Okay. I'm going to put this. God, that's a really long address. We'll see if it fits in chat. I know you said copy, but it's still funny, Cheryl. Yeah, it's okay. It means the second town is burning. God. Yeah. Kula, right? You should screenshot it. That's uncalled for. I had that happen to me on Facebook. So there have been a couple people in my life that, for no reason, caught rabies and attacked the living crap out of me in public and encouraged people to, block me, ban me. told the public I was a terrible person. We all know about the other one, the one that happened on Firestream, right? Before I even did Firestream, there was some history. This is about the point is this is the importance of screenshotting stuff when you've been abused, because you know what these people who abuse you do? They go and claim to be the victim. And if I had screenshot a little bit more, I would have been able to destroy this person earlier. I can destroy this person and just expose him for lying beepity beep he is. And I kind of did that. I have not made a video destroying him, but I will. That's coming down the pipe. I got too busy with Firestream, right? But when somebody lies about me, that's libel and slander. If it interferes with my ability to make money, that is a lawsuit. But yeah, you have to prove you lost money, like you lost clients or whatever, that the lies cost you money. And so, unless you can prove that, libel and slander suits oftentimes don't go anywhere. But that works in my favor too. I can prove that I was a lying sack of beep, then he cannot sue me for libel and slander against him, because guess what? Libel and slander is, it's lies meant to hurt another person. Untruths, stuff you cannot back up. Accusations. That's why the media goes so bends over backwards to say stuff like alleged, suspected, right? I got to be that careful too. All I have to do is explain, this is my opinion, this is my suspicion. You're safe. This is the rumor. You can't go around saying, I know that person murdered that child or raped a child or whatever. Bad, right? You can't say that. You're going to get your ass sued off. Because it's just your opinion. But rumors hurt. So what happened with this? I was at a history Facebook page running it with the lady who founded it, was having a hard time. Now it was getting popular. She was having a hard time moderating. So I volunteered to be a moderator. I explained a couple things, like if you want to protect historic sites, can't allow people to post the locations. It has to be extremely vague, extremely like the state, like it happened in Oregon, happened in Washington. That's it. Do not allow people to post locations. Do not allow people. This is Facebook. There's billions of people on Facebook, okay? And it's there forever. You lose control of it. People share, people right-click save, people screenshot, people download. Okay, it's too late. Put the horse back in the barn, right? When they get out, the cat's out of the bag. So I said, to protect these vulnerable history sites, which is what the site was about, we must have a lot of moderators that approve posts for people, and people have to read the rules. Be as vague as possible, unless it's like an obvious, like state park. Like nobody has to hide the location of Lewis and Clark's recreated cabin, right? Fort Clatsop. No, it's not really a fort. Just where Lewis and Clark stayed the winter when they first discovered the way to the West Coast, right? And they're not the original historic site. They're like recreated cabins, right? So there's security there. It's protected, even if people went there to do harm to the site. But you don't Facebook a place, which means show a cool, vulnerable location that hasn't been trashed yet, and tell people who are total strangers, especially not the entire goddamn internet, where to go and how to get to it. Because the average time it takes between that site being completely trashed and becoming a looted party site and destroyed, the average time it takes between somebody posting that on social media and it happening is less than 6 weeks. It may have been protected for hundreds of years, but now it's trashed. Good case in point is a couple of powerhouses in the Snake River, and not one speck of graffiti. Somebody said it was a powerhouse in the Snake River. Well, there's only so many of those. Somebody put two and two together, and then the next photos we were seeing now has graffiti. Somebody drew a goddamn fish in it. The first person who applies graffiti, the rest of them think it's okay. The first person is the worst offender. And it went from being a perfect museum, pretty much unattended, because nobody lives on the Snake River. It's extremely remote. It went from being a perfect time capsule museum to a trashed inner city hellhole with drug needles, graffiti. Got looted. It had all these copper motors and stuff. So you know how the meth heads love that. Unattended, gigantic generators and stuff from the turn of the century. So these rules exist for a reason. And so I was the one who convinced the lady to enforce these rules, change them. I was one of the moderators. So this guy comes along. He seemed ordinary, seemed like the kind of person I might like, kind of a kindred spirit. He's kind of like a ghost towner, right? Meaning somebody who seeks out knowledge about abandoned settlements, seeks to document them, writes about them, interview old timers about them, film them, explain them, right? Education. It's very hard to skate that fine line. You can't reveal so much about a location that people figure out where it is if it's vulnerable. So the taboo is, unless there's like a 24-hour guard or like there's fencing or there's a reasonable expectation that can be protected by the locals, you don't reveal its location and enough details for people to figure it out. You have to be really careful. Even if high tension power lines are like in the distance of back of your photo, there's enough people who are smart enough to notice that and look at CalTopo and look where power lines are. That is bugging me right now. This what we're watching. That red flashing is bothering me. I think it's vehicle lights. Like, I'm not sure though. I think it is. I think it's like rotating, a red light rotating on a vehicle. But it so much looks like fire that it's bothering me. And I want this camera to turn around. When it's live, I can't control it. I don't know. Anyway, the point is that I saw a guy make his first post, and he didn't read the rules, obviously. And before you can even join and be a member, you have to read these rules. He clicked through it, skipped it. So what he uploads is, not only is it a ghost town, right, and completely vulnerable, it's a video of him and a whole bunch of still images too, but it's a video of him that was loaded on YouTube. He goes over to the Willamette River. I forget which river it is. I think it's the Willamette. And he's like drove up to it. So he gets the camera, cell phone, I think, gets out of his vehicle. He says, I'm at the intersection of this and that street. Oh, okay. And it seemed like a regular neighborhood, you know, like, oh, okay, is there something vulnerable here? I guess it's protected, but it's not really. Kind of, you know, it's like a big empty grass field sort of thing by the riverside, like a park or something, but there's something different about it. Like there weren't any picnic tables or anything. It had a mound on it. So he says exactly where he is. And then he shows a map. Like, here's the map of my phone. Like he shows a topo map. Here's exactly where I am. Like X marks the spot. I'm sure that's very helpful for educational videos where that's appropriate. But what he said next just chilled me to the bone. Because what I'm about to show you is an Indian burial site. I've already dug in it a little bit. He's saying stuff like this, right? I verified there's artifacts here. So he walks over to the site. It's like showing it. And so here's where the Indians, okay, we're back to the fire. You can see it now back on the cam. Jeez. We're going to look at CalTopo in a second, see if we got a satellite update. The towns of Kula and whatnot may be burning down right now. Anyway, I'm sorry. I like go on about these subjects because at night that's what I do. I just sort of tell a story. You can't stop talking or people tune out. They think show's over. Most people are listening rather than watching. And maybe I shouldn't do this so much, but point is, hey Big Al, have a good night. I might be on tomorrow. Oh, you did screenshot it? Good, good. This is the point. I'm making is this guy did the unthinkable. He did the taboo. He's explaining exactly where to go to an Indian burial site. He says he's already confirmed artifacts are there. I suppose that's by digging what I guess it's libel and slander if I don't verify that, right? So I think that he already dug it. But he explained where everything is. And he explains the reason it's a mound is blah, 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 that there's so many layers of so many history of the Indians using this place over time. And it's a sacred blah, 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 blah. And I said, oh my God. Not only is this breaking the rules, but I calmly talked to him. I did not allow the post. I said, well, I deleted it. You've got to change some stuff. I said, you can post some still photos, that doesn't show stuff in the background. And I said to him, not only are the rules pretty important, like this will get looted. I was just calmly talking to him because most people have the best of intentions. When I started out, I wanted to make sure that the locations of cemeteries were never lost again. Some of them get lost, like we can't find them anymore. There are some cemeteries like Dolph Cemetery they are lost. Nobody can find them anymore in Oregon. And they're mentioned a bunch of times in the distant past, but they're lost. And this sucks. I mean, somewhere in the brush, there's these graves, and if we don't know where it is, like it could be they could pave a road right over it, And this is history, and these people's relatives. So I went out with good intentions when I first started out as a kid. I'm gonna take my GPS, Garmin, and go and, I meant for like my own purposes, not for showing the world. And so I whipped out my GPS when a local in California showed me a pioneer cemetery, and the local freaked out. He goes, "No, God, no! Don't tell the public where this is. This has already been vandalized. People have stolen the tombstones. Look at that. The wind picked up and the fire blazed up too." I thought earlier it's getting better. It's not. Fire at Maui is not getting any better. All right, I'm gonna look at current winds. Let's see if Wendy has got some update. We need to look back at the news. I'm just tired. The point is, Nick, that I calmly explained the rules to him, why it's important, and definitely don't screw over the Indians. The Indians have had almost everything looted in the Pacific Northwest. They used to bury their island, they're dead on islands, and there's only so many islands in Oregon, obviously. Wow, the wind just screwed the camera up. Whoa. I assume that was the wind. It's really gusting. I imagine that every time the camera tries to pivot, it's like not locked, right? On whatever it's on. And so the moment that the lock disengages and a motor is supposed to move the camera, I bet the wind just slams it, spins it. And the only way they regain control is lock it back into a situation or pivot with the wind. We're lucky this camera is functional. Look at these wind gusts. So the moral of the story is I was calm. I was really rational. I first hit the delete button and opened up a chat with him and explained the rules aren't going to change. I'm not the person who runs this site, but the person who runs this site is serious about these rules. I'm enforcing them. I endorse them too. And I was hoping that he would go, oh, I realize that anonymity is the best way to protect things like this. Let's not screw the Indians. Our culture has done too much of that. Let's not do any more. He's a white guy. So I expected I'm sorry, and yeah, I'll obey the rules, and oh my gosh, maybe I should take my YouTube video down because everybody can loot this now. Maybe I should edit it, right? And I asked him to edit. Oh boy, was this guy a freak. the most evil tirade. He posted it live, like on the actual page. Like his new post was, Catherine Davidson is a control freak a-hole. She pretends to be a moderator here, but in reality, she is this monstrous fascist control freak jerk. Not only did she just delete what I did, which is some of the best work I've ever made, the most professional video I've ever made, she told me that I have to change all of my videos and do my business a different way from now on. That is so disgusting. You control freak beep, B word, you know. He goes, spouts off. He's now abusing me. This is against Facebook terms and conditions, right? Not just the page. This stuff that getting banned from Facebook. He's trying to make this business out of his thing, like, oh, I'll explore, you give me money, right? And he goes and starts spouting off about a bunch of stuff I didn't do. Like, I politely asked him to just delete the location information about where this is. I didn't say he was a bad filmer or anything. She's critical of what I do because she's jealous. Wow. And then I realized I was dealing with an emotional 4-year-old or something. Narcissistic personality disorder comes to mind because he's a grown adult, like he's in his 20s at least, behaving like this and shouting from the rooftops. It's all about him. I'm trying to oppress him. And so I tried to screenshot as fast as I could this abuse because he was saying, you're never going to work again. You're going to find out what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to tell everybody about you. I'm going to tell all my people to block you. Nobody's ever going to go around with you. Nobody's going to visit this site again. I'm like, what in the God's name? So I start trying to screenshot this as fast as I can, and I refreshed the page before I got the big screenshot, like I did it wrong. And so the lady who ran the site saw this terrible attack on me, saw how evil it was, deleted it. I'm like, oh no, boss lady, what are you doing? I need this. Oh crap. So I had a couple of private chats, of course, which he can't erase private chat, but he didn't call me the names, and he didn't threaten me in the private chat. It was in the public post that was on the page, which the lady just deleted. So I was exasperated. This was like my bedtime. This was like 10 p.m. or something. So a mutual friend of mine who knew this guy was trying to start tours where people were going to pay him money, then he was going to lead tours to go to historical sites. Oh my God, can you imagine? So this mutual friend of mine, history photographer, I sent her a message, and I said, "This guy's a freak. Did you know, like, he has rabies? Like, I can't believe this. I didn't do nothing to him, and he's going ape. Like, you should have seen the abuse he hurled at me. I'll talk to you about it tomorrow." I should not have talked to her about it tomorrow. I should have posted the screenshots, at least of the chat that I had, and described this better. I described what he was doing. Because the next morning I woke up, I had all kinds of voicemails and stuff saying, have you checked Facebook? You are being shamed by thousands of people that hate you now. Like, you're being called every name under the sun at this guy's page. He had blocked me, of course, so I couldn't see it, but he made a public post and explained that I was this dictatorial a-hole who jumped on, he made a perfectly good video, but I jumped on him because I was so jealous and so evil. And I was trying to tell him how to run his business. And I was telling him his business would fail unless he shot videos the way I wanted him to. I don't really understand it. But that I was micromanaging his video and saying he did everything wrong, that the way he shot his videos, the way he narrated was wrong, and that I was laughing at him for being such an amateur and all this weird stuff. And unfortunately, all these people are believing it. Said, yeah, I blocked her and I blocked that site. Like 500 people are doing this. And so the one friend I had, a mutual friend, goes, "Wait, Catherine's a nice lady. What the hell are you talking about? She wouldn't do any of this stuff. Like, what are you on about? Do you have any proof?" The proof is that she deleted my video off that site, and that's all you need to know. And so I wake up, I go, "What the beep? What the beep?" I had no idea that this petty little beep could actually harm me because I mean, just a little beep head, you know. And so I called my girlfriend up. I said, "You know what he did?" I explained it in full. And so I started sending her the screenshots of the chat. And not only did he do this stuff, he sent a weird friend of his to initiate a chat with me on Facebook. He's like, "Oh man, that guy's a good guy. He has a temper, but you know, he made him mad and that's a mistake. And oh, I know him. He would never want to put any Indian sites in danger and stuff and all that." And I simply did. Can you tell your friend to back the hell off? That this is normal? Like, it's taboo. Like, you do not reveal Indian burial ground sites, man. And the guy played along with me, but he was trying to get information from me. And he wasn't a friendly person, right? So I kept him on the hook for a bit. Like, how do you know this person? And who are you? And why are you talking to me? And it turns out this guy was a white supremacist. And so he was trying to prove that white people settled in North America first. And the Indians were so stupid they were incapable of doing any kind of, you know, sophisticated engineering or anything. I got to the bottom of that and went, oh my God. And then it gets better. Guy believed in the quote underground world. He believes that there's a sun at the center of the world and there's mole people underground and there's giant cities inside of volcanoes and they control the world, right? And they're technologically more advanced, they who control the world, and they're keeping us in like the equivalent of the Stone Age. Like, it's not really 2020, you know, it's actually the year 6565. We think it's 2020 because that's how they mind control us. And like, the guy was mad as a hatter. I went, okay, stop talking to me, please, forever. You guys are quite a pair. So that's why he was encouraging his friend to dig in these Indian sites to prove it was a white man that, you know, made pottery and stuff. Well, so I screenshotted that, sent that to my girlfriend, said that these people are insane. These people are totally insane. And so my girlfriend, I told her not to, don't post this. Exactly. I said, oh yeah, I think I did visit the YouTube video. Let's see if this is on YouTube. Not only was it a Facebook video, it was on YouTube. Let's go look at the weather here. And let's refresh. Not only was it on YouTube, yeah, it said exactly where to find this Indian. He called it a burial ground. I don't know if it's true, but definitely was a sacred Indian site with artifacts. So guess who was in his audience that at first was all over me and attacking me? Some people with Native American blood. So I said, girlfriend, just show them this video. Is this appropriate? This is taboo. You don't do this. So boy, did it turn against him real fast. These people wreck themselves. You don't have to do much. All of a sudden, people are unblocking me and asking him, what in God's name do you think you're doing? Guess what this guy was going to do? He was asking people to buy tickets to his next adventure to go see Indian petroglyphs. And Native Americans do not open this to the public, these particular ones. You have to get permission from the tribal persons involved here. And they escort you to the petroglyphs, make sure that, you know, you don't vandalize them and stuff. And you're supposed to not tell anybody where they are, right? So this was a photo tour, and he planned to film, planned to take photos. Native Americans got word of this, and thankfully they shut him the hell down. His privileges were revoked. It's just a betraying white jerk, you know, the kind of person that disgraces us, embarrasses us. No respect. All about him. How many clicks can I get? Yeah, with a headline like, I found an Indian burial ground, that's going to get a lot of clicks, but you're a bastard. You tell people where to go and dig. Sorry. Moral of the story is take the screenshots when you're getting abused, because it became very clear I wasn't abusing him for crap. And he just exposed himself and ran his mouth. But boy, was he very convincing until my girlfriend arrives, right? Even my girlfriend. Hey, Jack. Hawaii's burning down. Good morning, Sister Golden Hair. This is horrible. Oh, you're live on Rumble? Can I show you a little bit? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Brogan. Hello, people on Rumble. I don't know what Rumble is. What is it? Moral of the story is make sure when somebody's, especially if they're like that, if they are basically a 4-year-old in a man's body, you know, they're abusing you, be calm, document it, because later they just lie about you. They don't have a conscience. If you look at psychopaths, narcissists, and we're talking about the personality disorder, sociopaths, psychopaths, narcissists, sociopaths and psychopaths can sometimes have urges to kill, you know. Now, narcissists generally don't, but if they're mad, they have an urge to destroy you in every way except physically. That's just the way they work. They are, yeah. So I just described a story with a narcissist who tried to get everybody on Facebook to block me and tried to smear my name. When I told him he couldn't post his video of where an Indian graveyard is on the history Facebook page I was helping moderate, because you shouldn't tell people where Indian graveyards are. You just don't do that. So the moral of the story was, because I did screenshot his abuse of me, at least what I could. He first got hundreds of people to block me and the site because he said that I was a dictator, making fun of his videos and calling him an amateur and being a jerk, right? I wasn't. I just said you need to edit your videos so the location is hidden to protect the history and the sacred site. So he lied about me, wake up to like this crazy thing. And even my own girlfriend goes, you must have said something terrible to him to make him that mad. I didn't say crap. So I gave the screenshots of my interaction to my girlfriend, mentioned what he was doing, and he was stupid enough to post his video, not just on Facebook, which, I deleted it, but he put it on YouTube. So on YouTube, he was like, this is where an Indian burial ground is. And so the people who were at first against me, some of them had Native American blood, and boy, did they leap upon him like a pack of hounds, tear him to pieces for not only lying about me, but being evil enough to do this. So that's the moral of the story. Nick just got cursed at because, yeah, he was very covert until exposed. Yeah, he was in a rage. He melted down. Now, unfortunately, when he cursed at me in public on the public site, the lady who ran the site just saw him abusing me and thought, oh, Catherine hasn't seen this yet, so I'm going to delete it because she liked me, she felt sorry for me. I'm like, no, I was screenshotting the evidence. So, the moral of the story is get those screenshots when people are abusing you, because they'll just delete it. Now, the reason that Nick just got yelled at, cursed at, is for an infuriating reason. Somebody flew a drone over this fire in Hawaii. And Hawaii is this is the worst thing I've ever seen. And recently, not really the worst thing I've ever seen. I've seen paradise, but like this year, This town, Lahaina, is rubble and ashes. On my Twitter, I've shared a lot. Now, there's some villages here, small towns that are like Kula here that are probably being absolutely just devastated. The hurricane off of Hawaii, it's just the tail end is kind of sweeping it, but that's enough. I've been to the tail end of a hurricane, and that was insane. We're looking at live video from an aquarium, but it's not looking at the fire right now, but it's a giant wall of flames that was marching across Maui here. And I thought we were looking at Lahaina based on, well, I don't know Hawaii, but we're eventually looking over at east across this bay, things that are over this direction, like here. So what was infuriating is we were trying to get as much info as we could. Like locals are posting horrendously awful stuff on Twitter. Like this is yeah. Sorry, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, that's non-copyrighted. So there's downtown's burning down. People had to be rescued from the ocean. They ran through Lahaina. I'm sorry, I'm saying these things wrong. My throat's bad. Lahaina. They lost their downtown. The fire swept up from the hill area and swept down to the ocean, and people had to be rescued out of the ocean, and from boats and stuff. I don't know if there's any fatalities. There really might be. And it's been going on throughout the night. Current local time was 3 hours behind us, so it's 5 in the morning now, 2-ish there. But it's bad. Yeah, J. Cat says yes, Maui and the National Guard are fighting it. It's been reported on Twitter 4 huge fires. Yeah, in Maui. Yeah, I've never been there. And hi, J. Cat. Thanks for being here. This is awful. I just got a call from a friend of mine in Hawaii. She told me that she lost her house yesterday after having to escape by running into the ocean. She is okay. God. Yeah. So, they probably have to start over with that town. I was trying to point out, even though it's grim, as long as they don't write this off like, oh, this was a freak, it'll never happen again. Look, high winds will happen again, hurricanes will happen again. That town is vulnerable. Look at all these drainages that funnel the wind right off of the mountain. It is looking down the barrel of a gun. I'm trying to get people to look at the landscape to notice the specific vulnerability. I mean, not only is that flash flood kind of vulnerable, but canyons looking right at your town, just like Greenville. That's the barrel of a gun down the slope. It's the only positive thing about the obliteration of this town, at least its downtown core center. The only thing positive is they could rebuild it with firewalls in between the buildings and with rooftop, sprinklers and really big fat water mains and hydrant systems so that they could defend their town in a future event like this. As long as they're real with themselves and not, just that, like, it's a human reaction to think, oh, this will never happen again. Boy, it's never happened before, it'll never happen again, and that was a one-time thing. It won't be. Geographically, it's vulnerable. That means they will, unless the geography changes, this will be primed to happen again. It doesn't matter if it's 100 years in the future. Just think about your grandchildren. That's the most positive thing I can say about that. When you lose everything, at least you can start over and with the knowledge in hand to prevent it again. Where's Hokkaio place? I'm sorry, I'm butchering this. Okay. Okay. No place. Maui. Did I spell it? I didn't. I did. No, I didn't. I added A's. I didn't do it right. Yeah. H-O-K-I-O-K. H-O-K-I-O-K. I'm so tired. H-O-K-I-O-K. Yeah, it's the same spot though. I'd imagine a photograph been taken at this intersection. All right, let's move this over. Is there a there's a tank there now in the picture. Actual like tank of something up there, and there's a raised rail bed. No, we're not looking at the right spot. But this is a major road that looks like a bridge type of thing, and there's a tank. Could be over there. Here. There's a tank right there. See that tank? Propane water or something. Cruise ship. Time capsule. Dry grass. I think Hawaii would be lush all the time. Apparently it can become dry. Okay. It's an old one. Oh, sorry. I was trying to explain why Nick just got cussed out. Nick Giles, our mod. Okay. Well, Cheryl showed a video, and nobody's at fault here. I'm glad this occurred because I got really pissed. I'm now calm. Angry, I mean. Excuse my language. I'm trying to be calm. If I keep using language like that, I won't be calm. Zen. Where's the tank? I can see it on the satellite. There's clearly a tank here, a white tank. It is visible. Okay. That's a mermaid. The little old man's a mermaid. How cute. You see that? It's tiny though. I don't think you guys can see it. What is this blur here? All right. Okay, I'm over fixated on this. Well, maybe the tank is no longer in existence. Whatever. This is where it's at. Ohio Place. I'm gonna nail it one day. You see this white tank? So street view, whatever, not relevant. That's got to be it. Wow, it's an oven in here. Excuse me. I got to put on the air conditioning. My computer is generating enough heat to power a city with steam right now. Okay. All right. So, okay. What information so I can update my panels and guests? Hi there. Everybody listening to Broken Fish on whatever Rumble is. All right. So, have you, what do you know so far, I guess? On my @KWildfires Twitter we've got all the evacuation info. They changed it a little bit. So, yeah, I don't know what the cross street is here. So, County of Maui, they said it's a combined update as of 12:40 p.m. It can't be p.m. I think they mean a.m. Excuse me. So, yeah, here's the heat signatures. These are up to date, 2 minutes old. So red is heat detections big enough to trigger the satellites, which usually means multi-acre fires, like 10 to 20, whatever. So goes satellite. The tail end of this hurricane is sweeping past Hawaii. So the winds should diminish, but just when we thought things were getting better, they weren't. If I could do a refresh, we still got tremendous winds and wind gusts, and we do have a live feed from the aquarium at Maui, a live cam. It's the only thing we've been able to see that's still up. The traffic cams crashed down. Most of the power is out everywhere near the western edge of Maui. The hurricane knocked down a lot of power lines. I don't know if that's the cause. Get away, you stupid black box. What are you doing? What is this? Get away. I don't want you. I don't want to add a new webcam. I don't want to see a webcam. I hate you, Wendy. There. Wind. Jeez. All right. I just clicked on something else. So, you can see the Dora that's the eye. It's moving away. But the damage has been done. It didn't directly strike, but it didn't need to. There's 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts still occasionally happening, where the constant wind speed is anywhere from 20, 25 to 10. It's just really depending in general. So the worst of it, like I said, is on Maui. Not that I know my islands at all, right? So Lahaina is in ruins, as far as we can tell on Twitter. Tremendously sad and shocking footage coming out of Lahaina. The fire swept down off the mountain here, and no time to even evacuate people. People fled for their lives, a lot of them to the ocean. The Coast Guard came around, picked some of them up. Somebody said that a lot of firefighting aircraft and rescue aircraft was grounded due to the hurricane force winds. And so the controversy that just happened where Nick was cussed out in Facebook, excuse me, Nick, our moderator, is over this drone footage, which I can't show too much, but it really pissed me off. So when drones are flying over Wildfire, which is illegal, you have to have explicit permission or it's illegal. When drones are flying over Wildfire, that grounds all the aircraft, and it will be not just for a minute or two. We're talking 3-6 hours at a time until they can verify there's no drones to be safe. So this person comes up on Facebook. Cheryl found this person and posted the link. And at first I was just instantly enraged. I can't show much because it's going to be copyright stuff, right? And then I realized this is probably a hoax, because this doesn't look like hurricane force winds or 65-mile wind gusts. How the hell would a drone even launch? Mine struggles in 15-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So I had extreme doubts if this was for real. It's crystal clear, stable footage. The smoke is not moving around, right? So I was enraged, like, why would you fly a drone over an active wildfire and mess it up? Because nowhere in all of this do they explain, oh yeah, I had permission, or I volunteered to help the local fire teams. Now, this person says, everybody, please post what you have so people understand what's going on. And the Associated Press and weather.com and all these people are saying, oh, can we use your footage? And I'm pissed off because this could ground all the aircraft. And this person is not explaining, oh yeah, I had special permission and they asked me to do this and I'm helping the fire team. They need to explain this if that is true, so that other people don't launch their own drones, because he's asking people to get footage too. Not specifically from drones, but can anybody please post their stuff here? I am pissed off. And no, that's not Lahaina, that's looking towards Kihei. So, the fire's marching towards Kihei, but it hasn't moved. These are some stills. I can't do much of this. I'm just showing you Weather Channel kissing his ass and all these people. And then I'm like, how the hell is this legal, right? Don't encourage people to launch drones and get close to a wildfire and post their own stuff. You know, that's not good. And apparently Nick asked about the laws of flying drones. Here's a private. This is a Beach King. This probably is related to the fire. Beach Kings are oftentimes, air attack or people observing, observation planes. They're only 1,000 feet. They're barely above the water here. The sea, 900 feet. It's probably coming to land, but this gives you an idea that drone maximum height is about 400 feet. And yes, firefighting aircraft do get that low. It's one of the few times aircraft ever get that low. Here's somebody going to Honolulu. Maybe it's not related. But there's aircraft in the air. It's got an earthquake alert. Where was that? 4.1 earthquake somewhere. Let me verify this, not a big deal. Off the coast of Oregon. There's been a lot of 4.0s off the coast of Oregon lately. God, I thought 2020 ended as a year. It never did it? We're in a twilight zone. So the most horrifying stuff is on the Twitter, because I try not to freak people out. This is a sanctuary where people should not be seeing fire traumatic stuff, like, homes burning down. I would hate to show somebody's home burning down who's watching from afar. So these are current, up-to-date heat signatures. We haven't seen this move west, which is very surprising because of the wind. So it either ran into an obstacle and isn't passing the obstacle, like it ran into rocks or recently plowed fields or something, or lava beds, or whatever the hell this is, and it stopped naturally, or maybe hoping beyond hope, they're turning the tide and fighting it back. It looks like it's fairly flat here. It's hope. There's hope here. But it swept down too fast for the town of Lahaina. Sorry. I don't know how to say these things. And this isn't just the drifting smoke. I was hoping that just, see where the gray is, I was hoping that was mountain on fire, but just drifting smoke that was hot drifted over the town. But no, it got obliterated. They lost their downtown. And I'm hoping nobody's dead. We don't know. So, yeah. Yeah. So Nick said pretty basic questions like, are you allowed to fly over a wildfire? Like, I don't know what Nick said, actually. Yeah. And they started F-bombing her, like ripped into her. So this person, I have no respect, right? So I said, Nick, you got to screenshot this stuff, because I went to see the comments myself. They probably just deleted them. Like, that's why I told my story that, when these people freak out on you, they're gonna lie. But Rumble is a site less restricted than YouTube. Okay, thanks for informing me about that. I'm interested. So, what we're able to find out, this is our current camera view. This is from, it's always looking at the fire, but it's absolutely shocking. There it is. See, that's live. That's the glow of the fire in the distance, but this one is looking southeast or due east. You still see that there's quite a lot of wind here. Just when it was looking better, and there were flames over this direction, where the city lights are. I don't see them now anymore. So maybe that was a couple dwellings that were up and they fixed it. I don't know. If it was just structure fires, those are usually too small to trigger the satellite. So I can't say there is no fire in Kihei or that part of the bay. It really did look like it burned to the water's edge. It could have, like I said, been a series of structures on fire. At one point, I embarrassingly said, "Oh no, this is on fire over here," and it was basically the lava. It was like, that's when I noticed it was the crater, but that didn't happen. Whoopsie. But as you can see, it's not good. This has been going on for hours. So what I thought at first with that drone footage was totally fake, and I'm not sure that it's real. It could be real, but if it is real and they didn't get permission, they broke the law almost certainly. May have grounded planes. That's why I'm pissed. They certainly should have treated Nick with respect and just said, yeah, here's my legal justification for doing this. Either that or they're just dumb enough to film their own crime, post it. A lot of people are. Now, I will be the first person to apologize if this was like a helpful situation to the firefighters. I just don't think it is. Because you need to say that. You need to discourage people from randomly flying their drones near wildfires. This is happening too often. That is a very appropriate criticism of what they're doing. And the fact they were nasty to Nick is not cool. At first I was like, well, maybe you should forgive them. They're in a tense situation. Never mind. This has been hours later. This is not like somebody tearing somebody away from a car accident. My baby's in there, and they punch you, right? That's not the kind of thing you got to forgive. This is somebody uploading a video hours later. They're not in acute grief, and there's no excuses for F-bombing somebody who has an innocent question like, were you legally flying? Maybe they're angry because they weren't. Who knows? So it's a S show right now. And I think that we need to watch more of the news about
Breaking news from KHON2 happening now.
This is old. This is what we watched earlier. It's bad. This is the fire going towards the high. Absolutely insano. I don't know if there's any fatalities. There really could be. This went fast. And it ripped towards the town. So everything's closed, power's out most places. Multiple structures are burned. I think they lost most of that town just by eyeballing it. The downtown burned, and that's probably copyrighted, so I'm not putting that. It's on my Twitter. If you want to restream my Twitter, I've been retweeting some of the most horrific images. One that's not copyrighted. It's this one. This is from County of Maui. So, they haven't posted a lot about road closures, blah, blah, blah. And I can't just doom scroll this because, I might show copyrighted stuff. So I've been browsing a little bit of Twitter off screen. But these winds, that picture is probably taken from right here. The one with this one. As you see that white tank, it appears to be in the photo here. Now I know nothing about Hawaii or how to pronounce stuff, so I apologize ahead of time. But this has a network of roads, somewhat flat land, there's hope of stopping it in between the network of roads and stuff, as long as it just doesn't, everything's on fire at once. Looks like there's a lot of rocky. This may be why the fire naturally stopped and why it's not progressing. If this is the nature of the terrain, like we're talking like old lava rocks, old lava flows, you know. So that could explain. Wait, no, that can't explain it. We're over here. The what we're seeing, the camera is looking across the bay, so it's looking this way. We're looking theoretically over here towards Key High. They're saying words that I can't find on the map, like what was that one? I was trying to find Monsanto. I don't know what Monsanto is. It's not here. Like I can't find places on the map that say Monsanto. But the current village is a risk that could be in the process of burning down. We don't really know. They've lost so much power that there's almost no word from officials. But this place, Kula, excuse me, some place called Owen may have been hit pretty hard. These are current, couple minutes ago. Red means the fire is either just as intense as it was last time the satellite passed by, which is going to be guaranteed fewer than 30 minutes. It usually comes around 15 to 20 minute cycles. So the fire is either just as intense as it was before it triggered the satellite again. Remember, the red code is 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes from exactly now, 10 minutes from the time here shown, UTC. Zulu time, Greenwich Mean Time. So you can ignore the first two digits. This is up to date. Right now it's 5:19 a.m. Pacific, so that's how old that data is, just a few minutes old. So when it says red, that this is a margin of error. Doesn't mean the whole thing's on fire. Just somewhere in here there's a big fire, 10, 20 acres or something, with an intensity that triggers the satellite. So when it times out, the way that it works is the orange stuff is beyond 10 minutes old. Like, even if it's just 11 minutes old, it's orange. Now, the satellite is not tracking the fire. It's not tracking heat. It's tracking new heat detections. It has to be more intense than before or equally intense as before to when it passes by 20 more minutes later. It has got to trigger it again to go red again. So if it's just a little bit less intense or even completely way less intense, we don't know. It'll start going orange. After 60 minutes, it's yellow. But here's the thing. It could have been a hellscape 61 minutes ago, right? It still could be super intense. So I don't want people to think, well, it's past there or it's gone. Like, gray doesn't mean everything's okay. It could be burning with, depending on how much stuff is still there to burn. Like 6 hours ago, it could have been hell on earth, and it could be just slightly less hell on earth. See what I'm saying? It has to be exactly the same intensity or something worse to trigger that again. It's generally the way it works. I don't know when the reset button is hit. So we have a general idea of what's going on where, but those are huge margins of error. If we turn on MODIS and VIIRS, these satellites come around a lot less often. And it's got Mountain Daylight Time, I guess. When the hell is that? What's Mountain Daylight Time right now? Is that what MDT means? Okay. What is 150 MDT in Pacific. I don't know what the hell. Out in daylight time? Okay. All right. So 1:50 in the morning, Mountain Daylight Time, which was about 2 in the morning Mountain Daylight Time, which means about 1 in the morning Pacific, where I'm at. That's when Modus Severe's satellites went by. So that data is that old. Now it has a lot more of a pinpointy kind of a thing. Remember, that's not where the fire is. The snowflake nipple, look at it, think of it as a nipple, okay, top down. Baby bottle's nipple, not breasts. What are you talking about? God, you guys are sick. Get your mind out of the gutter immediately. Baby bottles. Okay? That's just the center of the circle. That's all it marks. The circle is the margin of error. And so it's a lot more accurate than the big, chunky goes. Well, you're going to have that time lag. So don't feel like that's it. That's, what, 3 hours old now. I don't know why it's Mountain Daylight Time. Just don't ask me. So as you read this, remember what time it is. It's going to be stamped there itself. This is how you use CalTopo. So we have basic ideas of what's going on, but nothing so concrete. This is, like I said, from the Maui Ocean Center, looking across the bay towards Kihei type area. We do not have eyes on Lahaina. All of their traffic cams are down. There's no way to track this. Let me look back at chat. Lahaina. Where's do I put the emphasis? Is it Lahaina or Lahaina or Lahaina? That matters, right? I thank you all for being here, and like Cheryl and everybody explaining stuff to me. I don't know Hawaii for anything. Okay, you got a new link for us to look at. Yeah, sunrises will be at 6:15 a.m. For them. Right now it's 5:25 Pacific. Local time, it's 2:25 a.m. in Hawaii right now. So we got several hours to go. This is a hard night. But there's a song lyric. We may make it through the war if we make it through the night. Just gotta repeat that. All right. Now look back at the chat. JCat says I have KHNL TV on the TV right now. They're just showing stuff from yesterday. They're saying all cell phone service down on the entire island of Maui. Wow. Lahaina, but where's the stress? Where do you put it? Which syllable? Windy Cam looks like it started during the day yesterday. Yeah, we had a screenshot. Here is the last screenshot from one of the traffic cams. Hawaii Standard Time. So they're not on daylight savings time. They're on standard time. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, you guys understand my problem with numbers. It's like a math dyslexia, right? And numbers dyslexia. I hate this crap. Time zones are bad enough. 24-hour time is hard enough for me to keep track of. But this is worse. I quit. Difference between daylight and standard time. I quit. I'm out. Just kidding. I'm not. I have to go operate the air conditioner. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just kidding. Let me put the video back on. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. This is live. You can still see the winds are pretty bad. At this point, if the fire hasn't moved, what is still burning then? That's a terrible question. What burns for a long time is, well, fuel sources that are huge. So we're talking lumber mills. I'm just talking generalities. Structures like big box stores and forests, because grass doesn't burn that long or that fiercely or that tall. So we're either looking at a neighborhood's obliteration or a town, or there's trains and stuff, right? I mean, see, I can't pinpoint exactly which direction this is. Unless Google Maps will show this dock or something, I don't know that I can align us with what we're seeing. We kind of have a hill in the distance, if that's a hill. I don't know what that is. We could try. So here's the aquarium. People who've been there are probably like, dude, I know exactly where we are. You can see boats like this. If we put the little gold man somewhere. Oops, sorry, I don't mean to make people car sick. What makes people car sick is a movement you can't predict, so I'm sorry. Not there. All right, so these roofs are red. This roof has a white cross thing on it and looks dark navy to black. That is, those are ships. That's city lights. These roofs are red. Ah, we got it. Black with white stuff on it. There it is. Our view then looks like it's almost due east. See this? Red roofs, docks, red roofs, pain chamber. What the hell is the pain chamber? What? What? Sorry, what? I don't want to know. The pain chamber next to the United States Coast Guard Station. What? Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Composure check. Okay. How are we doing? Right. Okay. The view of the camera. So if that is looking that way, I guess in the foreground is the pain chamber. Looks the fire's that way. We are then looking due east. Is my reckoning here. It's looking basically due east. And it says Western Maui Wildfire is already on Google Maps. They're on it. So what is out here? What is out here? Let's see if we have better global imagery. Yeah, there's a fire due east. So I would expect a big fuel source, so it's still going. I don't see one. What is this? Scrubby stuff. Bedrock. What is burning? Fires have to continuously move to stay alive and stay going and find new fuel if they don't have much where they're at. They can burn a long time though where they're at if they have a huge source of fuel. Things like lumber mills you know, oil refineries, unfortunately structures and homes and stuff. And it looks like a big golf course. So I don't know what is on fire. I hope it's not over here in this neighborhood. Activity. Some of it is. Some of it is. Now, the nature of this bare bedrock, if that's what it is currently, would explain why it hasn't marched to the sea yet. And so I fear the big glow is structures. Structures. I don't know what else. Could be on fire. Now, sometimes fires can look bigger than they are through optical illusions, at night especially, because their glow reflects up off the clouds, right? Sometimes what looks like an inferno in a huge area, maybe something like a power substation. Yep, wow, there's one. Like if this is on fire, that could be a tremendously huge, gigantic smoke cloud and fuel source. I once filmed a power substation on fire, and it was just, I thought it was a plane crash, like a passenger jet plane crash. The smoke was endless. If that's on fire, that would explain a lot of this. I'm hoping it's that, rather than say this entire neighborhood. But it isn't. There's no heat detection. So it's over here. Now, mind you, this is a margin of error. It doesn't mean this is all on fire. But there's thick forests and such in some of these parts. There's a lot more vegetation. Hurricane winds can dry out vegetation. If it doesn't have the moisture of the hurricane, definitely it can. I don't know what their weather's been like. There's got to be a battle right now, like an insane battle to save these homes. Or whatever they can save. That's a lot to try to save. If they don't have cell phone service and radio, if radios aren't working very well, then the firefighters may not be able to communicate with each other very well. With so many power lines down, and of course telephone lines down because of hurricanes, this is a perfect storm of maybe some things will be lost just because they can't communicate. You know, this will explain when the fire's not moving past this point much. Well, like I said, fires move until something stops them, and well, bedrock is one of those things that can stop them. So can the ocean. It's probably just too rocky to support fire, or they managed to stop it on a road or something. This is possible, but it's more likely terrain stopped it. Now, let's go back to our live cam. Let me go back to chat. Oh yeah, I hope the vintage steam locomotives didn't get it. Yeah, the paint chamber sounds kinky, sister. I thought you were a God-fearing woman. Oh God. Okay. Okay. There's too many things I can say, but guess what? It's children are waking up on the East Coast. Adult mode is off, guys. Cheryl says the sale listing indicates the buyer will be obligated to dismantle and remove the railroad track. What is for sale? The train is in the. Oh no, they're selling it. Oh. Yeah. All right. Let me see what this YouTube video is. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not going to show that. It's on Maui Now channel. You can see it if you want, guys. I don't want to show people's homes burning down. Sorry, I muted it now. Just got to be at dusk yesterday. Now, a lot of these homes are under construction. but a lot of them right next to them are old and, you know, people's homes. I can't imagine anybody had much time to get even themselves out, let alone any of their possessions. Oh, dear God. Okay, this is dry grass kind of areas. Pretty flat, but there's hills. Utility, power pole workers and stuff going. Now, they're very important during a fire because they shut off the power so that firefighters can go in. Now, if a firefighter sees a line that they can't, fire crew sees a line that they can't guarantee is out, they don't go near it, and they won't put water anywhere near it because with the water and the hose, if it goes on live power lines, they'll get electrocuted through the water. CNN report on the fire now. Hey Squirrel, hey, we are a mile from the Chehalis Trail in Olympia. Can you update that fire? Yeah, I think nobody's updating. I looked at it earlier just to make sure that I wasn't focused on Hawaii tunnel vision and ignoring something on the West Coast. It went to 20 acres. And then it's getting auto-updated by WildCAD, which sounds like a fire database. No, there's not that many people involved with watch duty that are volunteering to listen to scanners and plugged into all this with Washington State. It started in California. This is really, really new. No news is good news for that kind of thing. So this is boggling me because Rainier, Oregon is the place I think of when I think of Rainier. But if we look at CalTopo, I'm going to duplicate it real quick. Zoom over to Oregon, Washington. Well, Greenland, a bridge too far. I don't see any GOES activity detections anywhere near Olympia. And that's as of 3 minutes ago. So I would not worry. I would not fret. I am fretting, and earlier in the broadcast, I was fretting about the new evacuation levels. Level 2, and they did this at 10 o'clock at night near the town of Sweet Home. Wiley Fire is in the Willamette National Forest. Now, there's 4 of them. And I would just imagine this was caused by the lightning storms that rolled through here. What you can't see on Watch Duty anymore, because they timed out on this app, is there were dozens and dozens and dozens of fires. Here's a couple still around, like 266 lightning fire. They were like 505 lightning fire, 0620 fire, blah, blah, blah. They just had numbers because the lightning strikes went last couple of, 48 hours ago. So they did whack-a-mole, like I tried to tell people last week. August is lightning season for California, the Pacific Northwest, and Western Canada too. So my big fear for flat fire, bedrock fire, is other fires occur and crews get peeled off of them, and that will allow the flat and the bedrock to run away from them. Like what happened with the salmon fire, the bedrock had to respond because they were closest crews as they tried to move crews in to the salmon fire. Salmon fire is the one by Oak Ridge. So they don't have extra crews for this. It makes sense though that the nearest crews could peel away some assets, try to whack-a-mole those out when they're tiny, go back to the main event, right? But if there's too many of these, they're just going to be spread too thin, right? So a Type 3 team is coming to take care of the Wiley Fire soon, I hope. I've been clicking on this every so often. It doesn't look like level 3 has been set. People have been asking me about Sweet Home. So yes, Sweet Home is looking down the barrel of a gun, but not today. I don't know their reasoning for bumping it up to level 2, other than perhaps the storm off the Pacific right now. You zoom out with windy. There's some S going on off the Oregon coast. And if you go to the radar and satellite, it's now starting to sweep inland. There's moisture over Portland. Dawn. I do see some somewhat gray clouds, but it ain't raining or anything. Dead calm. This is wind here. If we replay this, the storm's kind of somewhat slowly moving across the landscape. Well, actually, that's a 15-minute time lapse there. 1 hour time lapse, excuse me. But I would imagine, because they're not telling us, why would you tell the public anything, right? Why at 10 o'clock at night did they raise it from level 1 to level 2, get ready to go? So right now, I don't think the wind is going to threaten Sweet Home. So I don't think Sweet Home is endangered, but it is looking down the barrel of the gun because it is a town at lower elevation from a fire that's above it. And there are multiple. Barrel of the gun is a downward sloping canyon that would funnel wind directly to a town, like directly, like in a straight line. There are two. You look at the terrain by Sweet Home. There are two different drainages coming out of Santiam Pass area, plus Santiam Pass itself, through the Cascades that are aimed at Sweet Home. The thing is, though, they're not under even level 1 notice, like get ready or be aware, right now, because there's no wind in the forecast that threatens it. They are in a vulnerable spot, so I think if I were there, I'd say level 1 for Sweet Home. I'm not there. But I do wonder why 10 o'clock they would say, get ready to go. The fire is on the doorstep of some of the areas in the evacuation zone. It really is. Where's my, Linn County evacuation map? So this is their level 2 zone, and the fire really is right down here. And there's some people who live right next to it. So I just don't know why they did that at 10 o'clock at night and not 6 when people are watching the news, you know what I'm saying? So back to Hawaii. Look back to the chat. A live cam is showing the fire in Lahaina. Which one? Because this one, that's not Lahaina. It's looking due east from the aquatic place. Okay, it's looking due east of that spot. Over here, to the center of Maui. This camera can't look around the mountain. I mean, I got confused too. So if you're talking about this cam, the Maui Ocean Center, it's not looking at Lahaina. It's looking due east across the bay at the possible obliteration of places like Kula. It's there, looking to these red spots and such are. I'm terribly worried for these neighborhoods. Now, I don't know that it'll reach or threaten this town. I don't know how to say this. Sorry. Kihai? 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 I don't know how to say this. Now they've got a lot of bedrock in between them and the fire. There's some greenery, but they may be protected by a natural barrier. It's flatland. It's got a lot more hope than other places. But Lahaina has, at least this downtown, is burned to the ground. I don't show the traumatic pictures because I want people to come here and find a refuge. They tell me they come here because they don't want to look at Twitter. They don't want to see their own homes and neighborhoods burning down. They don't. Hearing about it is bad enough. They don't necessarily want to watch it. I'm not a reporter. I'm a citizen volunteer who tries to help and comfort people. So you want to watch reporter stuff, go to the news. They'll show you all the heartbreaking stuff you want to see. Thank you, Cheryl, for talking about the evacuations. But thank you, Michael, for letting us know. I'm going to go back to that cam. You can see the current situation. It's not always looking at the fire. It seems like sometimes they lose control of it, and the wind slams it to looking to the west. The wind gusts are they're variable, but they're constant and pretty bad. Like there's a constant every couple of seconds a pulse of a gust. And these have been up to 55 to 65 miles an hour in the past. They're going to calm, quotation mark calm, to 45 and 35 eventually, but that's really bad, terrible. This happened too fast to save a lot, so we may have fatalities. We may be hearing about them tomorrow. Dawn for Hawaii occurs in several hours from now. And they got a long night ahead of them. Any questions? CNN's now reporting on the fire. Yeah, they get around to it eventually, don't they? I'm holding my tongue. Right. I need a bathroom break. I will return in a sec. I'll leave you with a live view of Apocalypse. All right, friends, making my way back to the computer. I would need some chocolate. I need a drink. I don't drink, so I do shots of half and half and grab chocolate. This is one of the worst things I've covered live. I have a bad feeling that we're going to get fatalities here. And everybody on Rumble, if you're still with us, please do us a favor. This is going to sound like crap. I'm sorry. Hit the like button on my stream. Like, maybe you hate YouTube. I don't give a damn about popularity. I don't monetize. I want to reach people, and I can't unless my broadcast is trending because of the stupid algorithm crap. So it helps. It really does. We're all slaves to this algorithm. We can't change it. And the reason I go live is to give people the information they need when the governments are silent, in a calm manner, good advice. I've already gone over how to make evacuation plans this stream. I wanted to just get on for an hour, explain the elevated evacuations at Oregon. I actually babbled about that for too long. I had no idea Hawaii was melting down, that there was apocalypse now over there. Thank God it was brought to my attention. Watch duty doesn't cover Hawaii, so I never got any notifications. I don't have a TV. I don't watch the news. I was at my friend's bedside all day who was ill. Kind of saw. I saw a text from somebody who said, "Oh, Hawaii had a fire. It's terrible." That's it. Like, not like, "Oh my God, there's an ongoing crisis." I'm sorry about the kitchen noises. Sorry, it'll be over in a sec. It's supposed to be a noise canceling mic. I'm finding out it's really not. Oh well. Now, what I do is provide a nice, secure, safe place for traumatized individuals to get comfort, give the advice. When we're lucky enough to have the firefighters, they seem to be all asleep right now. They come in, they give people real advice. We try to track it. We crowdsource information. If anybody has Hawaii alerts, if you know anybody, do go in the chat. Tell us what's up. What should we be covering? What should we be looking at? What's happened? Error correction too. There's no way that I can know everything from my armchair important and what about a place I've never even been to, right? I mean, I thought we were looking at Lahaina in that cam at first. Whoops. I don't know what the hell. I've also am running on lack of sleep and I'm sick. I'm not sharp. I'm not qualified to cover Hawaii, but we will. We'll do our best. Get some milk. Honest to God, I'm going to drink half and half. I need something stronger than milk. Lucerne, half and half it is. In a dirty glass. Actually, it's a mason jar. I don't have any clean glasses. Oh well. Drinking out of mason jars is no. Hey, it's no longer a redneck thing. It's trendy. You know. I'm sorry if the cam timed out. I'm gonna be right back. I'm sure it could timed out. This requires some more peppermint patties and some milk and some half and half. This is sad. I've seen enough of this now to have a really damn good idea of what's going on there. This is the worst day of a lot of people's lives. Worst night. So we'll do our best covering this. Now, the thing about the algorithm is it only shows people what's trending and what's popular. It doesn't show people what people are looking for, what people are searching for. I need to change the description of the stream immediately. Actually, it's just about Oregon. I feel like such a jerk now. Not even mentioning Hawaii in this damn title. I did not know what's going on. You know, almost 7 hours ago when I started this. There hasn't been much information got out because, okay, I'm back now. Because of they lost all their cell phones and power mostly. So who is here? Make yourselves known. Say hello. Yeah, I know, sister. Wow. Cheryl says the fact that we have wildfires in multiple areas as a result of indirectly from hurricanes is kind of unprecedented. Something Hawaii residents in the state have not experienced is a quote. I'm pretty sure people are just not looking at the past. You know, they called, I remember in 1995-ish, 1996, when Hurricane Andrew hit, They're like, oh, it's the worst hurricane ever. And well, then I started watching the History Channel, and oh my God, Isaac's storm wiped out the entire town of Galveston almost to a man. Like, we're talking more than 20,000 people died. Their bodies mostly washed out to sea. Yeah, Hurricane Andrew looked like a neat little cutesy burp compared to that. When I find out when people say the worst thing ever, they usually know nothing about the past. I'm pretty sure high wind and hurricanes, the tail ends of hurricanes, have caused plenty of power lines to go down and fires to happen at some point. Like, this is a very foreseeable thing. I don't know that power lines cause the fires, but it's a good candidate. Look, we're looking back at the fires again. This is live. Now, here's the funny thing. When you have extremely high winds, if you've ever lit a match before in wind and had it blow out immediately, it's actually very hard to start a fire in high winds. This is why I'm thinking power lines. Now, the Paradise Fire, you know, the Santa Ana / Diablo winds that come roaring out of the dry Nevada desert, the wind speeds were actually so ferocious that they blew out many, I'm sure, open flame fires that just happened to be around. Blew them out. Have you ever lit a match, just put it in front of right directly in front of a room fan? It will go out. Now, the way that it caught hold was its power lines down. It was molten metal, arcing and sparking, and even that took a while to take a hold. But eventually, enough molten metal for two power lines touching and arc welding themselves together, okay? Eventually, that is going to start a fire, and that drift into vegetation. Lines down and alive, electrocuting trees, even trees alive and full of hundreds of gallons of water, like all living trees are. It takes a while, but after about 10 to 20 minutes, that tree will light on fire because just the amount of heat going through it will boil its sap off of the tree and turn it into a dry stick. If these winds were as ferocious as assumed, there are very few things then that'll perpetuate this. One of which is coals. Like coals in a big bonfire, pieces of wood that are still warm, like glowing, hot red, or they look like they're dead, right? But the wind fans it. They glow red again. If the wind is powerful enough, it'll push the coals around. It'll leap out of wherever they were, hop over the stones around the campfire, right? That's why you need to extinguish with water. And these coals can go up against something flammable, and the constant wind, whoosh. So coals can do that from what people thought were extinguished fires. It could be anything, even an innocent campground, slash and burn agriculture, whatever. Now, second thing is vehicle fire. Now, vehicles spilling gasoline and stuff and sparking that up. That, you know, we're talking spills of petrochemicals. Could be a train knocked over. You don't know. That sort of thing. But it's got to be the right kind of thing. Sometimes even burning gasoline can be blown out by the wind. If it's a really fierce wind, it's more likely to go poof, blown out. But if it's in the sweet spot, which is this might have been the unfortunate sweet spot, where it's not fierce enough to blow out flame in general, and it's not so light that this wouldn't be a big deal. It's in the horrendous sweet spot where open flame can be fanned up, wildfire can be pushed, and it's not fierce enough to blow it out. So take your pick. We got multiple fires here. There's something went wrong somewhere. But when people make announcements like this is totally unprecedented, whatever, the damage may be, I'm sure hurricanes have fanned fires before, but it's never going to get recorded if it just burned down a section of the forest, burns down a hut in 1912. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm skeptical of that statement. The news media has an incentive to make bold statements like that, and you just got to roll your eyes at half of them. They want the clicks. Never forget, the news media is selling you something. I'm not. I'm donation based. I'm proud of it. I don't have a damn advertisement on here. I will never do that during a crisis. I'll try to fundraise for this channel because I'm sorry to say right now. I got to be real. The channel's dying right now. I go and do 6 and 7 hour streams and don't get a single donation sometimes. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I have faith. I'm going to try to pull this off. It's my 3rd year of doing this. 2nd year of taking the entire summer off with no job. In fact, I haven't had a job. Oh God, this is a dirty glass. So I don't know what I'm going to do for funding. I just have faith. Donations will be the thing. I'll never have to monetize. I see the, tornado guys that do this. I started this for fire long before I even knew that tornado chaser guys were a thing. I'm glad they do that for the public, for tornadoes like I do for fire. That's pretty cool. I'm not modeling myself after them. I didn't even know they existed. I just saw nobody was taking care of the public in 2020. That the news media went back to showing reruns of Lassie in the middle of the worst crisis, the worst wildfire crisis the West has seen in more than 75 years. Actually, more than 85. So if the public, if the media wasn't even going to show evacuations the way they show school closures for snow, like that little strip at the bottom of the, the ticker, then I was going to press that live button and go live on YouTube. So I made enough money to get by in 2020. Well, actually, not 2020. I refused all donations. I just thought I'd do this for a week or two. And it went on for 2 months, and I realized I lost 2 months of income. 2 months of my entire yearly income just dropping my life and doing Firestream. And I realized I helped a lot of people, though, so I decided to try to make it work, come back the next year. I thought 2021 couldn't be as bad as 2020. Oh, God. Dixie, Caldor, Tamarack, K&P, Sequoias, God, all that. Last year got pretty bad, too. The McKinney, mosquito, and we got lucky on a mosquito, but pretty exceptionally lucky in general last year. But it's now, it was no longer La Nina, it's now El Nino. Hotter and drier Pacific Northwest in Canada. A little bit wetter and cooler than usual California in general. But this is not just an El Nino, this is like one of the fiercest we've ever had. Hottest ocean temperatures since we began paying attention to it. It should make some pretty crazy shark behavior and storms. I mean it. Don't go surfing. Don't go snorkeling. Don't go scuba diving in El Nino at the peak of the hot water. It changes shark behavior. We don't know why, but they get super aggressive. Just warning you. I'll look like a psychic because I'm sure there will be many more attacks coming down the pipe. In reality, warm water changes their behavior. We don't know why. They may just be coming towards land chasing fish because the fish may be chasing the changed migratory routes, or the way the plankton move around. The whole food chain follows it, right? You just may be encountering people more often than normal, or God knows, we don't know much about sharks in general. Just saying, El Nino is a bad year for shark attacks, Hurricane Andrew and stuff, and wildfires for the Pacific Northwest. The Biscuit Fire 2002, which is where the Flat Fire is now. Excuse me, I didn't mean to zoom out of Hawaii. The Biscuit Fire is 2002, Oregon's biggest fire ever. So I looked it up. That's where the Flat Fire is burning, and it really could be a tremendously huge fire if it goes south. Right now they have no containment on the southern edge because there's no roads, no way to access it. If there's enough wind here, this could be a gigantic fire. Just dead trees all over the landscape. So I looked in the original Biscuit Fire, which was this big. Happened in El Nino. Hotter, drier, windier Pacific Northwest. Hold on to your butts. Didn't know how this would affect Hawaii. That's now that statement that people did not expect that hurricane force winds could fan a fire. The fact that statement's even made may explain why some of this has happened. Maybe people were just ignorant of the possibility. Maui isn't Oregon though. Yeah, it's not. I know that El Nino affects Hawaii. I don't know how. I would imagine just more cyclones and stuff would hit it because the hot water affects storms. All the hurricanes' power and a cyclone's power comes from the hot water from the ocean from below, and that's why they peter out. Say they sweep across Florida or something, or they head north. They peter out as soon as they hit that Atlantic cold water. They peter out as soon as they go across land, because land is not hot enough to fuel them. Just ocean water is. So I am not going to talk out of my ass and talk about Hawaii's a place I really know almost nothing about. All I know is Hawaii's the tallest mountain in the world. Forget which one, but in general, I think they're all basically the same hotspot of lava. And as the plate tectonics move around, the hotspot stays the same. So I guess we'd say the big island here is the crater, right? Crater rim trail. I'd imagine that's Kilauea's lava right here. Certainly looks like lava. Yeah, that's some lava. This is accidentally, I thought this was a wildfire earlier until I realized Crater Rim Trail. Oh, yeah, that would be lava. Okay, this point is essentially, it's the highest mountain on Earth. Way higher than Everest. Don't forget, it doesn't float. It's a mountain. The majority of it's underwater. That's all I know about Hawaii, okay? The Kanakas are the people there. I know that. Let's see, what else do I know about Hawaii? They have big waves on surfing contests. I saw a few reruns of Hawaii Five-0 on Nickelodeon. Like, that's what I know about Hawaii. They filmed Jurassic Park there. My dad visited here without bringing me, and I'll never forgive him. So that's it. I know more about Pearl Harbor. Yeah, actually, I know a lot about Pearl Harbor. So they assumed that the Japanese couldn't attack because torpedoes have to sink down. They're dropped by torpedo planes. They either dive bomb, in which case torpedoes go very deep, and then the torpedo comes up towards the surface of the water and then goes toward a ship. The way a torpedo works. Pearl Harbor is so shallow, they knew that if the Japanese dropped any torpedoes, that they would just be embedded in the mud. I mean, it's like 95 feet deep, 45 feet deep in some place. That's why they let their guard down. Little did anybody know the Japanese had developed a new type of torpedo just for that specific attack. They were crafty. They saw an opportunity to destroy most of the entire Navy of the United States in one day. So they worked real hard on that puzzle. A bear in hibernation is quite vulnerable. You can walk up to it with a spike and a rock and stick a hole in its head. In fact, we have evidence cavemen did that, Neanderthals. And far from being a badass, it did that. It could have been a woman with a rock and a spike. Bears are totally unaware. They're asleep, deep in a coma-like state. They're not just snoozing. They're really out. So they found a hibernating bear scenario in Pearl Harbor, and they figured out that puzzle. And they did an all-or-nothing gamble to try to knock the United States immediately out of the war so that they could focus on Asia. And if our aircraft carriers had still been there, they would have won, just hands down. If we had nothing. They happened to leave. But the poor fleet commander in Hawaii, I know that he was thrown under the bus. It's one of the worst things FDR did, I guess. Maybe FDR asked him to take one for the team. I don't know, but I don't think that was right. He got blamed. He got forced to resign, blah, blah, blah. He was completely innocent. Nobody told him about any Japanese technology or plans or chatter or anything. So he was the most surprised person as anybody. But people mailed him packages. He opened them up one day. Somebody mailed him a gun. Yeah. Postal Service back then, no x-rays or anything, right? Somebody mailed him a pistol with a note that said, please kill yourself. Put this in your mouth. Jesus. That's what I know about Hawaii. That guy had to be the most miserable person on earth. Feeling responsible, blamed for no reason, thrown under the bus, even by the president. I feel a lot of pity for that guy. But that doesn't have any bearing on the price of tea in China. So I don't feel qualified to cover fires in Hawaii, but I can't just do nothing here. Hey, Urban, good morning. I thought Japan said they woke a sleeping giant. Yep. Yeah, they missed. They needed to have a lot better spies. They did have some spies. They had some Japanese spies in Hawaii. They blended in. But they needed better ones. They went to radio silence on the way to Hawaii, so they wouldn't be caught. Oh no, Japan was not forgiven. The whole nuclear bomb thing. I don't say we. The United States got even with Japan in horrifically bad ways that I do not approve of. That's a different conversation. I don't want to get into it. Japan wasn't just forgiven. Oh no. Mushroom clouds exploded over that country. Tokyo was firebombed mercilessly. They weren't just forgiven. It was a strategy. Contain the Soviet Union by making friends with everybody around the Soviet Union. Just that simple. Cold War started even before the war ended. And it was just like the enemy of your enemy is my friend BS. Same kind of logic that goes into funding the Taliban. Osama bin Laden, right? But that's the way politics are. Okay. That's still raging. The only positive thing I have to say about what we're viewing here is there used to be a bigger glow. There used to be more of them, and only one is visible now. But it's time to watch the news. Earlier, this is what we saw. Let's go watch KHON2 news and see if they have new things. I don't want to see the devastation so much as I just want to understand what's going on. They have something from an hour ago that's 5 minutes long, but it's showing devastation. So mostly everybody's lost contact with places we want to know about. Do not go into Lahaina town. What town? That's the sad thing. Do not go to Lahaina town. Fire rages across parts of Maui. What town is there to go to? It seems to have been functionally obliterated from what I was seeing on Twitter. In the interest of not making this traumatic, I'm going to go look at Twitter offline. I mean, off screen, excuse me. Try to find some info. See what I mean about two different sets of fire? This is from earlier. Excuse me, I'll leave you with this live image. I'll have to refresh it every second. Right. I mean, ultimately, you can say we forgave Japan, the United States forgave Japan. I don't think so. It's, you know, I don't know that we'd still like each other. You know, both countries made quite an effort to just drop immediately all the vicious propaganda against each other. It was for strategic importance. It goes to show that's in a positive way. It goes to show that if hate is not constantly renewed by people who want it renewed, it can fade away. We did the most savage things to each other, didn't we? If we can get past it and just let it go, that's really good hope for humanity. We have to ask ourselves how much hate is just around because of institutions renewing it with constant propaganda. What is their objective? Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a lot of factors. I really don't want to get into that. It's a political thing. I was just trying to explain what do I know about Japan. Not a lot outside of the war. But I will try to cover it as best I can. And that's my way of apologizing. I'm not good at this. I'm very tired and sick, and I don't know anything about this place. I'm going to try to change the stream title now. I don't know if this takes a hit. Um, I change it to Maui is ablaze. Towns erased. Wiley Fire in Oregon level 2. And usually the algorithm punishes a person renaming a stream. I may just plunge to the bottom of people trying to find things, but at least I can change some keywords. Add Maui and Hawaii. Maui. What's the spelling of this town? I want to get this right. Lahaina. Lahaina. Hurricane. Andorra. Bushfire. We got some new keywords. It's still a really boring evacuation map thumbnail. I don't care though. All right, friends. Everybody who's donated, you keep us on the air. I'm trying to be the alternative to sensational BS of other channels, the conspiracy BS of other channels. the chaos in the chat of other channels, the evil of the internet in general. I've banned more than 650 people. It would not be nice. That's why we have a nice, calm situation here. I do not suffer the fools and the idiots and the fearmongers and the nuts and the mean. They're not welcome here. We have a nice, safe place for the traumatized and the concerned. We crowdsource our information here, and you're not going to see, I'm going to try to minimize, I'll say it that way, devastation and PTSD triggering type stuff. I'll try to, oh yeah, I have Facebook, I never use it. I have one for the fire channel that's separate, just so I can get information. So I will not be checking my messages. Some people find me. I'm sorry, I do not check Facebook. I don't have it on my phone. I'm pretty mad at the Cambridge Analytical scandal thing. I tend to get stuck on Facebook because it knows what I like. It shows me history stuff, and 5 hours later, I haven't done my work, right? Or I find out things I didn't want to know about people that I used to admire. You know, the people who overshare, get opinionated, and get drunk, and, you know. The problem is I call people out on their crap too often and say, wow, that's a hateful comment. Please don't be hateful. Spread hate on the internet, you know? And it makes me unpopular with them, and it wastes everybody's time. Like, if I don't like it, I should just stop looking at it. But I'm sometimes appalled. And so it leads me to a headspace I don't like to be in too much, which is just like dismayed. Facebook has only a like button. It's not supposed to have a dislike button because people are supposed to be positive. That fell apart quickly. Every time I'm on there, like this, that's the only time I ever got an ad. I ever got a virus on my computer because the ads are toxic. They have viruses embedded in them sometimes. They don't check it. There's still ads on Facebook. My elderly aunt called me last week and said my computer has a virus. So I said, unplug the internet. Unplug that. Turn off your computer. And I almost had her mail her computer to me so I could check it out without doing any harm, because remotely it'd be hard for me to deworm her machine, because the moment it hits the internet, like, it's probably going to dial home and download a million Trojans and stuff. So I almost had her mail her computer to me. It's a small thing. And then I realized, wait a second, what makes you think you have a virus? She goes, oh, because there was a phone number to call and it said that I should talk to Microsoft, and Microsoft was going to fix my computer and all this kind of stuff. And I said, wait a sec, what were you doing at the time? She goes, I was on Facebook. I said, wait a second, was this an ad? Was there a square somewhere on Facebook and it said, you have a virus? Danger? Microsoft might help you now? She goes, yeah. I'm like, oh, great. That was fake. That's an ad. She thought it was a legitimate warning pop-up because it disguised itself as that and had the Microsoft logo and everything. I'm just disgusted that Facebook allows this BS. I don't like to see the elderly scammed, and Facebook is enabling that, and I think they need to bring the hammer of God down on these things. My aunt almost called the fake Microsoft, who would have taken over her computer and cleaned her bank account out. I hate it. Sorry, I freaking hate it. So when people came to my channel and they said, look, all the information for such and such fire is on Facebook. Look at it. I mean, look. Here's Linn County Sheriff's Office. They posted to Facebook. All of these fires have their own Facebook page. Flat fires. Official fire information is on Facebook. It's behind a login wall, and you can't see anything unless you log in. there's so many elderly and other people that don't know how to do this, for one thing. But the people who have quit Facebook for good, and for those people, I applaud them. I tried. I can't, because I got to get this. All these counties use Facebook, right? The value that they get out of my channel is they come here to mine so that I will rebroadcast what's on Facebook so they don't have to log in and see it. You know, their grandchildren probably already deleted it off their phone or disabled it, right? So they're counting on me to put the community meetings on on YouTube. So anyway, I'm falling into that headspace. If I'm exasperated, it's because I'm tired. I want to be soothing. I'm sorry, I need to reset myself. I need to be soothing. But I'm so frightened because, like everybody else, we're in the dark about what's truly going on right now. We can see it from above that there's a crisis. It's dark though. It's nighttime. It's current. There's a light rotating over there. That's not a fire. Okay, now the camera just moved. Reset it. Now I'm gonna go look and see what I can find. On Twitter. The locals are probably putting all kinds. Yeah, so at K Wildfires is my Twitter. But beware, if you go there, I share all the devastation. It's for my Twitter. I don't put it on the YouTube. I try to separate that. Wow, this lady says, Taplin says, oh, they, them. So this person says, phone locations haven't been updated since the fire broke out, and all efforts at contact have been unsuccessful. We've tried calling the local police, but their lines are busy or not being answered. Please help. Hashtag Lahaina and Maui Fire. We're deaf, dumb, and blind. This is all we can see of the entire situation is the satellite, occasionally uploaded tweet. Yeah, people are saying, I haven't heard from my friends since the fire broke out. Just try to stay calm because, I mean, there is an ocean to evacuate to. That's a lot more than a lot of towns have. But I am worried, and that's why there's so much strain in my voice and why I haven't slept a wink, that there are fatalities. I think we may really have fatalities. This happened fast. I'm already pissed off at the people hashtagging climate crisis. Shut the hell up. Hurricanes are new. Shut the hell up. Oh, go exploit somebody else. The reason I'm getting so angry is they are mislabeling all these wildfires. At the moment they happen, they go, bam, stamp, global warming. And this means that if you don't actually know why these fires are happening, you can't prevent them in the future. They took the Newell fire in Washington State, which was the hay harvest on fire in the always windy Columbia River Gorge. And yeah, it is human caused somehow. It seems pretty obvious. We're not sure. It's under investigation. But the spark went into the hay during a very gusty red flag windy day in the wind tunnel of the world called the Columbia River Gorge. Hay is irrigated, okay? The wheat is irrigated, and then you cut off the irrigation and then you harvest it. You let it get dry. That's not global warming. What the hell are you talking about? But mindless bubbleheads hashtag global warming stuff. What the hell are you talking about? It's hay. There's nothing new about drying out your hay before you harvest. You cut off the irrigation. What the hell are you talking about? Paradise burned down because of PG&E. They have killed so many people I lost count. They're a for-profit company killing California and killing Californians and killing the California environment. But if you hashtag global warming, yeah, they're not going to be stopped. So more of the environment's going to burn down. Oh yeah, they would love you to think that that's global warming. Their power lines have started thousands of fires because they don't maintain them because they're a for-profit company. This is proven. I'm not slandering and I'm not speculating. Butte County investigated them. It was just like the Ford. Oh, it's put it this way. Ford had that policy. Then there's a criminal investigation that they knew about the flaw in the Pinto, the Ford Pinto. They designed a car that whenever it got rear-ended, even at really low speeds, the gas tank disconnected like at a neck, where you put, it was the gas tank underneath the rear license plate, basically. And so that would disengage and it would drop down and the gas would spill underneath the car in even a 5-mile-an-hour wreck. And it started incinerating people, killing families. And they did the math behind the scenes, and the math was, well, we have insurance, so it would cost X amount of money if we recalled the car and fixed it. That would be a lot of money. However, if we just let people die, we estimate that X amount of people will die, and we'll just pay them. We'll just pay them. We'll pay out with our insurance and corporate funds if we have to, but we won't recall or tell people about the problem. We'll just cover it up. So eventually the lid was blown off and Ford was punished, right? I don't think anybody needed jail time. But this is exactly what's going on with PG&E. If you just say, hey, what if Ford was able to say, oh man, gasoline's terrible. It burns people. And there's a chant like, oh, ban gasoline. That gets Ford off the hook now, doesn't it? In reality, yes, the climate changed. So it's more important than ever to take the people starting fires, being careless with fire, especially when they're a corporation. And they've done it thousands of times. To hold them accountable and say, hey, it's too dry. It's too much of a drought. The climate's different. You can't, it's bad enough when this happened in the past. It's critical you don't have a crazy person throwing matches around in the dry barn at this point. But they managed to twist it, and that's all the media will say is, oh gosh, that Dixie Fire, good name, global warming. Oh, Dixie Fire was started by 2 different power lines. 2 failed power lines. California's largest wildfire ever, and it destroyed 56% of Plumas National Forest. So that is no longer an oxygen factory turning CO2 into oxygen now, is it? I don't recognize that landscape, and I grew up there. It's just burned up sticks. Air doesn't even smell fresh up there anymore. All of the wildlife was incinerated. It was nearly a mass fatality event. And the media lets them off the hook. It says global warming, so I'm really pissed. You should say, because global warming, we have to hold people accountable more than ever. Penalties have to be harsher. We can't tolerate this BS. Power companies, you have to start shutting off your lines. If they're so rickety, they're going to fall down. Because this keeps repeating, and these power lines keep going down, they keep killing. The Beachy Creek fire got real close to my mother. PG&E killed my friend in the Cascade Fire. My friend burned alive in the Cascade Fire. Why do you think I'm doing this? A year later, they almost killed my brother. Now, Pacific Corps, turns out the Beachy Creek spread super fast towards Salem and where my mother was because their lines were energized and they fell down. So, town of Detroit Lake burned down, and Mill City, and Gates, almost just wiped out. And it was the power lines. So a jury just found them guilty because they tried to cover it up. They took evidence and disposed of it. So when they try to claim innocence, the jury didn't believe that. You have to hold these power companies accountable. The Bobcat fire was likely started by SoCal Edison. It was one of the biggest things that LA area has had to endure. It's massive. So don't let them change the narrative where you have to change sides. It's either the power companies or it's global warming. Guys, both. But if you want anybody to believe what the hell you're saying about climate change, you had better not mislabel. We're starting to hate this because it's just stamp. It's a hayfield fire in the middle of the Columbia River as global warming. What the hell? Are you insane? I really hate this journalist quotation mark from National Geographic. He says, "This is the future, friends. I covered the Dixie Fire, and so these smoky fires are the smoke all the way drifting all the way to securing the Statue of Liberty. It's the future." No, it isn't. You could hold PG&E accountable. It's corruption. You know, the governor could stop taking their money for one thing and covering for them. But what does he say? Global warming. He takes their money and signs laws, just like the last one did, to limit their liability so they don't have to pay out the victims. They can raise, he's like, you can go ahead and raise rates on the victims to pay out the victims. You know, you can stop this if you want. People have to demand it and have to know what the hell's happening. Like I said, I'm not a damn reporter. I actually speak the truth. Now, they're not all bad, but they're there to sell you something. And mostly what they sell you is fear and despair. Sensationalized bullcrap. They are feeding you bullcrap. Now, if they want to be trusted, you gotta stop. If you want us to ever trust what you say again, now climate change is something you better stop mislabeling and lying, just flat out lying and just being that dumb. So that's why I'm pissed. Already stamped on this. We don't even know what the hell happened here. Could have been power lines. It's very likely power lines may have started this whole affair in Hawaii, and there's hurricane force winds. We need to wait to see what's happened. And there's already this crap. I'm sorry. What did I just say? I need to be soothing. Sorry. But people could be dead here. And it's more than ever that we have to figure out the exact cause for things. Yes, it's a changed climate. The game has totally changed. We're here. We're in it. I don't think taxing cow farts is going to do a thing. I don't think taxing anything. I don't think any treaties are going to do anything. But we're here. We have to deal with it. And we have to be real. We have to help our fellow man because we are all in a crisis together. But most importantly, you have to tell the truth to the public or they lose faith in anything you say. That's mostly what's happening. If you think that the other side of the fence is dumb, uneducated, you know, that's the way they're portrayed. Take a look at it from wildfire victims' point of view. How would you like to lose everything to a damn corporation and have the dumbasses from England come around, like Eyewitness, come around in paradise, interview you about your losses and how your family or your friends didn't make it, your neighbors didn't make it. At the end, they scold you and say, well, don't you believe in climate change now? That's what these dumbasses did. It's infuriating. Do not exploit the victims. These guys didn't even know what the Diablo winds were. I'm like, you rubbed that in the face of the fire victims? You understand the Diablo winds have nothing to do with climate change, that they've been going on for centuries. They'll keep going on for centuries. They're geographically based. They go, what are Diablo winds? The hurricane force winds are seasonal every October through January in California. They're the northern equivalent of the Santa Anas. Paradise burned down November. There were Diablo winds, strong enough to destroy the high tension power lines that were neglected. 96 years old. You didn't know this? But I don't know what the hell documentary they did made, but it wasn't real. I'll tell you that. They wanted to work with me. They're like, hey, what kind of footage you got? You have a story? You have a personal connection to Paradise? Yeah, I do. So I'm here. Can you share with us? Do you have 911 tapes and stuff? Oh, God. They just wanted to sell the drama. They just wanted crying people, crying victims in their documentary. By the end of the conversation, I wanted to fist fight them. That's how I did. I hate the exploitation of the victims, the way they're caught in the political games. Trump withheld and threatened to withhold Paradise Victim Funds. So did Newsom. They just blamed each other, fairly spit at each other. Venomous politicians not helping people. I can't stand it. But that's why we're here. We'll do for ourselves. We'll take care of each other. We know what the truth is. We don't have a reason to lie. We have a little time left to because this is such a new changing climate and a changing world. We have little time to adapt. We got to do it fast. We have to help each other. Stop the blame game. Stop arguing. We don't have to like each other either. We don't have to agree. We do have to help each other. We have the same common goal. And it's, oh God, this is a Serve Pro advertisement on Twitter. You see what I mean about the commercial exploitation? I'm looking at the Twitter off screen, so I have to refresh the video. I don't care how much money I lose out on. I'm proud of not making money by exploiting victims. I'll never do that. I'd rather just die of starvation in a gutter. I need donations to fund what I do. I'm not going to interrupt this evacuation to bring you the latest from NordVPN. You know, I do this as long as I can because I just don't see anybody else doing it. We only have each other. Yeah, thank you, Urban, for being here. Yeah, thanks, Cheryl. You guys, you make this possible. Even if you just donate your time or even type one thing in the chat or hit the like button once, you're making this possible. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't think it's necessarily like a scam, like you're saying, Urban. I think the CO2 scapegoating is the scam, while the crisis of climate change is definitely real. I mean, look, there's no glaciers. Go ahead and point to the missing glaciers. That's real. Those are real examples. What scanner, Cheryl? Kokomo Fire Department? Is that Maui? This is what pisses me off. Fake green pisses me off more than the people who just aren't green. You know, when you take something real, but instead of actually doing something, you pull the wool over people's eyes and you profit from it. That's what I'm talking about. So I hate fake green stuff. Like they tried to ban plastic bags near Portland. In reality, all they did was pass a law to make plastic bags thicker because they're now not just one-time use. But they successfully banned paper bags, so you only have plastic bags now, and they're super thick, and there's no deposit on them, and you have to pay for them. So now you have to pay for them, and the plastic in the bags is 4 times the amount of plastic than the one-time use. Actually, more like 6. Now, with bottles in Oregon, you put 10 cents down for every, like, say, Pepsi that you buy, or even water bottles. You get your 10 cents back when you return it to the store. Maui Fire Department. Okay. What are they saying? If you're monitoring that, Cheryl. So they could have just labeled plastic bags with a QR code, like a barcode. And if you returned them to the store for recycling, then you would get your money back. And so what does this do? It's a wonderful program. Oregon pioneered it, like in the 70s, called the bottle bill. You don't see litter in Oregon, like especially not Coke cans, and used to be just carbonated beverages and beer. Well, now it's most kind of glass and plastic bottles, even milk. So if you could do an experiment. Go to Oregon, drink all of your soda, put the empty bottle down on the curb, and observe what happens to it from a distance. Chill out in your car. It'll probably be picked up within half an hour. There's no litter like that in Oregon. It just doesn't exist. There's a couple flaws with the system. If a Coke can, say, gets crushed, then the barcode can't be read. And so these machines that you put them into, they're at every grocery store. You just pop it in, pop it in, pop it in, pop it in, feed it. You press a button, you get a receipt. And I just did that yesterday. I got $5, 10 cents a can. So I had a little garbage bag full of them. Now, the only time you ever see like a Coke can on the ground in the gutter and ditches is if it got crushed and the machine can't read the barcode. So, but eventually, usually aluminum gets picked up because it still has value as scrap. Plastic doesn't, though. Like, say if somebody runs over a water bottle with a car. So it's not perfect. They could change it so that you could crush the cans. Like right now, you cannot crush the cans. So homeless people that collect these all day, it turns the homeless into eco warriors, which is awesome. The homeless people that go around picking up litter all day and they dig through trash cans and they take what people have thrown in the trash and they recycle it. That's great. These bottle collectors have to ride around bicycles with gigantic, huge trash bags full of bottles and cans. Wow, that's bright. That fire's still raging. And so it limits their ability to pick up stuff. Also, these stupid places have limits. So, like, there's a $5 limit yesterday at the machine I was at the store. So, even though I had more bottles in my car, it was turned away. So, I have to wait another 24 hours. It's a 24-hour limit. Go back, get more $5. I mean, I could have gone to a different store, but I didn't. Now, with these homeless people, they're turned away once they get their $5 or $10, right? So they've got to do long distance travel, like on bicycles and stuff, with gigantic bags slung over their shoulders, or like they try to pull around shopping carts with bicycles or push them long distance, trying to. And they're eco warriors. There should be no limit. They shouldn't have to go through this BS, right? We should encourage people to recycle, you know? So it's not perfect, but it's way better than nothing. If you could crush the cans, just engrave the top with a QR code, that'd be great. Even better, if we have a national bottle bill, because what just happened in California was awful. California, you're allowed to crush the cans, and unfortunately, they rip you off. Even though you're paying like a 10-cent deposit at the store, they pay you by weight when you bring in your cans to California stations, and it's a ripoff. You do not get anywhere near the 10 cents. Nevertheless, that's California for you, land of the corrupt, right? So because other states still participate, you don't have to pay the 10 cents. So other states, there's trash on the ground and there's just crushed up cans. It's just litter everywhere. And since California doesn't have the barcode reading machines, and this isn't national, I don't know why this isn't national, there was a gigantic fraud pool where somebody from Arizona trucked in tons and tons and tons of crushed up aluminum cans from Arizona, where they didn't pay into the system, right? And they took it to California and they got millions of dollars per bottle return, right? You can't truck them in from other states. That's illegal. So the people who paid into it, into the system in California, got ripped off. Like, how are you going to reimburse them now? Now the taxpayer has to, right? So people of California got ripped off for millions from what these evil people did. We could change that. We could make that stroke of a pen deposit system the entire country. I don't know why we don't. But this is all positive, you know. There are solutions. Just look at what's been done and go with. Man, please go back to the fire. That's a rotating red light, by the way. That's not a fire. There's solutions to ecological problems, but when you go fake green, Oregon's had this deposit. When you ban the sustainable ecological paper bags, nobody has a choice. And now you have to have plastic bags. You have to pay for them. You pay the 10 cents at the grocery store, but you don't get it back for returning it. That means plastic bags will not be picked up off the ground. This is what I can't stand. This is fake green. And all these municipalities have just passed these laws. The only thing now that you can get is plastic bags. More plastic than ever. It was a free giveaway to the petroleum companies. It was fake. It's ha ha ha. We tricked the greenies. They're now paying you for the bags you used to get for free because they have 10 times the amount of plastic in it. And it's not going to be recycled. People don't do it. There's no facilities that accept plastic bags. That's a sad thing. If you put a plastic bag in a recycle bin in Oregon, the ones that are apartment complexes and stuff, it doesn't get recycled. It clogs the machines, so they're not allowed. So at every recycling facility, there's people who pluck the plastic bags that go in there and put them in the trash. That's what I can't stand. We need real green initiatives, not this fake tap dancing bull. But you have to expose it in order to solve it. They banned past plastic bags in Canada completely. But I bet you though that the vinyl, which is a type of plastic, the vinyl bags, which are incredibly toxic during their creation and construction, and they've got things like cadmium inside of them. As they break down into dust, they release toxic cadmium and heavy metal dust into the environment. There's almost nothing more toxic than vinyl in our environment today. It's going to be banned in the future. Halo from Albany. Hi, Burning Beard. Burning Beard, excuse me. How are you doing? We'll check on Oregon in a minute. Because I just realized it's 7 in the morning. Coming up on the 7th hour and 38 minutes of the stream. I'm supposed to take the night off and do my stuff. My very, very important work has not been achieved for 24 hours now, and I'm starting to panic. I have a serious deadline. I was at the bedside of my friend yesterday. I just wanted to go live last night about Linn County, explain the level 2 evacuations near Sweet Home, and go to bed. But then I found out the raging inferno that is Hawaii now and the unfolding crisis. This is live. The hurricane winds are fanning massive, massive bushfires that have already erased several towns, it looks like. And we lost contact with most of the emergency services because they have no cell phone and landline, and mostly no power. So there's an unfolding god-awful crisis in Maui right now. When this turns back around, and you'll see the big glow in the distance of the fire. This camera kind of randomly stops sometimes, though. My Twitter is @KWildfires, and so if you want to see what has been affecting Hawaii, I try not to show that on stream, but you can see that on my Twitter. Last time I checked on Central Oregon, things were okay. We haven't had an update since 10 o'clock last night when they updated evacuations east of Sweet Home to level 2. I wanted to know why they did that at 10 at night. And so far, I can only speculate, since they didn't explain, that the storm off the Pacific might have made the winds erratic in the Cascades, and so out of caution, they told the people to hang on, go to level 2. Alexa, turn off the light. Oh my God. Alexa, cancel the morning routine. Okay. All right, I'll fix that later. Hang on, guys. Somebody at the door. Okay. Sea probes here, bright and freaking early. Yes, I have not slept. I'm gonna get an earful about not taking care of my health again. Michael Jones, hey, how are you doing? I screwed up my voice. Yeah. Alexa, make me a breakfast sandwich. She does things now on a routine, and I don't know how to stop it. Every Friday at 5 o'clock, she goes, "It's Friday!" And there's a cheering sound. It's not like I have a job to celebrate Friday at 5 o'clock. I'm just a YouTube bum here. Hey, Burning Beard, okay. Yeah. C-Probe, you want to make me a breakfast sandwich? He goes, yes. You haven't had your coffee yet, have you? He's back again for using my internet. Oh. He's got these Zoom meetings and stuff. He's still looking to buy a house in Oregon and doesn't have one yet, so he's already used my internet again. Terry says, yes, the lights went off and the morning routine is canceled. Okay, I hope. Hey, Terry, how are you doing? You're in UK, right? I'm sorry, tell me when this thing resets. I need to manually refresh it. That's the fire. This is not the one at Lahaina. This is, as you can see on the map to the right, you see where that pin is? This is looking due east, and there's an inferno in Maui. We are out of contact with, like everyone for the most part. The people who fled to other places that have power still have horrific images. It's at K Wildfires on Twitter. I've reshared the images of the towns burning down and the homes. We are afraid that there's been fatalities. At least I am. This happened so fast, especially over here, Lahaina, that it burned to the water line and people had to jump in the ocean. They lost their downtown. Now our view is, excuse me, I didn't mean to back up there. This peninsula looking due east when we see the red glow. I'm going to refresh Caltopo. I'm sorry, my voice is starting to fail. In a hard way. So we still have red detections over homes. That's a 1 minute old update. And now you get on this website long enough, sometimes if you zoom in and out, they change colors. but that red is not changing colors. So the fire is just as intense as it was before. It's re-triggering the satellite. It doesn't mean that the rest of this isn't on fire. It may be. It was earlier. Somewhere within these squares is the margin of errors. We don't know what was on fire. But in order to re-trigger a red detection, meaning 10 minutes ago or less, the fire has to be just about as intense as before or greater. And so this orange is, can be deceiving. I mean, this is 10 minutes ago, but orange is less than what again? It could be just beyond 10 minutes. It could be 11 minutes ago. So these two heat detections can be very, very close, but orange goes from 10 minutes to an hour ago. And yellow could be really close to orange. It could be 59 minutes ago, right? And gray means there hasn't been enough heat in that area to trigger it again for 6 hours, but that doesn't mean it's a cakewalk. It could have intensity just a little bit lower than before and still be pretty damn bad. So the affected communities, I don't know how much, if any. There may have been structure fires here that kind of look like it across the bay. It even says Western Maui wildfires down there. I think we did see structure fires here, but they didn't trigger the satellite. Structure fires usually don't. They can be quite a huge glow. But these, since in this area, have diminished the glow on the camera. And it was quite nuts earlier. This is just a taste of it. It looked even worse. Now, sorry. Go paperless for our environment. I seem to understand. People don't understand. Paper is biodegradable, but the more files you have. See, there's the active fire right there in the distance. This is live. We don't have live views of anywhere else. The hurricane is continuing to leave the vicinity, but there's still some pretty radical wind gusts that are going to rock the place for hours to come. Still not dawn yet. Got a couple hours till dawn. Now, people don't understand paperless is the tremendous e-waste thing that rapes the planet for mining copper and gold and stuff, circuit boards, lead. Okay, when you go paperless, that just means your files are affecting the environment in a different way. E-waste is a big deal. There's nothing green about a circuit board or the monitor you're looking at using up electricity. Most electricity is still generated by coal in many places. The whole paperless being green is something to laugh about, but it's cute. One day it could be green. You know, we change the basics of computing and get serious about e-waste recycling. Okay. Now, I'm not going to show the buildings burning down, but this gives you a clue. Here's our heat detections. And, yeah, Michael Jones didn't sleep either, yeah. I feared people have died, honestly. I'd love to be just totally soothing, totally nice, but the tension in my voice was for real. Like, this happened so fast. And communication was cut so fast. I don't think a lot of people got time for a warning. A lot of the disabled elderly, there wasn't time. They saved themselves or they weren't saved. So, in some cases, we know the Coast Guard picked up some people who ran into the sea. but that was their refuge, like the ocean. That's a pretty desperate shelter. Now let me look at watch duty and see what's going on with Oregon. See if we got some updates. 7 in the morning. Usually they happen at least 7:30, but okay, an hour ago there was a flat fire update with a picture. And we've already had SRO full stream. My last one was about the mid-air collision of the helicopters. Blanco Lirio, Juan Brown channel about aviation. He speculates that the only reason the Sikorsky, the Sky Crane, was able to land after the collision is it didn't have damage to it. The only place, we don't have a morning update yet for the flat fire. The only way the other helicopter could have landed is if it had damage to its belly, right? That's the one place in a helicopter that you don't have to fly. Like if the other helicopter came up from below and the rotors chopped up the skis, like the legs of the helicopter that it lands on, you could still land technically on the belly. You could. It's going to be hard. It's going to suck. I mean, you can still potentially control your helicopter, but with a Sky Crane, they have a permanent dangling snorkel. I don't think it's retractable. So Ron Brown's theory is the other helicopter came from below and hit the snorkel, and the snorkel, striking it, or one of these wheels, who knows, striking it, ripped a blade off of the top rotor, maybe several blades, of the Bell helicopter underneath it. If the Sky Crane had taken damage to its tail, it would be game over. Or its own rotor, it would be game over. So it makes a lot of sense that one helicopter must have been on top of the other, and the one that survives is the one on top. So the snorkel was probably dangling. Would have been in the red and white Cal Fire stuff, Oh, that's that 19-year-old pilot that became Wildfire. She's awesome. Not involved with this tragedy. These are just general examples, but it makes sense. So I've asked him to analyze the audio tapes like that were on my stream that I showed the other day and tell him, see what he thinks. Sadly, that mid-air collision, the helicopter went down, started a second fire. And you could hear on the tapes from my last stream that air attack was trying to call that helicopter and ask for its ETA. Like, when are you going to arrive? It already crashed. Then they say, hey, the other fire aircraft and ground crews, why don't you go to the second fire, the Bonita Fire? Well, that was caused by the crashed helicopter. A full half an hour goes by before the air attack, which means the guy who coordinates stuff from the air, that pilot realizes that the second fire is because they lost an aircraft. They lost awareness of where their aircraft was. They tell one pilot to go ahead and start dropping water and be aware somebody's going to come in behind you, right? And that pilot goes, wait a sec, I'm 45 miles away. You're like, oh, you are? He goes, yeah, so if somebody's supposed to get behind me, tell them to wait. You're like, oh, okay. So I asked Juan Brown to look at these tapes. I don't understand the pilot slang. I can't understand half what they're saying. But the reason we should study these disasters is, A, to appreciate how damn dangerous that is and learn from it. Now I'm starting to become aware that we knew it was the most dangerous flying in the world, right? But the most dangerous part of it is when all the aircraft come together and they haven't been assigned lanes of traffic yet. So they come to the same spot and they haven't been separated out. And as they are going to the same place, their paths just might cross. And it's been a tremendously sad couple of streams. So I would love to be super supportive right now, but I've been agitated all night. I'm sorry. Cheryl says our hospital system on Maui, they are overburdened with burn patients. People suffering from smoke inhalation. They could contact Mercy Floating Hospital, might be one nearby. Jesus. Yeah. Great. And Cheryl just has informed me that, guys, it's John Bruno. Let me accept a call. Maybe he could be live. Hang on. Hey, JB, stand by. I've got to fix my Bluetooth thing. Okay, I'm not ready yet. JB is gonna, you know what? Maybe this will work. Say something, JB, on speakerphone, and my people will tell me.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing
Okay.
1 2 3. Testing.
All right, friends, can you hear well enough? And we got a 20-second delay, so I'm sure they'll tell us in a second. It's literally my boom microphone over your phone. I can dig out the other one if I have to.
That's okay.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. And if they say there's a problem, we'll swap. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Explain what's happening in Hawaii.
Okay, the island of Maui oftentimes has periods of drought. If anybody's ever traveled there, and I have in the past. So imagine an island with a big, huge mountain range in the center. The lower 2/3 of the elevation can become very dry with a lot of 1-hour fuels, grass and shrubs, but lots of grass. Where the upper 1/3 can be as moist as a rainforest because the clouds hang up on the top side.
What's
and continually keep them moist.
What is a 1-hour fuel for the public?
A 1-hour fuel is a fuel that's a 1/4 inch in diameter or smaller. Basically, your grass fuels, your light, flashy fuels.
What is 1 hour?
They have a lot of minutes. 1 hour means that is roughly the time it takes for that fuel to react to a change in atmospheric conditions. So like if it's hot and dry, like here in Redding today, if the weather changes to being a high humidity, possibly even rain weather conditions, it reacts quickly. Whereas a 1,000-hour fuel, the dry log that's 3 to 8 inches diameter laying out on the forest floor, it takes longer to react because it's so big in diameter and dense.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So
We forgot to introduce you. I have to do that. This is John Bruno from Shasta County. And is that where you're currently located, actually?
Yep, I'm in Redding right now.
Okay, so you're back. So he's a retired fire chief. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So anyway, in Lahaina, if folks have ever traveled there, it's an island that's independent from the other islands. So it has firefighting forces, but once those firefighting forces are exhausted, you can only get help from the military helicopters, like they have rescues going on the ocean where people jump into the water because the burning conditions along the coast town of Lahaina. Now, Lahaina is very similar to a mother lode town in California. It's all wood framed, old parched wood. There's a famous restaurant there that I had a friend that owned it called the Hula Hut. And, we're talking grassy roofs and, very nostalgic Hawaiian architecture. But
tiki room stuff?
Yeah, tiki room stuff. But what's happened is evidently there was a high pressure system that combined with a hurricane that brought gale force plus hurricane force winds. And it doesn't make any difference what the temperature is as long as you've got dry fuels and you have ignition. With those winds, it's going to be a firestorm similar to Santa Rosa, Caldor, Dixie, Paradise. All these are pushed by winds. The winds are the evil dart in the formula. It is the curse. And so once it got established in Lahaina, and you cannot put firefighters in front of that, they will die because the flame lanes are so long and horizontal. It just basically became what you call a conflagration. Went from one block to the next block to the next block. And it's all wood frame buildings, older wood frame buildings. And then, of course, the vegetation there's a lot of grass, and they've had some drought. And so there's a real dry condition. And then they had multiple fires. So probably firefighting resources might have been on these other vegetation fires around the island when the fire encroached on Lahaina, because I didn't see any apparatus or resources. It got so bad, the news is reporting that folks had to jump into the ocean because Lahaina's literally right on the edge of the beach to escape being caught in a fire. So they had Coast Guard rescues going on too. So pretty bad condition. But really, it can happen in exclusive neighborhoods like Orange County, California. It can happen in a town in Montana. It can happen into a town in Hawaii. Look what happened in Greece and in Italy. Once you have fuels that are dry, especially if they're in mountainous terrains with heavy winds and low humidity, those combinations, any day of the week, once you have an ignition, the probability of a fast-growing fire are imminent. That's what a red flag warning means. It warns you that. And they will actually you guys ever look on the National Weather Service report, on the bottom they'll describe what it means, what a red flag warning. It means it's critical fire weather, meaning that if there's a source of ignition that gets into the grass, brush, or timber, the chances of it growing into be a rapidly spreading fire are highly probable. That's why everybody ramps up. That's why fire stations are upstaffed. People's days off are canceled. More resources are put on, more dozers, more crews, more engine companies. Everybody's on high alert. So
right.
Anyway, it's sad. It's pretty sad because it was quite historical and probably one of the largest tourist attraction towns of Maui. It was well known. It was the number one industry in that town was tourism.
Yeah. And so what I said is I think we may have seen fatalities here because this moves so fast. Either some of the disabled and elderly and the like either saved themselves or didn't. So
Right.
I'm preparing.
It's highly possible. Highly possible, unfortunately.
Yeah. I've been trying to tell people how to kind of recognize some patterns here. That what does Greenville, Paradise, and others have in common, and even Lahaina? Don't think too much about it being tropical or not, but general geography. They're looking down the barrel of a gun. There is elevation above them and a canyon, which is a wind tunnel, a drainage canyon pointed at them. And from above, if you have that fire, it's going to rain down and sweep down.
I mean, a good example of that is Berry Creek, California, out of Oregon. I forget the name of the fire. You might know it.
The Bear Claremont.
The Forest Service fire above Berry Creek, California, a couple years ago.
It was called the Bear at first, and it merged. It became complex, and then they called it the Claremont. But yeah, the Bear. The Bear.
Well, a firing operation was occurring. When that firing operation, the backfire, got out of control, and it spread down that canyon. Now, anytime you have wind and canyon in alignment, so let's just take a canyon that goes from the lower elevation to the higher elevation from southwest to northeast, and then you have a southwest wind pushing it through there, you're going to have a design for disaster. That's what happened in 92, Shasta County, on the Fountain Fire. We had the Highway 299, which comes out of Redding, that goes to Bernie and Alturas, is a southwest to northeast canyon, and we had a cold front approach to the California coast, and we had a kind of a southwest flow the same day, and it pushed that fire 12 miles in less than 12 hours.
Wow.
So, of timber. We're talking mature timber.
Fountain.
So, it's crazy, but that's exactly what happens. And you look at all the catastrophic fires, large damaging fires with structural loss and life loss, they all occur. The big catalyst is the wind. Because you can have a fire today in Redding, California. Today's going to be 105. Humidity will be down below 15%. But if the winds are relatively calm, then firefighting resources will respond, which you have to have. And if you don't have a fast, large, aggressive initial attack on wildland fires, they're only going to ensue. And when you don't fight those fires, and you watch them or you manage them in a place like California, the potential for them coming out of that wilderness or forest and damaging infrastructure like towns and homes is highly probable. And that's the big argument and the big debate in California with the federal wildland fire policies, which a lot of people are very concerned about. Caldor's a classic example, Grizzly Flats. Just watch the video on that.
Yeah, JB, there's something infuriating. Somebody came on my channel, Cheryl did, and showed Facebook somebody flew a damn drone over this Maui fire, and the media just bought it. Looks like CNN just bought it, but that's not legal, right?
What did they do? Explain exactly.
Okay, just.
It was a non-agency drone?
Yeah, it's a real estate agent. And so one of my mods said...
It's really, it's terrible because it's like we all heard what happened to Captain Sully when a bird flew into his motor. Can you imagine a UAS, unarmed, or basically or a drone damaging an aircraft. We just lost 2 firemen from Cal Fire.
Yeah.
And plus a pilot. Three beautiful people lost their lives. In the air, there's no mercy. When something goes wrong, it's not like you just pull the car over with a flat tire or a broken motor. You're in the sky. And so that's crazy. That's crazy.
So I don't know if the footage is fake because it's supposedly hurricane winds, and yet you can have a drone in the air. Like mine struggles at 15-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But it does look like it could be authentic, and that just makes it all the worse. We just try to confirm, were you legally flying? Did they give you, did you go and coordinate with them and say, can I help and can I use my drone? They didn't do anything but curse out one of my mods. on the Facebook. So looks like it's being either sold or given to the media, and I'm just disgusted. They're basically encouraging others to, quote, come up with as much video and stuff as you can and post it here. He's not specifically telling people to fly drones, but you have to tell people, like, if you got special permission to only do it then, because this could ground aircraft for 3 to 6 hours.
Well, in California, nobody can drive. Nobody can fly a drone. You don't even ask permission. They don't allow it. Now, agencies, for example, I just returned from Southern California, and I toured the Los Angeles Fire Department Urban Search and Rescue facility, and there was an assistant chief assigned to that fire station, and he has mounted on the top of his camper shell on his command vehicle a drone that they can automatically activate on a fire, but it's controlled by the fire department. Yeah. And so it's, if you have fire department or fire agency resources flying in the sky, then everybody's on the same frequency, and everybody knows the left hand should know what the right hand's doing. And when they don't, then that's when things happen. So.
Exactly. Like, somebody sees a drone, that could just ground planes for hours. And
absolutely.
Yeah, that is part of why the Dixie got bad. I think that's the rumor. Somebody thought they saw a drone.
Oh, that happened on, I refresh my memory, did that happen on the Dixie? Were there unidentified drones up there?
Supposedly one saw them near Polga, and so, like, in the very early first couple of days, they got grounded. I didn't know at the time, but that's now what people say about it. So you can go and hand your drone. Excuse me.
Yeah, people are going up there, and they're trying to get footage, but if they post it, then when they do the investigation, they can trace that back.
I hope they nail them to the wall.
Drones are an excellent resource, but like I said, it's another flying aircraft, and there's a restricted. When we get these fires, I don't know if folks know, but I worked in Helitack, and so when we get these fires, right out the gate, they will do a temporary flight restriction, TFR, X amount of feet up, and then X amount of miles in diameter, and nobody can go in there unless it's an agency ship.
And what?
And even when.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that there's software on our phones. So if you have internet connection and the TFR goes out, the temporary flight restriction, it won't allow your drone to take off. It's a big name like DJI and all those. But if you don't have internet, which this place around here doesn't, then you can launch because it won't put the restriction in, and that's like a loophole, right? So that's probably.
Well, I think you ought to give law enforcement the authority to shoot them down.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather see them shot down, and people can deal with that anxiety over somebody getting killed innocently. Some airport firefighters or pilots or anything.
Yeah.
And the public. I mean, if you've got a populated area where you've got air attack, hell attack, and fixed wing, and you got one of those crashing, it doesn't mean they're going to necessarily be able to land in an open field. They could hit a neighborhood or anything. It's just crazy. It's crazy. It's just irresponsibility.
Yeah. So we were pretty enraged about that. And at first I thought it was fake, and I declared it a hoax for a second because I was like, you can't launch in this. But they may have had a short, brief window where the wind gusts weren't that bad. But it still possibly could be a hoax. It could be a different incident, like a control burn of a rice field. It's nighttime. I don't know. Either way, it's a good lesson that you can't fly. If you fly, we can't, is what they say on all the propaganda posters, and it's true.
Also, folks need to know that for a place like Lahaina, if you go back to that map, you showed a map of Lahaina with, it was demarked for fire. It was the one you had just heard about a minute or two ago on your line. Okay. That community or that state, or excuse me, that island of the state of Hawaii, they're just not used to wildland fires that are this aggressive. So I don't, I mean, it's not like California. It's not like the West. Continental United States. And another thing is that people don't realize is there's only limited firefighting capability. Yeah. There's only so many engine companies, and there's only I've never seen dozers there or hand crews. They just have engine companies. Most of the engine companies are Type 1 engines designed to fight structural fires, and they probably have some patrol brush units and all. But like I said, the top third of the island is all moist and wet, like a tropical rainforest, but it's highly inundated with urbanization and tourism,
Yeah.
They have lots of motels. Most of those motels are all modern and well sprinklered and everything. But once they exhaust the resources of the island of Maui, there's the only help they could get on the outside would have to come over in barges or something like that. And of course, I would take time and all.
Yeah.
So
we're talking like Chinook airlifts of things like military operation, and
yeah, but
there's
you know,
no
like
time.
I said, when you have a fast-moving fire in an urban area, it's by the time the order went in and by the time they get there and they're able to work, it's probably going to run its course.
Yeah, right now what we're looking at is there's possibly urban areas still on fire apart from Lahaina. There's a place called Kula, Kula, and I'm seeing heat detections all over the place from Caltopo in really big neighborhoods. Now,
yeah, I don't know how long these winds are going to persist.
Yeah.
But if it's going to be for several days, you could see some type of mainland deployment. It's possible because I'll just give you an example. Back in the 70s, Cal Fire would take C-5As, which is a military cargo ship, land it in Redding, California, and put one entire strike team of engines with their water dumped, makes them lighter, and it would drive them right into the aircraft, fly them down to San Diego or John Wayne in Southern California for the Santa Anas of the fall, and park them down there. And then when the fires occurred, they just flew the people down there to staff them up.
That's smart.
Yeah, it's very limited because we're not talking about an area that's known for wildfire, other than, the occasional flatland grass fire that occurs on maybe the lower slopes. They've had problems with that in the past.
I think they'll begin airlifting people out. It sounds like their hospitals are overwhelmed with burned patients, just a rumor mill right now.
I don't think we know the full scope. It's like, did we know the full scope of Paradise? Not until 24 hours after, in the head count. The fatality count went up days after that. So we didn't even know by 12 hours into it how much was there. We knew there were hundreds of structures, but not 18,800 was the total.
Yeah.
And you can't really count those until after days and days. In case of the Paradise, it was probably a good 10 days until they had a full count of how many buildings were destroyed.
Yeah.
Or damaged.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a repeat. When you lose all the communications, that's how people die, is a horrible, grim quote from my stream now. And they did lose all communications. So all these crews are probably on their own trying to figure out what to do.
Well, and think about it. There's people there that don't live in the environment of wildland fire, so there's probably not a lot of public education.
No.
So then when people are jumping into the ocean, Catherine, what's that tell you? There's one other case I can remember historically in America where people jumped into the water to save their lives, and that was Peshtigo, Wisconsin, in 1871. The same day as the Great Chicago Fire,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see it. The Peshtigo Fire, people jumped into the river to flee. The whole town was wood frame. They were back in 1872. And when they went into the water and they would come up for air, the flames were horizontal over the surface of the water and burned them. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
So Lahaina is right on the edge of the water. It's on the western bank or the western side of Maui, and it's inundated with old wood-framed, tightly knit, close-spaced buildings. It's a design for disaster if you put fire in it with wind.
Yeah.
So, all right, listen, I've got to run. Keep us posted. Get some rest.
I'll try. How am I supposed to, But
well, you're going to have to take a break. I think the best time for you to rest is the early morning hours because most of the activity, keep your eye on California this weekend. I just pulled up some weather and talking temps over 105 degrees. Humidities will be well below 15%. And there's going to be several short periods of time with some pretty good winds. So
when did that start? Weekend. It starts Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 5 to 15% chance that sometime on August 15th, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, we'll reach 110 degrees. Hold on to your butts. So hopefully they'll get a handle on the flat fire and stuff, and they won't be peeled away before they do. But I'm
Well,
fearing.
flat fire still got a lot of open line, and the thing about those kinds of fires in that old timbered area, it's an old reburn, burn scar. It's got a lot of dead fuels. The problem is if the wind surface there, it jumps their lines, then we're off to the races. It's a whole new ball game. And Lord willing, it does not head southwest and get into the Chetco drainage and head toward, Brookings.
Right now, they are doubling down on that line, and they said that they're satisfied with their progress on the southwest, but the south is wide open. If it crosses a few mountains, then it would be. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, here we are. It's August. It's timber, and it's mountains, and it's dry. And so I don't know what their wind conditions are going to be in the next few days. I haven't researched it. When you have that amount of fire, I mean, it doesn't take, you could just have a smoldering stump on the edge of the line. It'll flare up and blow sparks across the line, and you get clinkers, and then you're off. It only takes one spark.
Right. What I'm now worried about, I'm terribly worried for the Mackenzie River area, because not only do you have the bedrock headed northwest, northeast that direction, now we've got new ones from the lightning storms that went by and God knows what else. So now, not only do we have the Wiley, but we got a little, not just a trifecta. Got bedrock, salmon, lookout, and Wiley. The Price Bros under control, but this is all in like a big diamond pattern. With Mackenzie River, that's the part that survived the Holiday Farm fire. Now looking down the barrel of that gun. So I was going to go there to a resort called the Belknap Hot Springs, and now there's a fire less than 2 miles away from it. It's just great.
Yeah, and one of the disadvantages of these fires, when they're not suppressed in a fast, aggressive initial attack mode, and they pursue, is they horrendously impact tourism in communities and states. And so Oregon is a tourism, probably, I would say, other than timber harvesting, is right at the top of their social infrastructure for income. So if you smoke out campgrounds and you smoke out communities, you're not going to go there, because my wife has respiratory issues. You probably do. All of us don't like to be in smoke. And when the air quality index gets up there, people stay away. Now, with the air quality index now being monitored on the internet, people just look at that and say, well, we're going to cancel. So they cancel their RV or they cancel their camping. So, yeah, if you look at the National SIT report this morning, it looks like that the Northwest geographical area has got a lot of activity going on. There's 3,000 firefighters committed. 71,000 acres are burning in the Northwest right now. And pretty bad news. 14 incidents going on. And then there's other areas that you can see that nationally we're at preparedness level 3, which means that there's lots of multiple fires going on. I think there's 36 uncontained large fires in the nation. So now NIFC, National Interagency Fire Center, Boise, is processing that. The numbers totally are up to 10,565 of personnel. So, I looked at it just maybe a week ago, and it was less than 2,500. So what that tells you is the drawdown is starting to occur. Now, when you break new fires, there's less resources available. And if those new fires turn into major fires, then there's a big demand. And so counties, once they're exhausted, they go to the other county, and counties if they can't fill those orders, they go outside the state. They go out throughout the nation, and when the nation can't fulfill it, they bring them in internationally. That's what happened during, Dixie and Carr and Camp and during those fire seasons. What I called it a couple weeks ago, I don't know if we talked, but I talked to someone else. He said, "How would you describe this fire season?" And I would say, "This is a sleeping giant."
Yeah.
This could be the calm before the storm. I was just in Southern California, and I drove, down Interstate 5 once I hit the Tehachapi's into the LA Basin. And I grew up there, traveled that highway most of my life. There is a crop of grass on the Tehachapi Mountains I've never seen before. And that's why that fire in the desert, forget the name of it, way over there to move from California to Nevada, burned like it did in the desert, because the desert had so much rain, it popped up all these flashy fields of grass. All this grass crop is around.
Yeah, it's in Joshua Tree right now. Isn't that called the York?
Yeah, and there's nothing out there as far as improvements. There's no merchantable timber. There's no homes. There's no infrastructure. But it's never done it before in a long time because it's never had the fuel. So there's this fuel bed of grass in areas where it wasn't before. So Southern California is supposed to get some moisture. They're supposed to get some rain. But if they get dry lightning in the high country, I don't know if they're going to get that. But to get that could be a problem. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to run, but listen, you hang in there and get some rest.
Oh, darn, I was about to ask you something about the screen, but if you got to go, that's what you got to do.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. I can take another one.
Okay, if you're looking at it right now, the salmon fire seemed to have marched down this canyon. I was just doing the time lapse. Bad news is right now it's totally smoked out. I don't think they'll have any aircraft in the Cascades today unless there's some significant wind. It's just filled. But it looks, I don't know.
Now, which fire are we looking at here?
This is the salmon fire. This is northeast of Oak Ridge. And it seems to be marching through the canyon in this time lapse. And I don't know if it's going downhill or up. I think it might be uphill, but it's going against the wind, and it's a really eerie thing to see. I guess.
Yeah, and when you have those inversions like that, you can't use aircraft till that lifts.
No.
And when it lifts, then that's when it's going to behave more erratically because there's lower humidities and normally drier conditions.
Right. So it's eerie. I guess that's uphill, and it's an optical illusion that it looks like it's marching downhill against the wind. I don't really know what I'm looking at.
Now, what is the name of that incident?
Salmon.
The salmon, and is that in
Willamette
by
National
the
Forest.
Salmon River in Idaho?
No. Oregon next to Oak Ridge. So it's near the bedrock. I can show you on watch duty. I know there's a 20-second delay. I don't know if you're watching this stream. You probably aren't because you hear your own echo.
Yeah, I can see it. I see the inversion in the canyon.
Yeah.
That's live.
Yeah, 20-second delay. So I just zoomed out, and it's the salmon fire down by Oak Ridge, Oregon.
Okay, and Oak Ridge is, help me out a little bit here. Oak Ridge is, give me another geographical. Okay, I see Eugene, east of. Okay, so as you remember, 2 years ago, the state of Oregon had a horrendous amount of fires east of I-5. They had one town was completely taken out. So it looks like that fire, just from it is in white, which means it's probably an Oregon Department of Forestry responsibility area. But if you look at the whole state of Oregon there, as you're showing right now, drawdowns probably really maxing out in that state because there's a lot of fires that need a lot of attention. You got to remember that not every ranger district or fire department or county fire department is going to draw down all the resources. They're going to hold back in case they get a new fire in their community, so they can't send everything. Plus, I just came from Southern California. There's a horrendous staffing issue going on in the fire service now. I know in Forest Service Region 5, they're down 30% in their staffing. CAL FIRE had a reduction with their inmate crews, and they beefed them up with firefighter crews, but still, I don't think that they were where they're at when they had all the inmates. Fire departments are pretty drawn down just from their regular sick leave, vacation, people off, people on vacation. So there's a lot of staffing patterns that people have to put in effect, a lot of forced overtime.
Wow.
And this is before we get a siege of fires, and now we're starting to see a siege. Like I said, I think we're about a month behind normally, but now it's it could get very dangerous. So.
Well, California with the bureaucracy problems and mismanagement, I'm so shocked.
Yeah, well, the governor sent all the inmates home during COVID and didn't return them, and so you have fire camps. For example, there's one in Shasta that had 6 fire crews and now have 2. So, that's quite a reduction. That's just one camp.
Right.
And they've augmented that with firefighter crews now. But still, a lot of people needed to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, listen, I got to run. You hang in there.
Okay, thank you so much, Jamie. We're so honored. Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, straight from the horse's mouth. He's the highest ranking firefighter that took me under his wing. Wonderful angel of a man, John Bruno from Shasta County. And I wish we had better news, but we have to keep it real. We gotta keep it real. It's hold on to your butts. He's warning me about my own health, It's true. Like I'm riveted to my seat here. We're watching this fire live. I want dawn to break. I want to know what's happened. I may have to sleep though. We don't have a lot of news coming out of here that's reliable. It's pretty much Twitter rumor mill time. Until dawn, I don't know what we're going to be able to accomplish here. I'd like to thank everybody who has donated. Thank you so much. There's a pinned PayPal link at the top. I don't want to put ads ever on this stream. Yeah, you're right, Big Dog York. So if you have $1, consider throwing it my way. But my God, please support the victims. I'm sure the GoFundMe's and stuff will start soon, and I always pin the victims fund and ask for people to think of me right after. I just don't know when and where that's going to occur. And this is the fire. I kept circling this with my mouse while he was speaking. I like the way it's not huge anymore, but that may just be because the wind has died down. When you have a tremendously big glow in the distance, and the fire hasn't moved. We didn't see it move, so it didn't find new fuels. That means what it's burning is a big fuel of its own. It's either like forest or structures. We see the heat detections over neighborhoods. And like JV said, they'll run out of their own resources fast. There's just not a whole lot of firefighting stuff on Maui. They'll possibly be barging in and floating in units from the other islands, but most of the damage has already been done. At some point, everybody will need to sleep. These fire crews will become exhausted. They'll need to sleep. It's human. Like they're pulling miracles right now. But I can't imagine there would be that many people who rested last night who were there to relieve them. And that's just one of the complications. The reason we saw a giant red glow for hours from this cam that is on the tip here looking east. We don't have eyes in Lahaina. A lot of people think that this camera is looking that way. I thought it at first too. It can't see around the mountain, so it's from right in here, looking due east. And we saw, I believe, structure fires here in Kihei. I don't know how to say these things. I think that there is no heat detections here because individual structure fires probably can't trigger the satellite. I do believe they took structures here, just eyeballing that. But these neighborhoods, this Count Kulehu, or however you say this, I don't know what Monsanto is. Oh, and I hear these names thrown around. I can't really identify them. I think we lost hundreds of structures around Maui at the very least. Just looking, I do believe we probably have fatalities because this happens so damn fast. Multiple fires in multiple spots, but that's kind of typical when a hurricane throws power lines to the ground. And like JB was saying, these people aren't used to the idea of having wildfires because it's tropically wet at the top and it's bone dry and deserty at the lower elevations, which I didn't even know that about Maui. I don't know anything about Hawaii. But so if they're this unprepared, they may not have gone to the extent that, say, a wise Californian would and extinguish basic campfires and, burning your trash in the backyard if you don't have trash service and you're rural. A lot of people burn their paper bags and regular kind of trash, not the plastic and stuff, but you got to remember that Hawaii is impoverished. That sounds weird. but it is. It's gilded. It's like the Gilded Age. Everywhere looks like gold, right? Everywhere looks expensive. Every home looks expensive that you can see on the main strip. And then the actual locals and the workers live in the impoverished villages you don't see, many of which never had telephone service ever, if you can believe it, and are still not electrified and don't have paved roads. The Gilded Age was massive poverty, like Charles Dickens era Victorian poverty. But everything looks golden because the rich Victorians decorate everything. But it's the thin layer of gold, the small amount of people who are rich, and that gold is not very thick underneath it, just plain wood, salt to the earth, the regular folk. So Hawaii is gilded. I know that much about it. You still have things like leper colonies, if you can believe that. It's quite a shock, I hear, when people leave the main tourist drag and find out what the rest of it's like. It's too expensive for locals to even live in their own land, right? So everything is a tragedy. Rich or poor, people losing things, all lives lost to tragedy. All this devastation is a tragedy. But we will not, like JB says, we'll not find the full extent of it until days from now, when people go deep in and talk to the people that may not even own cell phones, we'll hear their tales. They're gonna have to do a lot of searching through the rubble to find everyone, and there's probably a lot of missing people that they'll have to track down and try to find. This one's bad. I like to be just totally soothing. I can't. I have to explain that. Yeah, don't worry, don't step in the grease. You can anyone can hit the button that says super chat. It's right next to the smiley face, and YouTube will take 30%, but that's most of the way people donate. So you hit the button that has a dollar sign at the bottom of chat. If you're watching this video later, you can hit the button that says super thanks, and I'll at least get the majority of the funds. It's totally fine. So, let's see. Looking back at the chat, Reno has wind and fire warning for today. I'm sorry, I can't speak anymore. This is now becoming like sandpaper on my throat. This is 8.5 hours of speaking on an already sore throat while being sick. I apologize for any factual errors or mistakes, pronunciation. I was ready to go to sleep when I first went live 8 hours ago. I haven't slept all night. I am still sick. I am still recovering from the long COVID and the fact that COVID seems to have attacked my kidneys all winter long. I'm a barely functional, trying to heal human being. Doing my best. I think we have helped people, I hope. So, we're totally donation funded. I feel like crap every time I ask for donations, especially when people need it more here. Do give to them first. However, like, I don't even know any official things yet. In the next 24 hours, I bet there will be an official place that will link people to. But do help keep this stream alive if you can. The best way, do things like hit the like button, get us trending so that we can help people and people find us on YouTube. But the best way people find us is word of mouth. Just copy and paste the stream, text it to your friends, family, put it on your social media, forums, whatever. Reach people. I don't think a single person from Hawaii found us tonight. It's not like I've ever covered Hawaii before, but you know what I'm saying. I hate it when people come by the stream months later and go, "Oh God, I wish I knew you were alive. That would have been great." We didn't know what to do. So, it doesn't have to be money. You can really help And we can all help by trying to be patient with each other and kind. You know, I have to remind myself that too. My passions get the best of me, especially on initial reaction time. But we have to help each other. We don't have to like each other. We have to help each other, though. And we have to show love. We're all human beings and Americans here. And even if we're not, who cares? We're all human beings here. It's time to take care of each other. Last call. I cannot speak anymore. If we have a video to watch, I'll play it. I think they're about to come out with videos. Jesus, I don't want to know about more emergencies. Whatever that was. I don't care. Something going on in Portland, probably. So I wish I could just play the morning updates. Oh, thank you, kind donator, whoever did that donation. Thank you. I want to know about this. This is what I want to know. They should have morning updates now. They're being filmed right now. 7 in the morning is when they do it, but nobody's uploaded them yet. Let's look at the flat fire. Sorry, as soon as I log off, these are gonna go live. Swear to God. Okay, the last one yesterday for the flat fire went live at 9 in the morning. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna wait an hour for this. But you guys know what Watch Duty is. Even if you don't want to look at Facebook and can't, you can look at Watch Duty on your PC. You just type in, search, Watch Duty. What? Not Dewey. Duty. Click it on like so. You see where it says use on the web browser. Click it. Now you can see it. You can click on the fire and it'll play the video right here for you. It's really cool. See?
Moving out, into the northeast.
You don't have to log into Facebook when you're on the Watch Duty. And that's really cool. The Watch Duty does that. And remember, I'm on Twitter at @KWildfires. Beware. There's some serious PTSD-esque town erasing, homes being destroyed, serious PTSD triggering devastation. I just share everything on Twitter, especially stuff I won't show here. I want people to feel safe here and not watch their own homes burn down, right? There's still wind in Hawaii. They've got some hours before dawn. Right now there's desperate battles right now to save lives and property and heritage and history. We just lost a lot. Probably all three. This is one I really hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Now this, if you want to watch this cam, go ahead. Hey, thanks Big Dog for the hugs. Thanks Cheryl, you guys help so much, all my moderators. Cheryl says unless they're in a hotel or have a satellite phone, that's about all they've got for communications. Yeah, don't worry. This is the thing, guys. Remember, when you've done all you can do, you have done all you can do. Stop worrying. I'm not telling you to. You should tell yourself that. Hey, brain, I already did everything I could do. Stop. And just wait for the new information. Sleep. Worrying when you can't do anything from afar has no benefit. It will use up your energy, and so just tell brain, look, look, I need the energy. As soon as we get word on where the missing people are, whoever I'm worried about, that's when I need the energy to spring into action. So shut down, brain. You have done all we can do. That's all we can do. So you rest, stand by. You just wait for that information. Every time you start thinking about it, arrest your thoughts and get them on something else. Tell your brain that once again, give it the command. Say, I need you, and this is an order. It's not a suggestion, brain. That's what you're going to do. I'm going to try and use these tricks on myself right now. Thank you guys for being here. We crowdsource this info. Right now, there's no use watching cams all night. I tell people that. So there's no information here that you don't know already. Nothing's going to change that you can do anything about. We are going to wait for the information to roll in, and don't listen to the damn rumor mill. It's oftentimes wrong, sensationalized, blah, 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 blah. Hoaxes abound. Every big media thing, there's always hoaxes. The bad people come out of the woodwork. Don't believe every thing you see or read. I'm still not convinced that all of that drone footage was authentic. It could have been a regular prescribed burn that somebody got permission to film at night, and they are attention beeps. Attention seekers, I'll put it that way. There's always people that want the limelight. That could have been authentic, could have been fake. Either way, the idea is that this is when you should be most suspicious of just random info from strangers and their motivations. I can't tell you how, when the Oregon Dam collapse thing was happening, I loved Juan Brown's coverage. It was not the dam collapse, excuse me, the spillway. But guess what? People went live on YouTube and went all over Twitter and stuff. It said the dam's collapsing. Now that would have killed millions of people. The spillway collapsing, both of them, would have killed thousands. Probably almost everybody I know. However, evil people will come out of the woodwork and say stuff like, the dam's collapsing. It brings out the best and the worst. That's what disasters do. So just chill and wait. What I would normally tell people is call the sheriff's department and say, I've lost contact with somebody and this is where they live and I think they were there at the time of the disaster. Right now, the police are not answering the phone because they have no phone. So just wait. Wait for people to check in on Facebook. If they get their act together and put something up on social media where you can report them missing or help report them unmissing, do participate in that. But just be careful about where info comes from. Don't ride the roller coaster of despair and hope and believing the fake stuff, right? Stay on the level. Yeah, I hope so. I hope Agenda Free TV covers it. I honestly haven't interacted too much. I went on there and was like, hi, how you doing? Didn't really get acknowledged. That's okay. I'm used to being chopped liver. I can't endorse or promote something I haven't had a lot of experience with. But I hope that's a good, honest, genuine streamer. It's also kind of against the rules to mention other streamers, definitely to link them, but I'll let it go this time, Cheryl, because we are signing off. Cheryl, do a rain dance for memory. But usually if you mention another streamer, people get curious and they leave the channel. Yeah. But that's okay. We are signing off, so if somebody else is going to cover it and they've got a good rep, by all means, do what you have to do to get your info. But thank you guys. Every word now is a very painful experience. I don't even want to curse the next day. I was about to say I won't be here tomorrow. Every time I say that, though, I may curse the situation. So I'm just going to say I'd like to not be here tomorrow. I'm so behind on a very critical project, I'm starting to panic. However, like tonight, how can I not be here? Thanks for coming back, Sherlock. You're my right-hand man. You're awesome. Thank you, everybody, even the lurkers. Hit that like button and remember to subscribe. A lot of people just forget that. Check notification settings if you're not being notified and you have the ringing bell on. The ringing bell tells you every time we go live. If it doesn't, you gotta check your settings. You can look back at the channel going back to Red Monday 2020 Labor Day. Gigantic archive of footage. Covered almost every major wildfire since then. And sometimes just 24 hours a day. This stream will go 24 hours a day if it has to. I would leave it right now in the hands of the mods and just let it run. If we needed that. We don't, though. We're not going to get any official information, and I'm not going to be like the Twitter mouthpiece, you know. It's going to be best to revisit this rather than try to stare at a webcam and repeat the rumor mill. So there are links for Oregon in the description of this video. Yeah. For Hawaii, they're not really going to update much from their offices. Like, they don't have power as such. What you should do is go on Twitter and like the American Red Cross Hawaii and such, those resources are there. They'll point you to the right stuff. My Twitter is @KWildfires. Like I said, I may tweet in bed as I wait for sleep to happen. See Probe, where the hell is my breakfast? I don't know where he went. He took off. Did he forget about cooking for me? I give him crap, and it's our joke. He comes over to use my internet. He better cook for me. Anyway. Alright. I will, there you are. Were you listening? I just said, C-Probe, where's the hell my breakfast? Did he forget about me? Where the hell is he? The stream is laughing really hard now, I'm sure. Okay, I'm going to force him to feed me. He says kitchen staff is clocked in. Give me a super chat so I can tip him, and that would be funny. Like $1 or something, right? I actually do. Anyway, thank you, friends. Welcome for the stream. 9 hours. I know what I'm doing wrong. I keep saying I'll get on for an hour. I'm such a dirty, rotten liar. I'm sorry, friends. I think this was a fatal one. And the best gift to me right now would be the gift of being wrong. Anyway, good night and good luck. Here's to us hoping I'm wrong.